This is called a tennis format.
Yeah, so essentially what it's going to be for you guys at home is it's going to be a best of 3 series with each individual player on the team. So let's say that Kyle and I are about to play a match, and we play out a best of 3, right? Whoever wins that best of 3 earns 1 point for their team, essentially. And it's the first to 3 points to win. So once Kyle and I play against each other, then my next teammate goes in and plays his next teammate. Then my next teammate goes in and plays his next teammate. One of us either has 3 points by the end and that team wins, or all the players now go back into the pool that can be choose from. So now I can be sent in again to, you know, maybe play Kyle again, or maybe if I won the last time, his team will choose to send in a different player versus me. There actually is some decent level of strategy to this. It's not just send in your A player, send in your B player, send in your C player, because this game can rely a lot on character matchups. Different characters in this game have different strengths, right? So you're going to want to match your strengths into the opponent's weaknesses to really pummel them, put them into the ground, because if you have a particularly tricky time getting in on a certain character, or you have a particularly tricky time getting back down to the ground versus a different character, there can be a number of different ways that make matchups hard. That's where those counter picks come in, and that's where that strategy and the coach comes in to really help their team succeed.
Yeah, I mean, like the strategy you mentioned, like is not as simple as just like sending your best player like any given moment. Like that player can only be used a single time before like the other players are used, right? So, like if you are expecting like for the other team to send like their best player like immediately, you can maybe like sack like your third player to like you might not get the win, but what that does is that you get their best player out of the way, and that would basically give your second and like your first best player like a lot more free reign.
Yeah, it's always a devious strategy that we've seen a couple times here on the desk. Definitely not colonized first VHSL. We've been around the block a few times, and it always pleases me. I mean, these players come out here from all over Virginia. A lot of them drive 3+ hours to be here, and they always impress me with the Super Smash Bros. Gameplay. Of course, if you're into the League of Legends gameplay, go check out the League stream as well, because the gameplay will be just as fun over there. And I can see we already have some players lining up to participate in our first match here. Our first match is going to be between Maspanax and Brook Point. Maspanax coming into this VHSL Championships as the #1 seed. This team has seen so much success on this Cloud Diddy Kong Pyramithra team. Has been a great showing for them this year. And then their opponent, Brook Point, natural 1 versus 8 matchup. We have King K. Rool, Mario, and Steve. So 2 very different teams here. A lot of very unique matchups. I think it's very interesting that Brook Point's going to be fielding this King K. Rool, because I think that's a character that can surprise characters like Cloud, characters like Aegis, especially in the offstage game, whereas you could think that those sword characters can certainly overwhelm King K. Rool with not only their speed, but also their range. But King K. Rool definitely has some tricks up his sleeve, so I'm very particularly excited to see those kind of matchups.
Yeah, and I have to say, Avery, looking at these like character rosters, I have to say, it's weirdly enough like I see a lot of these teams are a lot more like on meta than like a lot of like collegiate teams. Because like I'm looking at the roster, like of like all schools, I see like 3 Aegises and like 4 FGCs. That is absurd. And in our experience in collegiate, we would see characters like Bowser Jr. and like Little Mac. So it's just really weird to see like in a much like younger like league to have like a lot more on meta characters comparatively.
Yeah, that is certainly the case, and we're going to see 2 of them, Kyle, 2 of the strongest characters in the game, and represented by some of the best players in the game. We're going to get to see Cloud versus Steve, and let's get right into the VHSL Championship, Kyle.
Oh, man.
Maspanax versus Brook Point.
Now, looking at the roster here, I do believe this Cloud player is Maspanax's #1 player, and looking at Brook Point's Steve player, I do believe it's their #3.
So we could be seeing that strategy right off the bat that you were talking about, Kyle.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, like, looking at, like, on paper, this might not be, like, the biggest, like, deal for Brook Point, right? Like, this may be, like, their #3 player versus #1 player, but also, like, this matchup is not too great with Steve. Like, historically, like, Spargo, like, historically, it's done, like, pretty much the Steve Slayer at this point.
Yeah, this matchup is a bit infamous in the community because this is one of the characters that a lot of people can say can really go toe-to-toe with Steve. This is certainly seen as the strongest character in the game by many, and you can see why as this Cloud is getting off to a hot start and making sure that Brook Point knows that they're on fire.
Right, and the taunt right off the bat, right? That's some confidence showing. Like not even like a minute into the set, right? So, you know, you kind of love seeing confidence like that from Mesopanax as they take the stock first.
Yeah, and we see the minecarts coming out, but the slow mash from Masopanax making sure that he doesn't get released from the minecart too early to get hit by the Magma Cube up smash. A great avoidance there, and the Steve is already on the back foot. If you look in the bottom right, you can see the Steve's material bar, seeing what kind of resources he has to work with. In order to throw out those minecarts, in order to throw out those anvils, he has to have access to iron, and right now he only has 2 iron in the inventory. There's another one to use the minecart, so it's very important to keep track of that resource bar as you understand what pressure Steve is executing at any given time.
I love Mesopanax's usage of Cross Slash here. Cross Slash is a move that doesn't really get talked about very often, and wow, what an amazing stock. And like Cross Slash just does like a lot of damage. It's just a great anti-air tool. It just does a lot of range and just racks up just a lot of like, you know, control for Cloud.
Absolutely, Kyle, and we see that Steve has now crafted the diamond tools. These are the strongest tools that Steve can possibly get in a given match. He can only keep them for 1 stock, but he only has 1 stock to his name, so he's going to keep it for the remainder of this game. And you can see just the powerfulness of the diamond tools already racking up a ton of percent onto this Cloud. But if the percents climb a little bit further, this Cloud could find a kill with a smash deck.
Right, and you know, we were talking about this before. This isn't a crew battle anymore, so like resource management, you don't have to be as like conservative with your materials when you're Steve here and missing the up smash. I love this like mash mix up from the Cloud and trying to get what kind of
I like the play, Kyle. He went for the taunt to incentivize the Steve to punish, try to be aggressive off ledge, but the Steve did not bite. Another up smash. The slow mash is not going to be enough. Another diamond online for the Steve as well. Rook Point has to be careful with these minecarts. Another taunt coming out from Masopanax.
This is some like psychological like manipulation.
It's terrifying.
Yeah, like this is like you got like when that happens to you, you just can't let it get to your head. Like when they taunt maybe like the 5th time in the game, like you like at that point you kind of know what they're trying to do. They're trying to like get inside of your head, and you just can't let that happen to you.
Yeah, and when you're in the corner as Steve versus a character like Cloud, you're like, maybe I can beat it out with minecart, but like, how do I get out of here? And then he's hitting you with the style, and you're just like, man, this is frustrating, especially when you're low on resources. So it's up to the Steve to really figure out, you know, what can I do differently in this next game, because this is only a best of 3 between these players. So if the Cloud from Masopanax happens to win this game, then that will be 1 point for them towards the best of 5. So we'll call that like an official point, right? If you win the best of 3, you have an official point and you need 3 of those to win.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Cloud, pretty, you know, scary character to get out of the corner against, right? Just has those really big buttons, especially that back air. Even when you parry it, if it's spaced correctly, it's still safe on parry. Such a good move to like ledge trap with, and if you're on the receiving end, it's definitely not fun to deal with.
Yeah, one thing I'm wondering for this Steve is like, can you build more walls to keep this Cloud out? You know, typically that's what Steve will go for. He'll go for these block formations to keep the opponent out. Or does that not really work versus a sword character like Cloud?
I think on paper, I don't think it really would work as well, because Cloud has some really like safe and like committal options to kind of like deal with these blocks. Like again, he has back air, forward air, can really do well against like those like 3 block formations. And like Steve can't really like use any buttons to kind of like swing back out for trying to swing at the walls, except maybe like forward smash, but like I'm not entirely sure. But I think if I would be Steve here, I would try to like scrap first and like hit the Cloud away first, because like despite like, you know, Steve having like stubby hitboxes, he has some incredible frame data. And if I were Steve, I would try to like hit the Cloud away from me first, and as like they're sent off, that's when I start mining. That's when I start building like a couple walls, considering like, depending on what stage, if I'm on like a stone-oriented stage like Battlefield or like PS2, for example, I'll maybe start getting some stone walls up.
Well, we'll have to see if Brook Point implements any of that strategy as the Steve comes out swinging here, trying to play a little bit fast here versus this Masopanax Cloud, and maybe that's just what you need. But those up smashes are going to be very committal, and this Cloud has been doing a great job at avoiding those. The range of the Cloud certainly can keep the Steve at bay, even with those minecarts grabbing the Cloud. If you swat the Steve away, then you cannot get hit with any more pressure.
the clock got limit from hitting the crafting table. I don't know if you just saw that. I did not know that he got limit from hitting that. That's really funny.
I guess technically he's dealing damage as this Steve stays in the air, and we can see just the strength from this Cloud in the juggling game. We understand why he has a 93% win rate here in VHSL on this Cloud. Possibly that means only dropping one game throughout the season, really. So we're seeing it here versus Brookpoint Steve.
Yeah, I mean, I like this confidence from Massive X, right? Just sticking to this game plan, you know, just trying to roll out to Steve with those big aerials that really gives him a hard time. And we see here, like, Brookpoint trying to find some sort of footing, but can't really find that much time to mine. And that up out of shield doing like 30% with the limit climb hazard.
And you're seeing why a lot of players will say that Cloud does really strongly into Steve, because he doesn't have to commit that much to swatting away these mine carts of Steve. And you can see that Brookpoint just never has iron. And if they never have iron, then they don't have access to a lot of Steve's super strong tools. As they get yet another anvil into Lava Bucket, that's been a setup that the Steve has really been taking a liking to, and one that Maspinax has been doing a good job at avoiding, but a little bit too close that time is going to seal the stock.
Right, and you know, Steve does have diamond, but the question is, is it really worth it to try to hold on to stock? He lost his pickaxe, so you know, it's a question: do you want to rip the crafting the diamond? You are at like this near kill percent range.
Yeah, and the Steve is already committed to not doing that, because he would have, if the Cloud was just sitting on that left platform, he would have crafted the diamond if he thought that was optimal, but no, saving it for the next stock. As I said, you can only keep diamond tools for one stock unless you mine another diamond. So choosing to keep it for the final stock instead of this one, so he has to mine with his fist. But no, crafts the diamond now because you see that second diamond in the inventory, but you know, not going to last too long. Steve has to craft it again, and now you see the diamond go away.
Yeah, and just amazing damage. 42 just from a back area and another cross slash, and this damage just racking up Avery. This Steve's looking a little lost. His character's offense just too oppressive against a character like Steve.
And you can see just getting trapped here. Tries to air dodge, but just cannot get away. Shields the minecart, can't do that, but misses the forward air. That's going to be a huge break for Massive Panax. That's definitely a stock that Brookpoint would love to have right now, because you're going to have to find a much more honest hit on this Cloud. Diamond F Smash might do it, but it's a tough move to hit.
Yeah, and getting the opportunity to get the F Smash right there, but no, I guess Panax did not keep track of the resources enough, and they will lose the stock for it. So Brookpoint not out of it just yet. They just lost their pickaxe in the worst time possible. I can't lie, Avery, but there's still a diamond on deck, and trying to get something going with a grab, maybe like an F Smash, but just swinging for the fences at this point.
Yeah, the F Smashes are coming out, but the problem is that with Cloud only at 18%, even if these F Smashes were to land, they will not take the stock. So the Steve has to get some honest damage in order to make this back, but simply cannot do so. Too much pressure from the Massive Panax Cloud, and they will take the first point.
Yeah, I mean, extremely well played, Massive Panax, and sending the #1 player in with a very strong start. Playing that matchup textbook. Yeah, I mean, just played by the books. Keeping the Steve out of range, couldn't really give him like many opportunities to scrap, and he also had a hard time like getting those like crucial materials. Did not get a lot of iron, maybe not a lot of gold, especially not a lot of diamonds either.
Yeah, it was a great showing, and that's just what you have to do. You have to keep the Steve at low resources. You have to keep him in the disadvantage. The more you let Steve mine, the more you let him, earn these mine carts out of the corner, the more you're going to struggle. And Maspinax just never had to deal with that, right? Just the sword kept the Steve at bay, kept him from gaining any real amount of iron, and that's going to be a great start for Maspinax.
Yeah, I mean, I think so, right? And I don't think they're. I think they're still playing. I don't think they have left the setup yet.
Yeah, from what I understand, it's a best of 3. If I'm wrong, it may be a best of 5. We will find out.
I think one of the TOs is checking in the rules, making sure it's. I guess we're jumping right in. Okay. I guess we're not. Are we not done yet? What's It might be a little out of the loop.
We'll wait for a ruling on the TOs about that.
Yeah, okay. It looks like I'm looking at them playing right now. They're not actually playing. It's just sitting on PS2.
I'm under the impression that it's concluded.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a little mishap. It happens. Start of the day. It's very early in the day. It's around like 9:30. You know, people still pretty tired. It's good we get these mistakes out of the way. Later on, there won't be as many mishaps.
But I mean, yeah, it's just so awesome looking how many people we have in the collaboratory here, Kyle. You can't even see like a bunch of people like back here in our corner here by our Christmas tree. But there's a ton of people over there too. So we just got so much participation here in the VHSL Championship. First time ever that it's actually like a sanctioned activity by VHSL. So super exciting that these guys get to participate in such a incredible activity that is actually being recognized by the state and by the local schools. And we can see we have our new signs here. We got I can read that one. That says "I love PK Fire." But yeah, we have a sign making station in the arena where you can make your own signs like the ones you see behind me. So that's a really fun addition. We got like a snack booth. We got college fair happening in our hallway. So any of these athletes are interested in playing Super Smash Bros. Or League of Legends or really any esport in college, they can go talk to them. Both Kyle and I have been participating in the collegiate esports scene for a while now, specifically in Super Smash Bros. But there's a lot of opportunities for these wonderful competitors to not only compete in high school but compete beyond, either individually or for a team.
Right, and I think you mentioned this earlier, Avery, but like this is the first year for VHSL where like esports is like officially recognized like a student athlete thing they can actually do in high school, which I think it's an amazing first step.
Yeah, it's really awesome. Like especially when you see that like a lot of colleges are like looking to the high schools for players. These players having that kind of recognition behind their back really just gets them in more doors, and that's really exciting because it can be hard for high school players to find college coaches and for college coaches to find high school players. So it's a great connection between the two. And through a great game like Super Smash Bros. I mean, we can play it online or in person, and it's just a lot of fun. We got all sorts of different formats for it. This game has so much depth. Like you have over 80 different characters to choose from. You have a bunch of different casual modes that you can play for fun. The game just turned what, like 8 years old? 7 years old?
7.
Yeah, it just turned 7 years old. So, I mean, this game has been around for a while, and at least for Smash Ultimate, like, it's been a collegiate esports since the very beginning that I know of. I think the very first year of Ultimate, it was being played in crew battles and such. So, very exciting development as we've seen the meta shift over the years. Like Kyle's talked about, we see a lot of characters that a lot of people perceive as very strong. So, a lot has changed since the start of the game, but it's only growing, and to see this level of high school participation is just really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, Smash just accessible on like every stretch of margin, right? Like at first you wouldn't really think Ultimate to be a very like accessible game. Like it seems pretty like hard to get into when there are over 80 characters in the game, but also means that there's a character for anyone. Like everyone has at least one character in the game that fits just for them. And I think that's a really like magical thing that like not many like fighting games that could really have, because like a lot of them seem to have like no matter like how big of a roster they may have, they like sometimes they don't really feel like that sort of like niche that like I think Smash has, especially for Ultimate, because that's obviously Ultimate has the biggest roster. But I think there's just always something for everyone. Like you said, we have like those casual modes. Like I remember my first Smash game was Brawl, and I remember playing Subspace Emissary for the longest time. I played a lot of Subspace. I just loved all like the casual modes in that game. That's just kind of like what ignited like my love for this franchise.
Was World of Light satisfactory for you, or was this like?
Okay, I'm gonna say a hot take. I know a lot of people didn't like World of Light. I thought it was fine. I liked it. I remember like the day I got it. It was like a week before like the Christmas it came out. And I remember I had to go to Florida because I was visiting some family down there. So I was flying down there, and I remember I was playing I was playing World of Light on the entire flight down.
Oh,
I had
that's
a great
smart.
time.
That's smart. I like that. And so I think we have finally reached a conclusion. Kyle, sorry for the wait, all you at home, but we were correct. It was only a best of 3. So 1 point, again, towards Massapanax in this series. Again, you need 3 of those official points to win. So we're going to go into a new best of 3 here with 2 new players from each team. It looks like it's going to be Captain Falcon versus Mario, potentially, which neither of those characters...
Captain Falcon is Mass Max's number 3 player.
Okay, so We got the character number 3 potentially of Maspanax.
Yeah.
So might not be going for the main here. Let me check Brook Point. Brook Point, we definitely have the main on the Mario. But I imagine, yeah, the only way we have Captain Falcon listed is this is number 3 from Maspanax. So Maspanax has so far played their 1, and this should be their 3. And then Brook Point has played their 3, and then this is their 2. So Brook Point's going for a very risky strategy here of potentially sending in their number 1 third. But, you know, Captain Falcon, I find a very interesting character to bring out here versus Mario specifically. Not sure what the idea is yet there, but perhaps that speed, that power that Falcon can bring to keep this Mario at bay.
Yeah, considering that, you know, Maspanax, this particular player also has an Aegis on deck, like, that's kind of what's listed as their main. Like, this would be, like, otherwise be really good at counterpick into Mario. Which is, like, that's why, like, I don't know, maybe it's something we don't know, Avery. Like, there's something in the minds that, like, we're not so familiar with. But, you know, we just got to see how this plays out.
Yeah, it's very possible that there's a lot of factors in play, like these players have some kind of history or something we don't know. But one thing's for sure, this Mario is having an electric start. And I believe if the graphic is correct, then we might have these backwards. But I think the graphic is probably backwards. I think Brook Point will be the Mario here, but I could be wrong about that.
No, I think you're right. I think Brook Point should be the Mario, but I do like this kind of, like, aggression from this Mario, right? Just, you know, a lot of, like, textbook, like, up throw, I don't know, up throw, up down airs, and trying to get these up air ladders going. You know, not getting a lot out of it, but 60%, having a very sizable lead, and kind of just swinging with these forward smashes a little bit. But, you know, back to playing a little bit neutral, so get the rising aerials that Mario loves to do a lot, and not going to quite just keeping this pressure. I just love the sort of, like, just solid smash being played by Brook Point.
Yeah, this Falcon has not been able to get anything really online. Like a few hits here and there. This Mario's been doing a great job of just like tracking defense of this Captain Falcon, because like as soon as you air dodge away from this Mario, it's just there with the next step. And look at the spacing here from this Mario. You know, you try to hit that landing area on their shield, and we're gonna get a forward smash for it. One of the most potent dashback punishes that Mario has in the kit here. Can kill a lot earlier than that. And that's going to be a great start here for this Mario as they're just racking up the damage with these huge combos.
Yeah, and just amazing advantage being pushed with Mario, right? And what, like, what a read they're trying to go for that forward air. And just these, like, just trying to catch these, like, trying to swing second with these, like, aerials from Maspanax. Not really working out so well as, oh my goodness, the back hit of up air taking out that stock. But yeah, Brook Point just throwing, like, these aerials, like, second, kind of just, like, whiffing one and then immediately just throwing out another. And, like, Maspanax just can't really find an answer for that right now.
Yeah, and we see the flub there from the Falcon. I hate to bring it up, but I think that may be what comes with playing your third best character. I could be wrong about that one, but yeah, hopefully we get to see something a little different here in this game number 2, because I think that Falcon was getting just really hard comboed by this Mario. I mean, Falcon is one of the best characters to practice your combos on in the game because he's tall, his weight works really well. So like it's just kind of a playground, if you will, for Mario to kind of rack up a lot of damage. And then the speed and the approach of this Falcon has just been getting dashback punished by this Mario very well.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Maspanax, I would have to send in the Aegis. And yeah, I mean, just, you know, not a great start for Maspanax for their third player, but, you know, we also see a Robin as their second character. You know, I can't really see that being very favored towards him as well, but, and
now I'm really confused because now we got Diddy Kong.
Yeah, and that's, wait, yeah, I'm really confused now because the number 2 player, their main is Diddy Kong. So am I thinking, is this the Diddy Kong that's like the main?
It has to be.
Or
like,
is it
you don't often play Diddy Kong as like a secondary or third pick. So I don't know what the Falcon was for, but I'm assuming that this is going to be the real start of this set, if I had to take a guess.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Are there any rules for like duplicate characters in this league?
I don't believe so. Okay. Not that I know of.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Yeah, I mean, I guess it has to be Maspanax's second player, right? Like, I think
that's the only reasonable conclusion. Which
yeah.
which I mean, it makes the most sense logically because Maspanax has sent in their 1, now they send in their 2. I think it makes a lot of sense. Also, Falcon is a character that like a lot of people play, so I could see a world where you could go Falcon here, especially if you think that your Diddy Kong has like a super strong chance of taking this reverse 2-0 like without any issues. That could be like a bit of an ego thing if you think that the Falcon could potentially steal a game here if you're extremely confident in your Diddy Kong. But I just wouldn't try something like that in a best of 3. I think that the Falcon certainly thought that that could have a better potential of working there. But going to get the Diddy Kong here shortly. That banana peel going to be a huge part of the game plan here. Maybe give the Mario some of his own medicine here with these dash back punishes. You can avoid those landing aerials of Mario that we talked about this Mario really enjoys going for. That banana is going to be a huge punish.
Yeah, I mean, also believe this is a single elimination bracket, so there's not many like chances to make any like major mistakes in a like game plans or strategies. So Massive X, playing with fire a little bit with that Falcon pick for game 1. Now, essentially, you has to win 2 games in a row to even like get another point on the board. You can't drop another one. So, I mean, there's definitely a bold pick for Massive X.
Yeah, and you definitely want to go up 2-0 in the series because if you can go up 2-0, then you have to force, in order to lose, you have to force the other team to win 3 in a row. And again, you're going to be in a huge advantage because you're going to get the third player versus third player, but you're also going to get to potentially see new matchups in the 4th and 5th matches. If Brookhill, right?
Yeah.
Brook Point. If Brook Point wants to potentially not play Steve into Cloud again with how that went, and they think that Steve could be super useful versus another player, which is something that I could very well see happening.
Absolutely.
That's something that could happen in Game 4, Game 5.
Now, I'm really confused. He's back on Falcon from what I'm seeing. So, I mean, I just don't know what to believe anymore at this point, Avery. Is this the number 3 player or not? Like,
we can have all the data possible, but at the end of the day, we do not know for sure.
I mean,
because we do not know these players personally. They are coming to Shenandoah for the first time to compete in the VHSL Championship. So we do not follow their online season. This is our first time experiencing these players and what characters they play. We have the data. What we're looking at here is our raw data from the season so far. So obviously these are the first top 8 matches being played. But previously in the season, the online platform compiles all the stage data, all the character data, all the win percentage. So we have all that in front of us, so we can simply give you that information. It looks like there may have been like some kind of dispute on whether they were locked into a character or not. It was going to be my guess, Kyle, because they went back to Falcon. Now we're back on Diddy Kong. You certainly don't have to stay the same character throughout the set.
Yeah.
So I think that may have been the dispute there. But nonetheless, we're going to be getting into game number 2 here.
Yeah, that's definitely what I would assume here. And this Daycon, a very aggressive Daycon, I have to see, very button heavy for this Daycon right here, and just throwing out these moves. Like, I love these kind of like whiff punches from this Daycon, using the F tilt as a way to kind of like think of it as like a sword, right? You can kind of 2-frame with it, but kind of using it as a way to like backdash punch as well, like you were talking about, Avery.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a great matchup here because you can kind of do the same thing to each other. It's very aggressive, right? Like, the Diddy Kong can play a lot of different ways. He can change the pace of the match based on how things are going. And we can see that the Diddy Kong is actually just kind of overwhelming this Mario from Brook Point. It was the speed of Captain Falcon that I gave a little bit of credit to that pick
Oh my goodness.
But a huge forward smash, max rage from the Mario. Going to catch the monkey slipping. Gonna trade stocks there, but yeah, I mean, the speed you would think is more in Falcon's favor, but the Diddy Kong has been doing a great job of overwhelming this Mario.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say that I think that Diddy Kong died at, lost the stock at 56, right? So, I mean, it's a very telling story of max rage, right? And our force match, to its credit, extremely strong move. Very amazing, stock taking power. But I love this whiff punching in front of Diddy Kong, getting back to center stage with the monkey flip. I love that. And trying to get something started with these up airs. Not going to quite fall for with the up tilt anti-air. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, there's the banana that we're talking about. Not going to live another one of those. So this Mario has to be careful in the way they recover. But ripping the forward smash at the ledge. That's going to give Mario a free way back onto stage. And another one of these forward smashes, you can see that Brook Point has earned a lot of credit off of these forward smashes. These stocks have not really come naturally, and the Diddy Kong with these bananas has just such an easier time securing these KOs from a range. With Mario, you have to be up close for something like a forward smash, something like an up smash, or you have to really land these lengthy bridge combos that, you know, Brook Point has been able to do vertically, but not necessarily horizontally.
Yeah, and you know, I have to say, like, it's like textbook Diddy Kong. I love seeing this character. Is honestly feels really cool to watch. It's, like Tweak, I have to say, is like one of my favorite top players to ever watch. So like just watching some really cool like high level Diddy Kong play is pretty nice. I didn't think like we'd ever see a character as like, I guess like advanced as this, like in this kind of like league, but I have to say I'm pleasantly surprised with this X Diddy Kong.
Yeah, Diddy Kong is definitely not a common character whatsoever. Most people say Diddy Kong is a very good character, but you will hardly see anyone play them, and that was a devious trap there from Maspanax. Pulling the banana, distracting the opponent, and then dropping off with the immediate forward air. That's going to be something you're just going to have to react to, be aware of, but if it catches you by surprise, you're going to lose your stock very early. So although that match started off pretty even, there was a bit of back and forth, especially after that big Mario forward smash. The Diddy Kong really took over after that, so we can see a lot of confidence from Maspanax here. Might be why we saw the Falcon, because this Diddy Kong simply is overwhelming this Mario right now.
Yeah, I mean, just great recognition from Diddy Kong. Just great adaptation, I must say. You know, getting caught off guard with that forward smash, losing his first stock at 56. You know, not letting it get to him for the rest of the game because he did not drop a single stock for the rest of that game. Just amazing. Like he's kind of doing what the Mario was doing like game 1 in game 2, right? You saw like in game 1 the Mario was just doing a lot of like these dash back punishes and kind of just catching the opponent for a swinging second. And I think Diddy Kong was doing like the exact same thing as he was doing before.
Yeah, and the players have selected their characters, so I can bring up this tactic that I noticed on our sheet here, Kyle. I was looking to see if this Mario had any potential counter picks for Diddy Kong, and I see none other than Steve in the secondary wing. That's got to be one of Diddy Kong's hardest matchups.
Definitely. It's definitely one of his worst, but either the Mario is very confident in the Steve for like in this particular point in the tournament, or I'm not entirely sure.
If you're gonna play Steve, you go it here.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, you have to. That also makes me think like there's some sort of rule against like duplicate characters, but again, I don't think that is such a thing. Maybe the Mars wants to stick to his best character.
Well, regardless, this Mario is going to have to win this game in order to not go down to a 2-0 deficit. But of course, Maspanax wants to put Brook Point in that threat level where they have to win 3 in a row. And you can see the monkey flips, the forward airs, the down air. Just cannot get back to the stage, though some monkey business is going around.
Right. I mean, there's some monkeying around happening, Avery, and Mario kind of just paying back in kind with some more buttons of his own. Just we're at the point where everyone's just swinging, right? Everyone's just swinging.
Have we ever been out of that point, Kyle?
Absolutely not. Do you know what game we're playing? We're playing Super Smash Bros. This game, people love swinging in this game.
Just wait till Collegiate when no one swings anymore and they stand in place. We'll have a good time there. But the big noggin comes out from Brook Point. That up smash, what I'm talking about earlier, that's going to be a great way to secure some stocks for this Brook Point Mario here. Going to be a little bit of a more reliable option than forward smash. A lot faster, covers both the front and the back of Mario. And this Mario's done a great job of bringing this game back into an even state. Here on small battlefield, you end up landing one of those falling aerials that we've been going for. You're going to end up taking a lot of damage. Like an air dodge read like that could have been very scary for the Mathematic Diddy Kong, but gets away.
Right, and I love that the read that Mario went for. Catching the early barrels, sending him off stage, and it's where Mario can be like a little scary for Diddy Kong, because if you hit Diddy Kong out of his barrels while he's charging him up, he's almost as good as gone, right? But just catching these aerials with the Mario up smash, love to see it. Brook Point fighting back after a rough game 2. Trying to send these fireballs, get some one more chip, trying to get as much extra credit as you can with this remaining stock that you have. before going into your final stock.
Yeah, and having the lead here for Brookpoint is so huge because Diddy Kong, oftentimes to secure this kill, does have to find some kind of banana. So if Brookpoint can be aware of that and avoid that option, he can end up holding the stock for quite a bit longer and rack up this damage. Tries to do what the Diddy Kong did to him with that jump read on the forward air, pushing this barrels away, and the pressure is now on Manaspnax.
Yeah, you know, not holding on to the banana, and there you go.
Wow.
What an amazing forward smash with punish from the Mario, and wow, Brookpoint putting a point on the board. And, you know, amazing job from the Mario. You know, bouncing back out of that rough game too. You know, I just want to know what the game plan was with the Captain Falcon at that point.
Yeah, that's gonna lose. That's gonna lose Maspinax that point. I mean, that plain and simple. That Diddy Kong would have loved to see a Game 3 adaptation there because the Mario did a really great job from Brookpoint of just matching that speed that the Diddy Kong was putting up, not having the lead really at any point in that game, but was able to find those safe up smash KOs where they weren't able to before, and that was really huge for them, able to find these big edge guards and just a lot of these traps. Really great job from them. And again, we might see this kind of matchup in game number 4 or 5 if we potentially get there, but right now it's only 1-1. So if this is a lot of pressure, honestly, on the next player, because this is going to determine who gets the lead. And when you have this Maspinax Cloud, who has this 93% win rate and has just looked untouchable, it builds more pressure to kind of save that matchup as an auto loss, as sad as it sounds. If you don't have a player that can go up against that, then you simply have to win the rest of the matches.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, the pace of this match kind of just like depends on whoever can win this next game. So I think we're down to Maspinax's number 3 player, and
yeah, we got the Aegis from Maspinax, and then
the K rule from
Brookpoint
is number 1.
We have that's right. Brookpoint has not played their K rule yet. And this number 1, although is listed as number 1, actually has the lowest win rate on the team. So this is one of those unique builds here where, like, if your players are really close in skill, like if your 1 and your 2 are really close, your 2 is going to win a lot more often than your 1 because they're going to be matching more so into the 2 from another given school. So although these players may be fairly similar in skill level, that's kind of where we see the disconnect because they have differing opponents, right? So, like, you can determine the skill level of a Smash player sometimes by who they can defeat. And this K rule is going to be looking to potentially go into Aegis here, Kyle. This is one of the matchups I really wanted to see because I think this is a very dangerous matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I think like as far as strategy goes, it all just depends on like who can win this particular point, right? Because after this best of 3 set, all the players are free to play again. You can see both number 1 players be sent in again. So like if you are like, let's say like Brookpoint wins this particular point, like they would be free to send the K rule again because like you're 1 set away from winning like the whole series. So why not send your best player to kind of just lock it in now? And while that also forces Maspinax to potentially send their number 1 player as well, because they can't really at that point like take a risk with like sending like a Diddy Kong or the Aegis.
Yeah, at this point, like whoever wins this game can send in their number 1 and just secure the series, right? If their number 1's always going to beat all the players of the other team. Or they can hold them for game 5, kind of play the mix-up game. There's some strategy to that also. But, I mean, this has been a great matchup so far. The 1 seed versus the 8 seed, naturally going to be fairly close here, and we're already, splitting games among the teams. So this is just going to be a great day of competition. We see number 1 Maspinax has already dropped a game, and they're just not really dropping many games throughout the season. So that's going to be a great start for a team like Brookpoint. Again, it's only a single elimination in this bracket, so whoever loses this series is going to go home. So there's a lot to play for. There's a lot of pride on the line. They want to be the first winners of the officially sanctioned activity VHSL. Certainly a great prize.
Yeah, I mean, with how the set's going, like, I'm not like an upset isn't impossible. It's
certainly not
impossible. So, double check. Maspinax is number 1 on seeding, and Brookpoint number 8. So, like, they were seeded to make it to this bracket, but when it comes to being the 8th seed, you have to play the 1st seed. That's just how it is. all things went according to plan on their end. So unfortunately, you just gotta play with the hand you're dealt. But I mean, Brook Point, the Mario getting some momentum for them. Masterpanax, can't really fool around anymore like what potentially was happening with that Captain Falcon. You gotta lock it in.
Yeah, and there's only so much that each individual player can do. So, like, different governing bodies, if you'll call them that, have determined different ways that we can make Smash Bros. A team game. So Collegiate has decided, let's play a crew battle format where we all, like, share stocks. And then in this format, it's like, let's all play our individual sets, but let's all contribute to a collective point system. So it's two different schools of thought. But both are like, your one player can only do so much, especially in this format. If you have a real superstar player that can simply never lose, that still only earns your team 2 points. You still have to have another player who can take a set in order to win a given series. So, and especially if you have a third player that can win a set also, then you're going to have a team that's really tough to beat. In my space, we talk a lot about team depth, like what it's not necessarily about how strong your strongest player is, but sometimes about how strong your second and your third player are, because then you can have more fluidity in how you counterpick. You can have more threats on board for the opponent's mental stack to think about. There's a lot that goes into this, and let's get into this Aegis versus King K. Rool match. Not to confuse you all at home, but Aegis is the same as Pyramithra, in case you never heard that term before.
Yeah, I mean, I like the point you make, Avery, with just like how this format rewards like the teams that are consistently like powerful, and instead of like having a team that just has like one superstar player comparatively to everyone else. And wow, Brook Point, what an amazing first start with this K. Rool, taking the first stock without even using a single interaction here. And I have to bring this up. I see one of the players that overplaying right now on the stream setup. They're playing with single Joy-Cons, one in each hand, no grip, playing inside of their hoodie pocket.
This is a new one, Kyle. I've never seen this before.
This might be the most relaxed Smash player I've ever seen. I love that.
Yeah, leaning back in the chair with the Joy-Cons in the hoodie. Does it get better than that? I don't know. But what gets really great is this King K. Rool gameplay. This Aegis is just struggling to get anything on the board. And this is kind of what Aegis can struggle with, right? King K. Rool has these big, meaty hitboxes. And if you don't attack him, I mean, he's just going to give you the punch.
Yeah, I mean, this is just struggling to kind of find out these these options from this Brook Point K. Rool, and
Watch
oh no,
out.
that's the stock.
That's
oh
gonna be
no.
it, Kyle. 30% has been dealt to Brook Point's K. Rool, and this is why he is the #1 player.
Yeah, I mean, that was just dominant. No sugarcoating there. I was dominant like every step of the way. Only taking 30%. That is essentially one Mithra combo only. Like that's some amazing gameplay from this K. Rool.
Yeah, and this K. Rool looking pretty flashy. I'm actually really curious to see what strategy Brook Point goes for here. If they take this set being in the lead here, whether they try to match the ones together or whether they try to utilize their advantage to match this K. Rool into a non-1 from Masterpanax. I think that may be very interesting which direction they go there. But yeah, this Aegis has to be super careful off stage, right? Because this K. Rool, I mean, that belly takes up so much space. Like, how are you going to get back to the stage? And, one solution to that is simply to swap characters. So we may go the Zero Suit Samus as a way to have a different tool of getting around this King K. Rool. Something like Flip Kick, something like Zair could potentially be a different option to get back to the stage, and also offer a lot more speed for working around the stage and avoiding these big K. Rool hitboxes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the the spreadsheet right now. This isn't a character that's in the books, right? So this is definitely new to all of us, I have to say. Swapping to the Zero Suit Samus, I guess I can kind of see the option, right? So Zero Suit, very, I like to say like one of those hit and run style characters, and eating a forward.
I'm taking it back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry.
That was a big punch.
I kind of choked on my words there for a second. That forward smash just really caught me off guard. I think he lost his stock at like 40, right? He really,
yeah.
Oh man, just very, very, very bold for this K. Rool player. Oh my goodness, another forward smash. Oh man, Avery, I'm honestly scared for this K. Rool. Like this is a beast. I can't I can't
I know
lie.
Kyle has joy in his heart right now because he thinks this K. Rool character is very, very powerful.
I,
But,
I, oh my goodness. I never said this character was like broken, but like I think this character, not many people give this character credit. Like he, he deserves a little more credit than what he deserves. I think K. Rool is like a perfect example of like a min-max sort of like character. You're like, obviously, if you know what min-maxing is, you kind of put like all your points into like a single stat. K. Rool is all like armor and like big buttons and like some like it's so weird. This
he's
character,
actually playing an
K. Rool.
RPG and building all into armor.
Yeah, all into armor, all like a strength and like armor build, like just a walking tank. K. Rool is I don't think I've seen like in modern Smash anymore. I don't think I really see like belly armor actually be broken. And so I just see like armor through everything, and especially with K. Rool has like moves like some of his best moves also include moves that like show his belly armor like more often. Like Nair, like 80% of his heart box is like taken up by the belly armor. Same with like F tilt and like almost like down smash as well. I mean, you can't really challenge him, especially with like a very like deceptively like fast move like Nair. He has some really good like buttons, like really strong ones.
Yeah, when K. Rool shows that belly, if you attack his belly, he attacks you. Oftentimes, he's going to win. So that's going to be the tough part about navigating this crocodile is that he can, put that belly out there, kind of acts as a pseudo shield in a way, and then he can also follow up with these really big attacks, such as the Mike Tyson boxing glove, to just simply RKO anyone in his way. No mercy on this crocodile, and no mercy on Brook Point in general. They are now on match point. Brook Point on match point. I bet you like what I did with that one. But yeah, they can only have to win one more best of 3. And right now they are determining which player they want to send in because now they have access to all 3 players again. So keep in mind, you have to play each unique player for games 1 through 3. Now all the players go back into the pool. So you can play any of them now in this match. And what they're deciding right now is do we want, so the Steve versus Cloud matchup is what we started this battle with. So right now what they're deciding is Massapanax going to send in their Cloud here for game number 4? That's what they have to determine first, is are they going to send in that Cloud? And then their second question they have to answer is, are we actually trying to beat that Cloud? Which is really weird to think about, but I promise you that is what they are considering.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one of those 2 options, right? Like, do you want to at least try to beat the Cloud, or do you want to bait out the Cloud, right? Because, like, looking at the Cloud stats, it's a 93% win rate with Cloud, and, compared to K. Rool is like 60%.
Yeah, the highest
like,
win rate on Brook Point is actually the Steve with 80%. So there's a big disconnect in how much these players have actually won over the season. So, again, this is potentially brewing to be a true upset, as we've discussed.
I mean, yeah. I think his point is either like you want to beat out the Cloud outright or try to bait him out. Like it's hard to say because like I think maybe the safe pick for Brook Point might be to send the Mario because like that Mario, we saw how well he did versus Messapanax's Diddy Kong. Like that might
could be the play.
Like
yeah.
even if like I think it's like a best of both worlds sort of situation. Like if they send the Cloud into that, like I think the Mario might have a chance of taking him out. I think he might be like somewhat evenly matched towards the Cloud, but like even if he doesn't win, that baits out the Max's #1 player. So it just gives the K. Rool like free reign essentially.
Yeah, that could be the play. I mean, if they think that the Mario can consistently beat the Diddy Kong, which again the Diddy Kong only got to see 2 games of the Mario rather than the typical 3. So, I mean, that could be the play, or you could be a bit still scared of the Diddy Kong. You have to kind of make those determinations. It looks like the verdicts may be in. I believe the decision is going to be Cloud versus K. Rool, if I remember the faces correctly.
I think you're right.
Not the decision I would have personally gone for, but I am not the coach of these teams. I have not been with them throughout the season, so I certainly trust the teams that are here today to make the right decisions for their teams because, these players, oftentimes the answer isn't going to be simple. It's very nuanced. There's a lot of emotions that goes into Super Smash Bros. Like, you'll know this if you ever play on a team environment. But sometimes matchup and skill level just aren't concrete answers. Sometimes there's a big confidence barrier. Sometimes there's a big just general knowledge barrier, especially with how many characters are in this game. There's really a lot of factors at play. So, going your #1 player and just trusting in them to beat the best player on the other school, maybe that's enough to be like both teams agree that that's just the correct thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, despite like what the win rates might suggest, like these are still the #1 players for a reason, right? Like things could still go like one way or the other, and it's honestly a very scary situation for Masterpanax, right? Because like the Cloud is being forced out, and even if the Kiro doesn't win, the Mario,
They can still play Mario
yeah,
Diddy Kong.
that's just like basically just guarantees the Mario, and I think at that point Masterpanax would have to send in uh, the Diddy Kong, and like the Mario, made it back in that series, but you know, and things can happen. Like there could be a lot of different factors. Like Max could lose to this Brook play. I'm not saying it will happen, but it's always a possibility, right? Like
Oh,
number one
certainly. I mean,
players.
the only reason that Brookpoint makes this play is because they are confident that this K-Rool is going to beat this Cloud. That is,
Absolutely.
to answer my question from before, they are attempting to beat this Cloud, and it is certainly the more noble thing to do. I mean, that's going to be the case here. So they are very confident that their one can take out Maspanax here, and I don't see any reason why not, because this K-Rool has been an absolute menace with not only this armor, but also the offstage presence, going to be also very relevant versus a character like Cloud.
Right, we see that that side B armor lasting pretty long here, and just baiting out the belly armor here. And wow, I love that sort of mix, just throwing the crown up, not letting K-Rool have access to it, and he's kind of having a hard time, like trying to get these big openings in, and Cloud's just walling him out with those back airs and kind of forcing the K-Rool to pick up the crown, which he has a little bit of lag when picking up the crown. He can't really cancel the animation whenever he picks up the crown unless he doesn't move like while he's picking him. What a back air from Maspanax, and no taunts this time around. Maspanax is just locked in, knowing that he can't fool around anymore. He has to lock it in.
I don't know, Kyle. We'll see. Depending on how much extra credit this Maspanax Cloud gets, we'll see if the taunts come out. But yeah, just the overwhelming pressure of this sword. He's not fighting Steve anymore, but King K. Rool also can certainly have trouble with that disjoint. Even if he does stick out the belly, if the Cloud spaces the sword correctly, he cannot be punished. That sword is such a powerful tool, and these grabs to catch the opponent shielding. Yeah, I knew it was a matter of time, Kyle. I just didn't want to say it. Like, but let's be honest with ourselves. We knew it was coming out.
Yeah, you're right. But yeah, and wow, okay, I like that kind of boldness from this Kiro to kind of set out the forward smash, and wow, that just armor through the down air.
It may have.
That's so strange, Avery. Like, I thought for sure the down air was going to be out for sure. I never would have thought it would hit the belly armor.
Man, may have hit him slightly on the side there where the belly's at, but secures the stock. Brookpoint does, but at a huge deficit here and in the corner again. Has to avoid these back airs. Gonna try to squeak out the counter there, but you can see just how damaged the belly armor is. Although it doesn't break very often, K-Rool does have to keep it in mind that that belly can potentially break and be just like your shield breaking in this game.
Yeah, and and when that happens, K-Rool is as good as gone, right? But the limit is on deck, and trying to get these cheeky down smashes with it's basically a spot dodge with the smash attack. That's what we like to call those kind of moves, and love that Maspanax recognition, catching the regrab on that limit blade beam. A pretty good lead, a sizable lead from Brookpoint. So I get these up, these high up Bs, trying to very safely land onto the stage, and trying to get the hit by the blunderbuss, sucking hitbox, and great back air.
Yeah, tried to trap the Cloud off stage in this edgeguard scenario, and that K-Rool back throw is going to do it. Such a powerful KO option on this big crocodile here. That sends Cloud at an egregious angle to try to recover back from, but in that case, just going to straight out KO this time. But yeah, I mean, only a few hits does this King K. Rool need in order to get this percentage lead back up. But the problem is just finding the hits onto this Cloud, who just has so much more speed and range than you, and you've just been in the corner for so long. Like, just how do you get away? That down smash was certainly an attempt there to try to get out of the corner, but a tricky one.
Yeah, and that counter lasted so long, Avery, and yeah, I mean, K-Rool's counter is pretty weird, because also one of those counters also acts as a reflector as well. So, if you're the Cloud here, I see this Cloud likes to go for a lot of those like limit blade beams. You can't really, you can't just be throwing it out very lazily against the K-Rool. Hold on, the stun can happen from this great get up attack, and not really spacing the blunderbuss enough to, beat the get up attack range. And the short hop down air, that will do it. And, Maspanax taking the first game of this particular series of the first #1 players of both teams, and you know, it was definitely a close one. So
That was getting quite scary at the end there, Kyle. When Cloud reaches those mid percents, like any attack can send him off stage where he is very vulnerable. So certainly some hope here for Brick Point. I mean, certainly they would have liked to come out ahead of that, but Maspanax has to be liking how this matchup is going. This Cloud seems pretty familiar with this K-Rule matchup. You have to be to not die off stage super often. And has been doing a great job at using the sword to outrange this K-Rule. A lot of players will struggle with K-Rule's just simply throwing Crown, throwing Blunderbuss, because he does have some armor when he throws out these projectiles and they can pressure you from a range. And, you know, the wind where he sucks you into the Blunderbuss and throws you back out after the cannonball, that can be really tricky for players to get around too. So if this Cloud isn't getting hit by setups like that, then they're going to have a lot of agency around the stage, and this K-Roll's going to have to go for more like aerial-based attacks, and that's just going to be not a very fun time.
Right, you can't, like at that point, you kind of just brute force your way in your K-Roll. That's sometimes how it is when you play, you know, one of those big body characters like K-Roll, because like you are compensated for, you know, your big weight in K-Roll, but he also has that ability to kind of just armor through some of those big aerials here. But you know, you see this Cloud starting to play a little bit of like on the offensive, playing like a lot more button heavy this time around, and we are on a stage like Town City, so the side blast zones are a lot smaller, so stocks could be flying a lot faster in this stage. And what a finishing touch attempt from this Cloud here, and you know, pretty ambitious, but you know, sometimes
working with the lead, Maspanax is working,
yeah,
like, you know, trying to secure these stocks as quickly as possible, because it's just that mental damage that you do by taking a quick stock versus your opponent. And you can see this K-Roll is trying to punish this Cloud for pressuring him in the corner, but the problem is that Cloud is just too safe when he's pressuring you in the corner there. You simply have to respect the fact that Cloud can punish you from this position, and you're just trying to swing back too often. And it's just simply not something you're allowed to do. And when the Cloud miss spaces like that, then sure, you can find a grab and potentially an up smash afterwards. But when the Cloud's playing at this spacing right now, where the sword is just away from you, it can be very difficult.
Right, and we do see here he's just, you know, just walling this K-Roll with these back airs, and this K-Roll having a hard time kind of get some footing in, but this percent is racking up, and you know, it might not be as big of an issue if you're playing a character as heavy as K-Roll, but you know, for a character like Cloud, you know, he loves kind of just staying on the offensive, like just walling you out with those aerials. Like if he, like, it doesn't really matter how heavy you are if you're never in like advantage to begin with, right? Like Cloud just loves putting you in disadvantage at all times, and catching him with a blunderbuss to get it again, just catching him overshooting a little bit.
Yeah, Cloud finally gets hit by a blunderbuss setup, and that's what Brick Point's been looking for a while now. And a huge back throw here. This is a tricky spot where this Cloud is able to air dodge to the town platform. That's going to save him that time. That was very precarious there.
Yeah, absolutely, right. The platform's got to save the Cloud right there, right? If the platforms weren't there, that, you know, that could have spelled disaster.
Yeah, and these backwards blunderbusses here have been putting in some work here for Brook Point. Hasn't been able to get one off the stage yet. As you can see, he continues to go for it. And that's when it gets really tricky, because then the Maspanax Cloud has to tech the stage in order to recover, and K-Roll can potentially follow that up. But these up Bs out of shields have just been keeping Brook Point from executing any close-up pressure onto Maspanax, and therefore they have to play this egregious mid-range where this Cloud sword is just peppering this K-Roll shield.
Yeah, I mean, you can't stay on the ledge forever versus a character like Cloud, right? Like, if the Cloud is the lead, he has no like reason to approach you. He can just charge limit as much as he pleases. See, he has him right there, just waiting to pop it, just like that. Great roll out in the limit cross slash, but you know, it's still in the oh my goodness, he died at like what, 6'5", 6'7", like you know,
maybe, Kyle, but yeah. Anyways, I mean, these down smashes have not been landing, if we're being honest with ourselves, Kyle. Yeah. But if one was going to land, that's certainly the one that Brook Point wanted there, because now they have made this game even here with still match point.
Yeah, I mean, what a constructive look for Brook Point, right? You know, getting a big open with that down smash. I don't think Maspanax is ready to die that in the slightest, so losing the stock pretty early there. We do see Brook Point having the percent lead, but the limit is on, so there could be a big opportunity for a limit cross slash here. And you know, Mathematics, I know he's trying to find it. And there's the reflect I was talking about, Avery. Taking 50% front of the blade beam. No jump to be found. Oh my goodness. Uppy straight into the cannonball. What an opening for Brook Point.
That down smash got Brook Point everything, Kyle. As soon as that down smash hit, the trick started flying. Did you see the trick start flying, Kyle?
Yeah, I mean
every blunderbuss was landing. The cannonball upwards to catch the high recovery. I mean, this K. Rool was going for everything in the book, and Mathematics was just on the wrong chapter. Like, it was just going badly.
Yeah, I mean, wow, that's just just amazing, you know. I think that K. Rool surprised everyone in the room there, right? Like
Certainly.
everything that could have went right for K. Rool there went right. Starting with that down smash, you know, taking the second stock 65 center stage, that's absurd. Like, I know the K. Rool had like about max rage at that point, but I think like I just don't think Cloud was ready to DI that in the slightest, but like...
Oh, no, and not the cannonball either, because it's just tricky, right?
Right.
Like, you just don't see it coming. And what is really important for this K. Rool right now is to not take that game for granted, because now in this game number 3, we're playing for everything. If you can win this game right here, you will win and upset the number 1 seed. So this K. Rool has to lock this down here and not get too antsy, right? That down smash earned you that second stock there in that game. But if you start ripping down smashes when Cloud is only at like 20%, for example, you can end up taking a lot of damage yourself for no apparent reason. So those down smashes, they have to be tactful in order for them to land.
Right, and you know, going to this game 3, the vibes might be a little different this time around. There might be no no fooling around from either side here. Armory with a dash attack, and you see, you know, Mathematics being a lot more, you know, scared this time around. Brook Point having a lot more, you know, confidence in themselves this time, and just, you know, just trying to get these big openings here with these big buttons. And, you know, Mathematics Point just so scared, he's just passively giving Brook Point more stage control.
Yeah, this is kind of the story of the match, is can Brook Point's K. Rool get out of this corner versus Cloud? And they've tried a few different things. They've tried Crown, they've tried counter, and sometimes these things will work, but most times they're just kind of getting back here. And that is a lot of what fighting Cloud is. As you can see, just the amazing amount of damage that K. Rool's belly has taken just from trying to armor through these Cloud aerials. Has to be super careful.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, that just might do it, Kyle. No, goes for forward smash instead of up tilt. That could have been
there's another chance here. You know, the no match mix-up, and catching the drop down with the forward air. Brook Point having the stock lead, and that was short-lived. Okay,
yeah, maybe not the time for counter there, but Mathematics did indeed time that back air to account for that ledge option. And although Brook Point found a few different replays there on the down throw setup, finds the stock, but goes for one too many pummels. You simply cannot pummel that many times at this percent. A very even battle, this third one.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really thought he was going to armor through that blade beam. I was kind of surprised about that, but I'm not entirely sure how like armor works for like side B. I don't know if it's like knockback dependent or like damage dependent, but yeah, I mean, still very even for all things considered, Avery. And you know, Cloud not gonna fall for these blunderbuss shenanigans again. Just charging Limit, just gotta get more of these percents racked up. And Limit is online this time around and catching the dash in with the forward air. You know, this scary situation.
And this K. Rool is mostly checking this Cloud. He's like checking, hey, do you know about this? Are you sure?
Oh, he doesn't know that. The down tilt to catching the ledge chain, and yeah, I mean, getting some more momentum back. Quite so scared. Must have been actually just holding onto the platform, catching this tech with the up
like,
smash.
do you know Cloud up smash covers the entirety of the PS2 platform? Bet you didn't.
Yeah, I bet you didn't know that one, huh? But yeah, and you know, dropping shield a little too early and arming the first half of Uppy with the Uppy, but you know, the percent is racking up, and no punish on that misinput Uppy to speak of. The lead is slipping.
Losing the crown as well, and has to be ultra careful. You don't want to take too much damage, and these Uppies are certainly dealing it. You have to find a nice honest hit on Cloud here, and up smash going to be a bit slow. The dash attack is going to do it, and a very winnable game for Brook Point. If they can take this stock first, they will win the series.
Yeah, absolutely right. And there's the forward throw into forward side. That was supposed to be a dash attack, I'm sure of it. But Avery, you know, things can happen, right? And Brook Point, I think Point's just trying to swing for offenses, just kind of praying that something will come up his way, because the second half of this game 3 has honestly not. It's been going in the Cloud's favor.
And that's great discipline from both players there, understanding the Maspinax has great threat there with the limit, and both sides playing that very well. And when the percents are at this kind of deficit right now, Kyle, you just have to be ultra careful with how you play in the corner, because one bad back throw for K-Rool could do it for this Cloud stock. And you can see that Brook Point's looking for it.
Yeah, just trying to get one of these, like, well, cross lashes. Just one more of these will do it. But Max Rage, and what an amazing grab. And letting it ripped a little too early with the Blade Beam. Charging more limit, though. Stuck in the corner once again. You can't shield grab that move. That move's just too safe to try to shield grab that. But, oh my goodness. Yeah, there you go. Catching the roll-in with the back air. What a close one that was from Maspinax,
Yeah, the corner pressure was simply too much for the K-Rool, and this K-Rool was really making sure that this Cloud had their spacing down, because every time that they would get back aired on shield, they would try to get that ever so potent back throw to put this Cloud in a very precarious situation off stage in order to get that edge guard. And this Cloud, although they're getting hit by a few blunderbusses, maybe a few counters from now and then, they weren't really misspacing these back airs in a way that made them get back thrown. And that, I think, ultimately is the reason they were able to come away with this set. And to be able to react to things like that roll with just a further spaced back air, classic ledge trap from Cloud, gonna lock things down. But with the ones out of the way, you now cannot use them again because they have now played 2 times in the series. So we're going to have to go back to Diddy Kong versus Mario. If you're really about that Falcon, maybe we could try it again. But I
would not recommend it.
I have an inkling of a feeling that will not be the case.
Say that again? But yeah, if you're Brook Point here, this is still like a relatively safe position for you, because you might not have won this the best of 3 set with the first players on your number 1 players on your team. As close as that was an incredible set. But last time, just 2 sets ago, we saw Mario versus Diddy Kong, and that won the Mario's favorite. Diddy Kong did go Captain Falcon game 1, but let's ignore that for now. But we did see a lot of adaptation from the Mario, so if I'm the Mario, I would still feel pretty confident in fighting this Diddy Kong.
Yeah, it's a very back and forth game. We saw slaughters on both sides. First, the Diddy Kong was just completely overwhelming this Mario player and just could not figure out how to get the damage online. And then in game number 3, all of a sudden, we saw this Mario really figure things out and take it to this Maspinax Diddy Kong. So whichever one of these players has figured out more from their first set, who will figure out more from this game number 1, is going to be the one to advance to the semifinal.
Right, going set 5 in this series is just incredible,
this
right?
Is what you want to see.
Yeah, this is the first set of the day, right? So there's definitely just a lot of competition going on. Even though the seed differential is just 1 seed versus the 8 seed, this is pretty dangerous if you ask me.
Oh, it certainly is. The pressure is on both teams. It's not just Maspinax with the pressure here as the 1 seed to not get upset. It's also Brook Point as the 8 seed, knowing that they have the potential to make this big upset and advance to the semifinal. That is, fueling that fire, really, that they can win this. And we can already see the fire coming out from Mario. That forward smash earned Brook Point a lot of stocks, but it was actually the up smashes that earned a lot versus the Diddy Kong specifically. And it's, but it is difficult for Mario to get close to this Diddy Kong because he can use that banana at range.
Right, and kind of to think, Avery, the expectations are sort of in the favor of Brook Point, right? As the 8 seed going into the 1st seed, you kind of don't really have a lot to lose, but when you were the 1st seed, you have everything to lose. You were, by the numbers, expected to win the tournament, right? So it just brings a lot of added pressure to them.
Yeah, got to be careful off this ledge, and
Wow.
a beautifully placed up smash. That was a tricky
My
one
goodness.
to space there.
Yeah, that was incredible spacing from this Mario. Monkey flip, a very hard move to catch. A very infamous move of Diddy Kong's kit. Whether or not you think this character is honest or not, you can't really, everyone, both parties involved will complain about monkey flip being a very powerful move.
That move's a bit unforgivable.
Yeah, a pretty powerful move indeed. And use as a mix-up tool, because either have the attack version or the command grab version, or use it to gain more stage control as a movement tool, recovery tool, and more percent being racked up by this Mario, just swinging more with these fireballs and up smashes, just letting them rip. And I love these stalls with the cape off stage. Just trying not to get edge guard by Diddy Kong with like the banana into the aerial. Just I like this adaptation.
I've noticed that at like about 60-70%, this Mario, like it's forward smash time. Like
Yeah,
he's at least going for one forward smash.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, that's a given with like any Mario. Mario just loves ripping those smash attacks, right? Like Mario can like sort of like might have a little bit of a hard time killing, taking out their stocks when he doesn't have those smash attacks like on lock. But amazing banana down smash, taking the stock very cleanly.
You can use Diddy Kong's banana against him, and it trips him just the same. Got to be careful when you're giving the opponent that item. And yeah, this Diddy Kong is not afraid to go for those offstage downers, try to take this stock quickly before this Mario can get one of those big combos like
oh my
this
goodness.
one, Kyle. You got to be careful starting on small battlefield platform here.
Yeah, I mean, I love this usage of the banana from the Mario, just using it like any Diddy Kong would as well. And this is pretty even game. Amazing reaction on the attack version of the monkey flip. You gotta catch the banana there. You gotta let Diddy Kong land something unsafe on your shield. You know, the pressure is on for both of these players, right? The momentum from this game will carry them to the next game. Avery, and oh my goodness, she's early.
That was incredible high recovery.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh my goodness.
That's
wow.
gonna do it.
Oh my goodness.
Game 1 pop off from the Mario. That's how you know they want it right there, Kyle.
No, yeah, I think I saw the Mario actually jump up like he's actually like Super Mario in real life.
That did happen. That
like
did happen.
I think I saw him jump at least like 3 feet in the air.
Yep, he jumped up super high up into the sky. He did indeed. And he should, because that forward smash was simply expertly placed. I just watched the replay there on the projector here in the collaboratory. And, you know, the Diddy Kong, I believe, tried to hit Mario with his barrels.
Yeah, I think he was a little too high. The flood sent him like too high for like the barrels to go like crashing down on the ground. I think he was just too late on the like crashing down part. So he should have just landed like normally. And that was just no, that means no hitbox, right? That was just a free forward smash for the Mario. Pretty unfortunate for Diddy Kong here, but you know, if you're Brooke Point here, you must feel pretty good about yourself, considering like you did not have a good start going into this game 1, but now after you clawed your way back, like the momentum is all in your favor now.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot because this Diddy Kong has been like very aerial heavy and like trying to put pressure onto this Mario, but this Mario has been finding the smash attacks to punish where the Diddy Kong overextends. And you know, those monkey flips especially have just not been a problem for this Mario. If you're never shielding, you never have to worry about the command grab variant, which seems to kind of be the strategy here, and also punishing simply from a distance with things like up smash.
Yeah, I mean, how the next stage pick in this particular set is going to be Town and City. So this is going to be a very interesting pick here, because like both these characters kind of struggle to take the stocks when they don't have their particular like conditions, right? Like Mario, like if you're out of like these combo ranges into like those uppies, he kind of has a hard time taking out those stocks. But if you're Diddy Kong, you know, your opponent has like a very good grasp of how banana works and like how to avoid it. It could be pretty difficult for him as well. So like we could see some like scenarios where like both players here might have some like difficulty finding these stocks.
And we can see just the pressure this Mario is putting on, even without the small battlefield platforms here on a stage like Town and City, still following the air dodges of Massive Attack's Diddy Kong here. You've got to be so careful with throwing the banana that close to shield. That back throw so potent on a stage like Town and City, whose horizontal blast zones are the narrowest in the game. So you're going to get KO'd off the side.
Wow!
The most often. Yet another up smash on the monkey flip back to stage, Kyle. That might be his special.
Right, I mean, that up smash, pretty good move, right? So I mean, just catching these monkey flips with the up smash, just amazing like call outs here, right? That's just like an example of just collecting data from your opponent. And you know, the high ceilings of Town, almost any other stage that Mario would have lost that stock right then and there, but because of the high ceilings that Town has, and there you go, that time the crash and barrels worked, and you know, I don't think Mario's ready for that. I think no matter what I think they were gone there. But yeah, just amazing, you know, tech chases situations from both of these players, just swinging. Hold on.
Oh
no.
Didn't land, Kyle. That certainly would have been the KO for Brooke Point.
Oh, absolutely. And yeah, just swinging, catching the banana, you know, dropping after getting hit there, but you know, giving a little bit of stage control in the process. But yeah, just wow, I love these like these swings from both these players. This is some good Smash Bros, Avery.
It certainly is, and these two have not stopped the aggression. We can see yet another aggressive barrels from Massapanax. If I can't land these monkey flips back to stage, maybe the barrels will do the trick.
I mean, yeah, just both these players going at it. That's a free up smash for Brook Point.
Maybe it won't do the trick.
I mean, yeah, maybe not that time. And catching the roll with the up smash, but again, those ceilings catching the, saving the Mario there. And that forward air not going to quite do it as well. This is kind of what I was talking about with Diddy Kong, right? Kind of struggles to take out these stocks with these. Oh my goodness! Oh my god! If that platform was not there, that would have been the step right then and there. And yeah, we see so much desperation from Massapanax. The pressure they're really feeling it just now. And there we go. The fourth one will do it.
Finally finds a smash attack. Massapanax has been desperate for that kill, as we said, and how can you not be right? This
goodness.
Mario is just running all over you. You have to figure out how to get some damage with this banana. Maybe you'll do so. The pressure on the Mario. Can you land? Because the percentage has racked up very much so. Anyone could take this KO and the series.
Right, and now, just like that, is way back in favor, and what a very ambitious down here from Massapanax. Very close, though, but, Mario up, he's too fast of a move, very, very easily able to intercept that move, but Mario has the ledge and the banana, but the monkey flip will intercept it and catch it. Oh my goodness, the last hit of up smash, catching him. Emoting after taking the stock at 95. Apologizing for the pop up. I love this sportsmanship.
Yeah, unfortunately gets hit by the last hit of charge Diddy Kong up smash. Man, I feel like those guys were playing such great neutral, and I knew the smash attacks were going to be coming, but I can't say I expected quite that one. And although Brook Point has put on an incredible showing here in this series and has brought Massapanax to the limit, unfortunately, closing the upset out versus the 1 seed is oftentimes too difficult.
I mean, it's not over just, Avery. We still have a game 3 to play. Like it or not, it's going to be the last game of this series. And, well, I mean, there's a lot that can be, told here, right? Like, the number 1 seed barely clinching out and win their first set, or the number 8 seed taking out the favorite of the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this game number 3, if you didn't expect this set to be close, if you didn't expect this to be electric, certainly you do now. With how these game number 1 and 2s have gone, I mean, these have been down to the wire. We have now had, inches between these two players, and these recoveries have been so important. I'm really curious to see how this Diddy Kong approaches getting back to the stage in this game number 3, because now we've seen a couple different routes with monkey flip versus barrels, and, this Mario has been sharking all of them. So up smash into forward smash, Mario looking to take the lead.
Yeah, and I love this stage pick here, right? Both these characters, having a little bit of difficulty trying to find these stocks in the game too. But now we are at the Smashville, where this is kind of a prime example of a stage where stocks will be flying, right? Very small blast zones, a small stage in general.
Speaking of stocks flying, Kyle, the first down air of the series, Massapanax finally finds one.
Yeah, and wow, just amazing from the, oh my goodness.
If that was forward smash, Kyle.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely, but I was not gonna take the stock, but just the principle is just being willing to read an option like that right then and there. Just, oh my goodness, I'll have just again, and oh my, the second one will do it, Avery.
Oh, Kyle, these two are just finding these up smashes on each other's landing. Like you said before, they just want to land aerials on each other. They want to get those combo starters going. But if that airspace is denied by a far-reaching up smash, it's going to be a tricky spot to land. As these down airs have been coming out from this Diddy Kong, maybe it's Mario that has to be more scared off stage.
Yeah, I mean, there we go. I mean, now Mario is kind of in the back foot now. There we go, just Diddy Kong being a little too willing to pop these up smashes. And Maya sat down tilt right there. That was the perfect opportunity to use it right there and there. There we go.
Do it.
Banana up smash, Massapanax now up in the set here. Brook Point on their last stock of potentially the entire tournament. They have to make something happen here if they want to take it home.
Yeah, and this is a difficult position to do it from, right? Because you're not just looking for one more attack to take the stock. You're not just looking for forward smash or up smash. You're looking for damage, and that's not an easy thing to get, especially in this spot. You're getting down air for certain, Kyle. We knew that Massapanax is certainly going to go for that down air there and getting some support from his fellow Cloud player on the team. Those two put in the work this game to take the series. It came down to the wire, but ultimately Massapanax will be advancing to the semifinal.
Emotions are high. We've seen a lot of support from both, the players and the coaches, and even like the parents, from what I'm seeing from both sides, are congratulating each other, saying it was a great set. Just I love this sort of sportsmanship from this high school, and especially when you're on the administrative like positions there, when you're the coach or one of the parents. It's important to teach the kids good sportsmanship and just what it means to be a competitor.
And it's objectively a very hard loss, Kyle. I'm not going to
Absolutely.
sugarcoat it. This is one that definitely hurts for Brook Point.
Absolutely.
Because, I mean, you really want to make that upset, and the fact that it had to be this close definitely is a tough one to swallow. But they just simply have to, keep learning from it. Go back in the stream, see what went wrong potentially if they want to compete in VHSL in the future. They want to compete in Smash Bros in the future. That's how you get better at this game. You got to study your own footage. You got to figure out what you can do better, because I mean these two, although they were slugging at each other, there was a lot of moves going on. There's simply a lot to learn from also, and one player can't get it done. It took all the players from both teams to make it as close as it was, and it was a brilliant first match of VHSL, and it's just showing how exciting today is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, this an incredible set. This is the first one today, Avery. Like, it's too early for this.
That was game 5, almost like last hit, like very, very close.
It is too early for this, Avery. I have to say.
When's the last time you played Smash Bros at 9:30 a.m. in a competitive setting?
I can name a few instances and go into a few majors. A lot of people complain about 10 a.m. pools. It's pretty much the same thing.
Okay. I can't say I recall ever playing at this hour of the day, but I didn't compete in high school organized Super Smash Bros.
Yeah.
So maybe this is normal for them, but certainly a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure what kind of like schedules they have going into it, but looking at the bracket now, Maspanax make it into the semifinals of the tournament, just barely clinching it out versus number 8 seed Brook Point. Now, I do believe we are going to see Woodside versus Forest Park. Woodside, a number 13 seed, and similar to Liberty, had to make an upset or two to make it along the way. And Forest Park, one of the favorites of this tournament, number 5, seeded to make it to Maspanax, but after seeing Maspanax versus Brook Point, you can't really say for certain what will happen.
Yeah, I mean, in theory, we got, 13 versus 5 here? A very odd matchup. Typically, this would be, 4 versus 5, I believe? So, no, that would be, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But, 13 seed Woodside coming in here. And Woodside is actually the team I would argue I'm most excited for in this bracket, Kyle. Because looking at their character lineup, if you want to talk about how, these teams are playing the meta, take a gander at Woodside.
Yes. Oh, my goodness, yes.
We got Ganondorf at the 1, who is largely considered one of the worst characters in the game. We have King K. Rool at the 2, which although Brook Point's King K. Rool put up a wonderful showing for us in that last series, King K. Rool not seen as a great character. And then we also have King Diddy at the 3, which is yet another character that people would say is quite bad. So the 3 heavy characters. These characters are not easy to take stocks off of. Characters like K. Rool and Ganondorf, oftentimes the only reason you're going to earn an early stock on them is if you take them off stage and exploit their short distance or exploitable in general recoveries. So, if these big heavies can live a long time versus more meta characters like Rob, like Ken, I believe, and like Aegis, like that's going to be the win condition.
I mean, absolutely right. And I do see here from the Ken player, they also play Ryu. At this point in the game, it's pretty common for, if you play one of the Shotos, you're likely to play the other. Because, a lot of their, they have, similar, inputs, right? There are, a few differences. Ken is faster, but, their Shoryus are different. Ryu's is a single hit, but Ken's is a multi-hit. Ryu has Shakanetsu, which is the red fireball. Ken doesn't have that. He has a much worse fireball compared to Ryu. But, there's these slight differences otherwise, but the gameplays are roughly the same. It's just a matter of if you want to play against a faster character, you like to play Ken. But if you want to camp a little bit, play a lot more defensively, that's where Ryu comes in.
Yeah, and looking at the squad that Forest Park is bringing to the table, they got that Aegis like we saw in series number 1 that Maspanax brought out here from their 3rd player. So, common character that we're going to see there. Throughout the bracket today, a lot of Aegis, or Pyramithra as they're also called, in this bracket. Going to be a very common character. Mithra, that's super fast, super low frame data character that can kind of overwhelm you. And then Pyra, that character that has these really powerful kill confirms that you simply must avoid at like 60 to 80%, even some higher ones also. And then also a character that just has, like, in general, a really big sword move that can take your stocks early. So with these heavy characters like King Diddy or like especially like K-Rool or something like that, those are characters that can somewhat contest the range of Aegis. It's whether or not they can contest the speed. Can the Aegis overwhelm them with speed? And it's kind of the same story with like Ken, with like Rob. These are very fast characters that can use a lot of safe buttons in these heavy characters' faces, and they kind of have to eat it. And they have to determine when is their time to attack back.
The caveat of, like, on paper, like, Aegis versus like these sort of heavies is like obviously very much like Aegis favored, but the caveat is that you can't really rely on Mithra too much because, like, Mithra like is kind of like a bully, right? Like, she kind of will just throw the heavies around because, you know, they're big and they're heavy, just very pretty much combo food for a character like Mithra. But at the same time, Mithra sometimes has a hard time taking out these stocks. You know, it kind of has to commit to like a forward smash, like some sort of smash attack. But, like, these characters are designed to live for a long time. So Mithra, you know, might not be as useful in like the actually like close out stocks front. And that's kind of where Pyra comes in, right? Which usually would kind of bode pretty well for her. But again, those characters are also some of the biggest like rage abusers in the game, right? So like a character like Ganon could clean out an easy stock out around like 40 if he just catches you slipping one time.
Yeah, I would be very excited to see this Ganondorf come in here and just start stomping people. Like, that would be what I'd like to see. Sometimes you just have that local Ganon player that can take stocks way too early with these big, far-reaching smash attacks with these aerials that are way more powerful than you may expect. And just when you start shielding too much, a move that goes through shields and leads into his very powerful tilts. So, you know, a lot of tools on that character, but maybe not so much so off stage. And he's also quite slow, so he can be sort of walled out with big swords or projectiles, for example. But it looks like we may be getting into our second match of the day officially here. We have Aegis and King Diddy lining up here. Looks like it's probably going to be the number 2 from Forest Park on the Aegis and the number 3 for Woodside on the Diddy. So we got
relatively safe picks on both ends. I kind of like this, though.
So I do want to mention, this Aegis from Forest Park has never lost on
Wait,
Aegis.
what?
They
I've never
have a
seen that.
100% win rate, yes.
Oh my
this is not
goodness.
the only person in this bracket that has a 100% win rate.
Wait, I'm looking at this, too.
Yeah, also the Steve from Osborne has a 100% win rate.
Let's take a look here.
I believe they're the only two that have literally never lost.
The Banjo from Frank W. Cox, the number 3 player, has 100% win rate as well.
There's a couple of these monsters in this bracket, Kyle, that simply do not lose.
We have some demons in here. I did not think a character like Banjo would get, like 100% win rate. But by a character like Pyra and Mithra, yeah, absolutely. A character as strong as them, like, it kind of makes sense that, like, you kind of wouldn't really see him lose very often. But a character like Banjo, like, that's objectively not a very good character.
Yeah, and we already see Forest Park opting for the Pyra here when the Deity is only at like 100%. And this is something that you won't always see, but I mean, these powerful Pyra aerials can simply put this Deity into a corner where they can be KO'd with yet another aerial or simply one of these big down air combos. But the Mithra gonna offer that speed, offer that tech chase. You simply must take that move or you're gonna eat a Mithra down smash.
Yeah, I mean, catching the unsafe Gordo with the up smash, but Mithra, doesn't have as much for like the cleaning out stocks front, especially versus a heavy like DDD. But great spacing with that back air, and that's kind of how Pyra goes, right? She's basically only there to take the stock, and once she does her job, it's back to Mithra for 80% of the match.
But the Mithra gets caught by the DDD up smash, and you have to be oh so careful of that move. DDD covers so much space with that up smash, and we already see DDD taking to the ledge, and this can be an ultra tricky spot for any character to deal with because DDD's inhale there can carry you off the stage, and DDD can spend a lot of time in the corner here comparatively to other characters that may not want to be there due to his large weight.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, Diddy, like, it's another character I like to like describe as like a min-max. Similar, we were talking about K-Rool, right? Like,
Certainly.
Diddy might not have like the strongest neutral. He might have some of the worst disadvantage in the game, but what he has and that he's like put all his stats in is ledge trapping. Diddy's ledge trapping is extremely scary, right? Like Gordo is just a very strong tool for ledge trapping, and like since you can hit it back, it kind of like prompts people to like gap attack it a lot, but like at the same time you can either miss like the timing for it because it bounces up and down. You kind of have to time your gap attack perfectly, and even if you do, the Diddy can hit you with some sort of dish, whether it's like a back air, like a forward smash, or like just about anything. And a very good up smash from Woodside's Diddy, just cleaning out the stock and kind of just playing the ledge right here.
Yeah, putting this Forest Park Aegis on a bit of a back foot here. This DDD is oh so tricky, and having this player in your pocket is definitely a fun one because this is definitely a tricky player. If you've never seen this kind of DDD before that plays a lot at the ledge, that rips these up smashes that cover in front and behind him, you could be lost. You know, even if you're a very strong fundamental player, if you've never played against these tricks, it can be tricky to figure it out.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. And like, remember, this is Woodside's #3 player. And, you know, very strong showing so far from this DDD versus Forest Park's #2 player. And, you know, like, let's say, like, whoever could win this set, like, could just bring a lot of momentum going into it. Because Woodside, they would burn their quote-unquote worst player, but now they would have, like, free reign for a #1 and 2 player, and Forest Park wouldn't have their #2 player to burn.
And it makes sense to put in, you know, your 100% win rate player
goodness.
first. But the DDD up smash is going to take not one, not two, but all 3 stocks off of Mythra trying to pressure the DDD. You just can't do it.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing, like, recognition for this DD, right? I think just taking all 3 of those stocks with an up smash, it's like one of DD's like few good moves. He has like not very good moves, but he does have a couple good moves, like down tilt, that's a really good move. It's a nice burst option. F tilt could be kind of situational, but it's a relatively like good spacing tool. Think of it as like a sword. Back air is a very strong move, but I mean, this character doesn't have a lot, but he has a few like really good things.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just really exciting to, you know, witness the ledge planking DD at the high school level. I don't think I've seen that one before, and I don't know if I'll see it again. This is a unique case, but I mean, it's certainly the strategy that I would go for versus Aegis, and it's working out swimmingly for this Woodside team.
Now, yeah, I mean, as far as stages go, like DD is one of those characters, like, it's really hard to like ban around or like trying to pick a stage around, because normally he would love stages that has like this one platform. So like think like a Smash for like a Hollow Bastion, because also makes like his like mid-stage presence a lot harder to deal with as well, because if he just hides under the platform, pretty hard for you to actually like approach him. But also those stages also tend to have small blast zones, which means you can, you know, take your stock a lot easier with like a nice ledge trap, or you take him on one of the big stages, think like a Kalos or like a PS2, and he kind of just lives forever.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do want to address a small mistake earlier. I'm studying the sheet a bit more, and this Aegis has gone 100% of time to PS2 for game #1. They have not won 100% of time. They've won 71% of their matches on this Aegis. So, correction there, there's actually 0 players that have won every single match this season. That was an error. That was stages.
All right, no, that makes a lot more sense to think about it now, because that also sounds kind of unrealistic for 3 players in this tournament to have like undefeated records. That doesn't sound very likely.
No, it is not the case. But what is the case is a much better start here for the Mythra on Smashville here. Historically, a pretty decent stage for Mythra. She can, or for Pyra specifically, she can swing that down air through the Smashville platform, take some KOs quite early with those KO confirms here. But these projectiles cover a lot of space on this stage. Gordo from King Deity and Blazing End from Pyra.
Oh no!
Deity can inhale and throw it back. Almost combos it into a dash attack, Kyle.
That was pretty inventive from Woodside Z, I have to say. Pretty good idea, all things considered.
Oh, no.
Was not ready to DI that Mythra forward smash. And Mythra forward smash, just one of those moves where she can really get a lot of KOs from. And oh my goodness, she's catching the air dodge with the forward smash. We like to call that an American air dodge from like old school Smash Ultimate.
Yeah, and back to the ledge we go, trying not to lose a stock. at 0. Woodside is just making sure that this Mithra has to take the initiative, and she will indeed take it here. I mean, so many fast aerials here on this Mithra, but take 34% just from the high up B. That's the powerfulness of Diddy. Those attacks deal a lot of damage, and you simply have to earn more hits than he does. Well, that big hammer packs a punch.
Right, and just catching these like side Bs with the inhale is a pretty annoying move to deal with, right? Like on paper, you wouldn't really think like inhale would be a very crazy move, but it's like a command grab that does like 20%. It just does like a lot of damage, and like what command grabs do, even they don't really take stocks, but like they discourage you from holding shield all the time, especially for a character like Diddy has like big buttons, and like Gordo is pretty like sometimes can be pretty like scary to try to challenge. So having a command grab like that just racks up more and more percent for like you will lose your stock when you do eventually get hit. It's just like a pretty strong thing to have for a character.
Yeah, and this DD is playing the game of, am I going to recover high where you have to punish my up B upon landing, or am I going to go low? And if you try to do that punish, you're going to give me the ledge for free. Goes for the high variance there, and you can see Forest Park is just really struggling to punish that option. It's a tricky move. You have to know where to be at, and that up smash just covers all around DDD, and Woodside takes the second stock yet again. The lead has just been in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, this E's just kind of having a hard time figuring out this defense for his DDD, and that back air will do it. This guy was talking about Avery, just hiding on that platform just to add a little more like safety. Kind of like stops like those jump-in approaches where DD is usually like kind of weak against. And, you know, it's working like in dividends for Woodside.
Yeah, and back off stage we go. This jump inhale might just have a 100% hit rate, Kyle. I'm not going to lie. This jump inhale, Woodside be hitting that move.
And, yeah, I mean, just kind of just run into some of these Gordos, just feeling a little lost in that department, but there's
That's a forward smash.
Oh,
the
and the star! Yeah, I knew, like, as soon as it was coming out, like, the star is just very deceptively, you know, like, a lot of people forget about the stars that comes with the landing hitbox of DD up B. And see right here, that's the confirm, but they're just going to drop in. No up smash to speak of with a character as big and, you know, heavy as DD. Also considered a fast faller. That would have been a free confirm for that Pyra. But no, just nothing to speak of here.
Yeah, gonna be shaking after that one, and you can see no one wants to commit here. The Woodside deity just going for these Gordos, and a charge smash attack from both parties. Neither of these characters want to commit to an aerial. They just want this stock gone, and they want it gone now with a big move. Who's gonna land one first? Even the Gordo is almost gonna KO the Pyra at this point.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of swinny coming out. Both these players want to end, but it will be the DD. Amazing play from the D. The number 3 player on their team taking out the number 2. What an amazing turn of events for them.
Yeah, that's going to do it. Just another Gordo after another Gordo is going to eventually take the Pyra stock, because the Pyra, wanting their own projectile there, left themselves vulnerable to the Gordo. So a bit of a misstep there, but the Woodside DD is certainly going to take that one, take it to the bank. That's now 1 official point for them on the board. Still having the Ganondorf and the King K. Rool, who are listed there 1 and 2 player respectively. So who will come out next? Do we bring out the King K. Rool? Just go reverse order here up the charts. I mean, you're at a point now where you don't have to face the 2 anymore, so you play one of those weird battles where you either send your 1 in to potentially crush the 3, or, you know, or you don't do that and you just like, because you're not going to end up matching your 2s together. So, you know, one person, like, we might end up seeing some bit of a mismatches coming up here potentially. But with what we saw in that match, I mean, the number 3 from Woodside did a really great job versus the number 2 from Forest Park here. So maybe this Rob from Forest Park is really going to surprise us here. Looking at my chart here, it looks like Forest Park is really used to playing Ken and Aegis mostly. This Rob player from Forest Park has played significantly less times than the Aegis and the Ken. So definitely Forest Park wanted that Aegis to perform a little bit better there, but I mean, this is just a really tricky opponent. This planking DD from Woodside, definitely not something that I would expect many players at the high school level to have faced before. So if you're not really familiar with how do I punish DDD going high with up B, that's weird. How do I effectively punish Gordo? How do I stop him from inhaling me after jumping off the ledge? That's kind of weird. There's a lot of tricks you have to know about in order to counterplay them, and a difficult thing to figure out in a best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, if that's Woodside's number 3 player, then I'd be scared for like the other 2 players, right? Like,
If you think Diddy up smash is good, Ganondorf up smash.
Wait till you see Ganon up smash, yeah. And you see moves like K Rule down smash, K Rule forward.
We saw that one a little
yeah,
bit
we didn't
earlier.
see that, just the last set, but just very very interesting turn events has been for today. I can't really expect. I couldn't say I expected any of this. Like the first set of the day, so close. Like I had for a second I thought, number 1 seed was gonna go out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone at home thought that, right? Like, there was certainly a potential for that. And now we're looking at a very odd matchup. We got 13 versus 5 seed. I mean, if you got, like, I see why this team makes upsets, right? You got these 3 heavy characters. Like, I don't care what character you're playing as. If you haven't played against that before, like, you're just going to get rocked. And these are characters that can make upsets, especially with that lack of knowledge that comes with just, not playing as much Smash as others. And, we're going to get into our next match here. We are going to get Rob versus K. Rool. So Forest Park going for a very bold play here of sending in their number 3 player to take on the number 2 of Woodside. And the reason why that's bold is because if this Rob does fall, they are now down 0-2 and must win 3 in a row.
Yeah, and that means oh my goodness,
I just got flashbacks, Kyle. That was a double up air from K. Rool, and that is a stock taker.
Is that it has to be the same K. Rool as from Brook Point? Like these are the same beasts. Like just going for these very ambitious options, taking Rob's first stock at 65 on PS2 with an up air. Like I can't think anyone was expecting this.
I don't think you can think clearly when, K. Rool's just slogging that, crown up to the skies.
My gosh.
But you can't go low either. You're going to get stomped to the depths.
Oh my goodness, Avery. This is some confidence I've ever seen him almost taking the stock right there.
This is the number 2 player from Woodside, Kyle. I just remembered that.
This is number 2, and we're going to see this from the number 2 player. I want to see the boldness from the number 1.
Oh my, well, in case you were expecting a K. Rool 3 stock versus Rob, I think you may have ambitious expectations, but you would have guessed correctly. Yeah, that was a very fast match, just over a minute there for that Rob to lose 3 stocks.
Yeah, I mean, just confidence, I think is the way I like to word it from this K. Rool. Just who goes for those options there? Who goes for that second upper to take a stock at 65? Players. I'm saying, this might be the smartest K. Rool player. Just run off down there and take Rob's stock at 40. A character you can't really make sweat, off stage as often. Especially a character like K. Rool. Not many characters have the privilege of, making Rob sweat off stage. The only character that I think off the top of my head that can, do that is a character like Pikachu, right? But, a character like K. Rool.
There's a couple, but you wouldn't put K. Rool on the list.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? But I mean, the high school leagues are just full of surprises, Avery.
And if you're gonna play a character like King K. Rool, you want to play them fast. You want to be like, hey, opponent, do you know about this? And if they're wrong, they are going to get KO'd at 60. And you could already see this K. Rool from Woodside going for the K. Rool on Rob. They wanted another double up air set up there. You just have to be so aware in these spots. And you can call it tricks on this K. Rool's part, but really what we're seeing, especially with the speed of this player, that this is a lot of game state awareness and what this Rob can actually go for. Just look at how much trouble they're in every time they're in disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, going for the Rob down there again, this K. Rool just he's playing like he has nothing to lose, Avery. And
he doesn't.
Yeah, I don't think he really does have anything to lose from what we're seeing right here. He's just kind of just if he sees an option, he'll just go for it, whether it's the right move to make or not. And
I knew there wasn't going to be a ledge trap there, Kyle. It was just too tasty.
Yeah, just there's too much luxury to just play for ledge. Just kind of just go at it. He's forwarders. Oh my goodness!
No! A double back air from Woodside. A perfect setup. The robot is simply going down to the depths again, where he came from the last game.
I feel like my gut is being punched. I feel like I'm out of air. I'm trying to process all of this. I'm out of air trying to process
okay,
anything
Kyle.
that's happening.
It's okay. You know, the K rule won't hurt you. You're not on the game.
I feel hurt, and I'm not even the one playing, Avery. Like, I feel like I'm a victim, and I'm not even, like, involved in any of this.
And just look at the down airs of Fly, and this Woodside K rule understands that if one of those just pokes through Kalos and hits Rob on his way up, then he will get KO'd. And do you notice how this K rule just mashed out of down throw at 150%, Kyle? They do not want to lose a stock in this series,
Yeah,
but they're
and there
going
we go.
to.
There we go. That's how people do it. Forest Park putting a stock on the board. You know, a character like Rob, and I can't even say.
That is going to do it. Believe it or not, a best of 3 has already been played between these two schools, and that K rule is a menace. You know, with Woodside being up 2-0, even if they were to drop this game, Forest Park must find a solution to what we just saw. And you know, if we look on paper, this next player from Woodside is supposed to be better. So that is probably not a recipe for success.
I can't expect this to go much better with how it's been lately. Like, this not to say I don't have faith, because I certainly do. It's like, it's going to take a lot to, like, get this momentum back. Because, like, the momentum is just entirely in
Can you ever
Woodside's
get momentum
page.
versus a triple heavy team? Because they're just, like, slogging reads all over the place. And if they land just one, all that confidence just swells right back up into them. And, you know, that goes into the next player. And all of a sudden, we're seeing all these spike setups from your K rule. Like, just, like, you better be landing some edge guards versus this Ganondorf. Can you do so with Ken? Tricky to do.
Dude, that double back air, that
worked perfectly on
oh
Rob.
my goodness. And like, it was so funny because I was trying to make a point, like, once the Rob took, like, the K rule stock there, I was like, okay, if there's a character that can make a comeback like this, it is gotta be Rob, who has those 0-to-death routes, especially with the character as big as K rule. It's a lot easier to land on him and having, you know, very easy way to intercept his recovery with a disjointed down air that spikes. And before I can even, like, say, like, my third word in a sentence, the stock is just erased. And this has been a quick set, like, all things considered. Like,
yeah, let me remind the people that Woodside, this team with the K rule and Diddy thus far, is the 13 seed going up against the Forest Park 5 seed. So looking to blow their seed out of the water and advance to the top 4 with only one more best of 3 victory. That's right. If this Ganondorf, I presume, takes this next series, that is going to be it for this quarterfinal. And that is just so daunting, as it looks like the Ken player is going to opt potentially for the Ryu into the Ganondorf matchup, potentially for that Fireball, just to make Ganondorf perhaps have to approach a bit more than would have to versus the Ken. But, you know, very similar characters, and one of the reasons that I bring up that it may be difficult to defeat this Ganondorf is because one of his main weaknesses is going to be that recovery, and these characters, Ken, Ryu, are not known for being very versatile off the stage in the realm of edge guarding.
yeah, I mean, I want to bring up Avery. Just a reminder, this is the 13th seed Woodside. Like,
yes,
they were not seeded to make it this far, and like, if they weren't seeded to make it this far, considering how well they're playing right now, like, I'm really scared to find out what other teams like that didn't make it.
If I'm the #1 seed, Massapanax, like, after watching both these sets, like, I'm scared of this team for the future.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a high school player, like, I think it's really cool that we have this now. I don't think we had any of this when we were in high school.
Certainly
Avery.
not.
We definitely did not. But like, if I was in like their position, if I was a high school player, I would be terrified of a team like this.
Yeah, this is very, very weird. Like, unless you're, you know, playing a lot of Elite Smash, maybe you've played against something like this before. Like, but especially with what I've seen from that King K rule, that's not your run-of-the-mill Elite Smash K rule, right? You have to be very aware of these setups that they're going for, right? And if you're wrong, you saw what happens, right? I mean, you're not holding these stocks past 50 with a character like Rob. Like, you're going to be in big trouble. But let's get right into game point here. Forest Park, the Ryu, needs this set to survive.
Right. I mean, this team is, I think, it's a definition of a matchup check, right? So like, characters like K rule and like Diddy, you have to do very like specific things to like take him out, right? But I kind of Ganondorf, like, sometimes things just happen. We call it you know, a hamster KO, right? Like, sometimes you just die and you just lose your stock in ways where it's just non-conventional.
And we already see this Ryu racking up the percent here. although Ganondorf would probably prefer you come to him and attack him, Ryu certainly likes that game as well. So just these quick attacks onto Ganondorf. He's a big guy, so a lot of them will connect. And a lot of these strings will last longer than normal. And this Ryu is looking to get back the momentum finally for Forest Park.
Right, and trying to get these confirms in. No.
Careful with that.
Yeah, you can't miss those confirms. It's a character with a very, unforgiving punish game like Ganondorf. Almost losing the stock at 50 from that miss Shoryu there. But, a little misinput from the Ryu there, the forward smash the other way. But there we go. The 2 down tilts into the heavy Shoryu that will do it.
Yeah.
Oh, the footstool.
Oh, footstool side B.
Okay.
I like that.
All right.
Yeah, but this Ryu is definitely executing some nice pressure here, but has to be very careful. This Ganondorf character, although slow, has some extremely powerful attacks like the characters we've seen before. So you have to be careful when you're attacking this Ganondorf because those whiff punishes will come in strong. This Ryu stock is not safe at this percent.
Yeah.
And that was a back air that just simply blew that stock out of the water at 115.
Yeah, I mean, that Ganon back air hits like a truck, Avery. That will take your stock flat at like 80, and very strong move indeed. But trying to find some footing with these great Geb attack from Woodside, trying to Wizard's Foot out of the corner, only to put him the other side of the corner as well. But amazing tech chasing here, trying to catch the Shoryu with the up B. Not gonna quite do it, but these characters kind of scrapping right now.
Yeah, this Ganondorf having the confidence to get out there and edgeguard Ryu is a great sign for Woodside. And the dash back up smash, Ryu, you cannot be in my zone. And Forest Park has now lost the lead. Woodside taking this stock, but Forest Park responding. That Shoryu also very strong from Ryu. Gonna able to take these Ganondorf stocks early despite not getting those edge guards.
Yeah, and I love these uses of the Shakanetsu from Forest Park, but the caveat is that, as strong as Shakanetsu is, has a lot of shield damage and, does like a lot of percent, has a lot of, does not have a lot of priority, right? If you just kind of hit it with like almost any move, it'll just break the move, right? That's why a lot of Ryus tend to just use the move as a way as a confirm to rack up more percent. But, the proxy jab into the heavy Shoryu that will do it just fine for the Ryu.
Yeah, excellent job from Forest Park there. Despite some scaries with the Ganondorf up smash, with the back air on the platform, a lot of these chases are coming through on these small battlefield plats. Got to be careful of. This Ryu kept composure, right? And they were able to find these Shoryu confirms when they mattered. The only Shoryu confirm that they missed was one that they only took, 20, 30% from, not one they lost their stock over. So, hit all the important ones, especially that one at the end there. If Ganondorf starts to get some percentage on the board there, things can get really scary really fast. So now, versus a character like Ganondorf, one thing that's super helpful is you now have a buffer game. You don't have to win this game number 2. You have game number 3 in case you need it. But if you can come out here and win this game number 2, that is a surefire way to get your team some momentum. Then you can, play right again, get the schools back to even footing. That could be the play. But it's very scary because you're already down 0-2. So even if you take this game, there's so much ahead of you, but you just have to take things one step at a time. And this Ryu looks like he's ready to get some momentum back.
I mean, even if the Ryu were to let's say win this best of 3 set and they send him again once all the players are good to come back in again, he can't do it all on his own, right? He needs one of his teammates to take it out. But looking at the books, this the K rule and the Diddy just putting a lot of work in for Woodside.
Someone has to beat that Diddy or K rule. There's simply no way around it.
Yeah,
you cannot only beat one player and take one of these series at VHSL.
Yeah, I mean, as great as this Ryu is playing right now, he can't do all of the work. And
watch out, Kyle.
Oh, no, that was definitely a run-off forwarder, right? That definitely should have been, but no, not really anything to show for it. The F-tilt's clanking right there. A lot of, oh my goodness, amazing read with the flame choke into the up smash. I love this sort of, these reads that this Ganon is going for. Kind of just playing bold like Ganon is kind of designed to be.
Absolutely, and that move where he dashes forward, not that one, the other one where he uses his hand, that move does go through shields. So you have to be very careful when you're shielding at the mid-range versus
Oh my
Ganondorf,
goodness, happened again.
And you can chase after you hit them with moves like this Ganondorf up smash.
Oh my
and
gosh.
hitting him out of the books with forward air. This Ganondorf has just shooken Forest Park.
Yeah, I mean, just try to get perhaps again inside going, Nothing against that, just got to do what you got to do to win, But, I mean, even then, just an amazing lead from Woodside. They might have lost their first stock right then and there, but you know, it's hard to make. Sometimes it was hard to make a comeback versus a character again, especially when you don't have we point a character that doesn't have like the strongest like edge guarding tools like Ryu. It was kind of hard to claw your way back, right? Because especially no more jump, great tech from the Ryu here, but the percent is just racking up, and like the lead is starting to fade.
Yeah, this is a very difficult spot to come back from because, you know, you don't just need one hit, you need a series of them, and this Ganondorf is doing such a great job locking this Ryu down at the ledge. That's just too far to come back from. Yeah, I mean, the ledge trap just upgraded so much from this Ganondorf. It felt like the Ryu was executing so much pressure in that game number 1 that the Ganondorf wasn't able to show this ledge trapping prowess, this edge guarding prowess that they were in game number 2. That Ryu had a terrible time getting back to the stage.
Yeah, perhaps like the stage may have made the Ryu feel a little uncomfortable, right? Like it just felt a little too, you know, compact for a character like Ryu. It's like out of the showdowns, like I was talking about before, Ryu is the one that plays a lot more like neutral heavy, a lot more defensive, but with a character like Ganon, there's not really a lot of neutral for him, right? He kind of just has to run in, kind of brute force his way into things. But like, you know, I feel like for a match like this, you might go for a character like I think it's like stage dependent. Like if you go on a much smaller stage, you definitely want to go Ken, I feel. But if you go into like a much bigger stage, kind of like what like the Ryu player wants, I think you have to go Ryu.
Maybe that's the case. I mean, even on a stage like even with it being smashable, but this works on any stage. I saw at one point like the Ganon just straight up nairs through the red fireball like you went over earlier. Like there's just like you can't use it that close to where the Ganondorf can just swing through it. You want to use it at that range where, you know, it deals enough damage, it keeps the Ganondorf away from you. But yeah, this game has been very swingy, very fast, so don't blink or you might miss it. Forest Park and Woodside in game number 3 here. If Woodside, the Ganondorf, takes this game, they will win the series 3-0.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. Like, there's a lot that can happen here. Either Woodside upsets the number 5 seed as the 13th 3-0 in a very dominant fashion, or Forest Park puts one on the board and, you know, does not take him out of the running just yet.
Yeah, and just executing even more pressure, assure you above the Ganondorf, that's going to be a disaster, and just has to be careful. These percents, either player can be KO'd, but messing up the confirm, but a shield break. All right, you know, if one confirm doesn't work, try breaking the shield. Maybe that'll go better.
Yeah, I mean, with a character as crazy shield pressure like the Shotos, like, it feels kind of like cheating that they have a move that's just like breaks shields like that, right?
Yeah, indeed, but that's going to be something that the Ganondorf is going to have to be aware of. But, you know, with that forward air doing as much shield damage as it does versus Ryu, I mean, you can't say the Woodside doesn't have the potential to break some shields as well. It can be something that both players certainly have to watch out for.
Right, and we do see I thought I saw another attempt there from the Ryu, but ledge canceling the Wizard foot, kind of get some more, you know, stage control on, but catching the roll in with the F tilt, amazing ledge trapping from Woodside, and kind of retreating to the corner here, not where Ganon wants to be. You kind of have to hold the center stage here. We have a lot more like limited mobility, and oh my goodness,
wow, great edge guard there from Forest Park. That's exactly what they needed, and avoiding the reversal as well. Ganondorf lost that stock very early, so just tried to get it back by potentially upping the opposite direction. But speaking of the opposite direction, we are on the opposite side of the stage, and Ryu is under pressure again.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of shenanigans going on right now. Like that offstage interaction there, where like their uppies like got traded with the Nair, but the up smash just incredible. Somehow we're back to even, Avery. Like, sure, again, it might be at 60%, but like again, this is one of those characters that's pretty heavy, and you kind of have to edge guard this character to take him out early. So like, even with a character that has good like KO power like Ryu, you know, Ganon's also a big rage abuser. You know, how heavy of a character Ryu is, sometimes you can't really tank a smash attack from Ganon at a high percent.
Yeah, and you gotta be careful. That Shoryu is just barely gonna take it. Wow, actually a little bit surprised by that. Great inputs there from the Ryu player, and yeah, a lot of that momentum was getting challenged there. That Ryu was getting some percent build up from these Ganon aerials, but never ended up off stage in too precarious of a spot. Was able to keep up the offensive pressure to make the Ganondorf keep guessing, and it ended up with a stock loss at 90%. Forest Park puts one on the board, and that's what they needed to start something off. But they have a daunting task ahead of them. They've defeated the Ganondorf, but they have to figure out this oh-so-tricky Diddy or King K rule, and, you know, they have to decide who's going to step up to the plate. I must admit, I'd be surprised if it wasn't the Ryu. I feel like with them being warmed up right now, it just kind of makes sense. But if they think that someone else can do the job, potentially they could bring him out for game number 5, but very risky, of course.
I think one way or another, you have to send the Ryu. It's just a matter of like you want to send him in now to kind of like as a way to like securing that game 5 spot, but at the same time, if you are if you're Woodside, you could always predict that and just send like someone that like might not be as big of a strong pick versus that Ryu. Send like the DDD for example, kind of just as a way to force out the Ryu and kind of just get the Ganon or the K rule honestly free reign into whoever is left.
Yeah, that might be the play. I mean, this K rule has been devastating for Forest Park. They just, I mean, the offstage presence, just the combo game from this K rule has been elite. And I'm a bit lost for words as who's going to take that player on. It's going to be a tricky one. If we could see a matchup like Ryu go into this, but I mean, I imagine that like Fireball isn't that useful versus tools like Crown. I imagine you have to be very much in K Rool's face, and this K Rool seems like a player that if you get into his space, he's going for a lot of these really big defensive reads. And although we didn't see a lot of like potent edge guarding for Ganondorf, this K Rool is certainly going to give that Ryu trouble off stage.
Oh, absolutely. When you have a move like Nair, which just again shows like his belly armor for like 80% of his hurt box, like that can intercept a lot of moves from like a lot of these characters, like the Shodas, for example. I think it could intercept like their Shoryukens, and also their Tatsus. Even for like Aegis for like both ends, like their Mithra, like that usually has a big hitbox and usually will beat out a lot of like edge guarding attempts. But Carol just doesn't care about that, right? He just armors through, and the same thing goes for Pyra as well. And yeah, I mean, the Rob. I mean, we saw what happened to that Rob. I don't think the idea is to send the Rob from here.
I would love to see the Rob play someone else, but maybe we can match them into a different player. But unfortunately, that showing was just very unfortunate. Like, I think that K Rool would have done that to a lot of players in this venue.
Absolutely.
I will not be surprised if that Woodside K Rool goes on in this bracket to do that to a lot of players. That would not shock me one bit, because that's a lot of interesting tactics from that player that a lot of people wouldn't have seen before. So very tricky to defeat. It looks like stepping up to the sticks is going to be the Diddy from Woodside, so perhaps going with a
Diddy versus the Aegis
bit of a
again.
roundabout strategy here. Yeah, going to go for the Aegis. So looks like Forest Park may be playing the long game here, wants to match the Ryu into the K Rool for game number 5, if I had to give a guess, but that is assuming that this Aegis can beat a player they did not before.
Yeah, I mean, adjustments can be made, obviously, but like that first like set of the series, Savory looked pretty dominant for the King DDD, right? Like just catching, couldn't really give Mithra a lot of like value as like she's normally like accustomed to. So kind of rely on the Pyra like a little too much, where sometimes she's not really built to kind of just play the long game like that, and she's kind of just there to close out the stock and then swap right back to Mithra, because that's kind of like how the dynamic is.
Yeah, and if we recall, I mean, this last game that these two played was extremely last hit. I mean, Pyra literally lost her last stock to a Gordo.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if we can just tighten up that last hit a little bit here, perhaps go for safe options to KO, yes, but maybe not as safe as like pure projectile gameplay. Maybe we could see this series going the other direction. My only hesitation with this specific matchup is the fact that I think this deity is quite tricky, and if you didn't know the tricks the first time, maybe you know them by the second time, but I would argue that it's difficult to learn at that short of a period. Like, unless you really have a coach that went over with you exactly what went wrong, it's kind of a knowledge check. So, you've played 2 games with them so far. Maybe if we extend that to 4 games, it will be solved by then. Certainly could be the case. A character like Aegis has many, many tools, can certainly get the job done.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely right. Just, pretty hard hand to be dealt with if you're Forest Park, right? Definitely on the back foot here, because like historically this did not go well for them the first time around. But I think statistically it kind of has to make sense. You have to send him in here as a way to have the Ryu kind of just like have a way to play into either like the Ganondorf or the K Rool. But this could be a safe pick for Woodside as well, all things considered. 'Cause, like, maybe they thought they were going to send the Aegis again, kind of what they did for the first set of the series, and kind of just matching that, kind of just try to let history repeat itself.
Yeah. This, I mean, obviously Woodside is expected to win by this point. We're talking about a lot of Woodside strengths for this pick, but we'd be talking about the same thing if Forest Park made a different decision. It's just the fact that they're down 2-1, right? I mean, it's a very, very difficult spot to be in. And, Forest Park has to make the reversal here. And they are the higher seed. They should have more tools to do so in theory. Obviously a lot of things happen during the high school season. These seeds can't be perfect every time, of course. They never are. But, especially when we go to a stage like Smashville, that scares me in the experience department, because I would think that this is like, yes, it's very good for Aegis, but this is going to be a stage that Diddy is going to hang out at this ledge, and you're going to have to figure it out.
Yeah, and, like, especially, like, even on stage, like, underneath the platform, that's just, like, so much safety for Diddy, right? Like, normally he's pretty weak to, like, air-to-air situations, because, like, he has...
That's a good start.
Yeah, there we go. That's gonna be a lot better.
That's how we punish Diddy up B onto stage. I'm glad we got that one.
Yeah, maybe there was a talking, like, post-set and the first time around to go over, but, I mean... Definitely a lot better start for Forest Park just on this end. But, we've seen some crazy stuff from this DDD. So, like, we're definitely not out of the count yet. And especially when your character is heavy as DD, okay, we got to stop up these up Ds. I'm going to say Avery.
I mean, when they worked so well in the first set, I would certainly be going for them again, too. But if they're going to be working like this, Kyle, yeah, that habit is going to have to stop, or Forest Park is going to run away, because that was such a huge boon for Woodside getting back to the stage in set number 1. If that up B is not working out, Diddy's going to have to recover a lot more traditionally, deal with this Pyro Ledge trap, maybe some words were exchanged from the coach. This is a much, much better showing.
Absolutely. Like, kind of just, like, taking away the win condition from this Diddy, just, like, those up Bs cannot really, now he knows how to deal with those kind of, like, options like that, right? And the foresight through the up smash, that's kind of just, like, a clear example, just, like, we call it, better charactering somebody, right? Because, the tier differential, this particular
You think it just might be a
character.
bit higher on the tier list than King Diddy, Kyle? You think that might be the case?
I don't think it's a hot take for me to say that it's such a thing, yeah.
I think that would be the common opinion. I would have to agree. And we may be seeing why right here. You can see if the execution is online for this Aegis. I mean, it seems like the Deity can just simply not get the stocks that they are able to get off of these tricks in set number 1. Finally finding one at 180, but I mean, it simply is going to be too late 99 out of 100 times in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, just very solid.
Wow, just too
improvements.
much.
Yeah, just very incredible improvements from Forest Park, right? Like, I was on the back for like the entire time the first time around, but like second time around, just looking like a completely different player, honestly.
Yeah, this is what you want your Aegis to go in there and do. Be like, this Deity, he was getting away with too much, that set number 1. I need you to go in. I need you to do this on DD up B. I need you to punish this with this. Like, break it down for him. And then they go in and they do that. I mean, that is clinical. It looked like that DD had literally nothing they could do. So, this is where the fun comes in, is because if the DD can do that too, then that's when we really have a set on our hands. And, it's best of 3, so it's difficult to do that very fast. Sometimes it takes that time away from the sticks to, go over it with your teammates, to go over things with your coach, figure out what works, what doesn't. Because when you have to figure out mid-set, it becomes a lot faster of a process, very difficult. And, the Aegis wasn't able to do it the first time. Let's see if the Deity is.
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm aware, I don't think this DD has any other characters to speak of. No, it's just DDD. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I guess none of the players from Woodside have any potential secondaries. They're going
Gandorf, K-Roll, Deity, no secondaries.
one trick in all of those characters. That's, I mean, bold is definitely the word I would use to describe
I would
this
use
team.
that as well, yes.
And I mean that in the best way possible, right? Like, we saw what happened in the first half of this series where, like, just showing like, just how bold these plays were. Like, we saw, remember, like, when these two first played, like, he reflected the Pyro side beat into the dash attack that almost worked. Like, that was some creative stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And moving into this game number 2, it looks like the Mithra is coming out for some big damage right away. These Mithra up Bs have been doing such a great job of scooping this Deity and punishing him for those get-up options. Been a great tool for her to use. And, you know, just stuck at this ledge when that was the strength of Deity before. Now you're just getting ledge trapped there, and this Aegis has really come online here with, you know, keeping this Deity at bay just simply is not getting hit by many moves.
Yeah, absolutely. Just stepping on the gas a little bit. Even with Pyra, you know, a very slow character. But I mean, like, when you consider how slow of a character DDD is, it's definitely like...
Pyra doesn't feel that bad.
Yeah, comparatively, Pyra runs circles around DDD.
That is certainly the case, and having a lot of range to do so with these Gordos can be a bit dangerous when you have to deal with those swords on either Mithra or Pyra. And, you know, not swinging back at them here, just not confident in the timing. And you see, trying to punish the Mithra pressure with the up smash like before, but if you just manage to land another attack before the up smash can come out, that's certainly going to be some nice counterplay there. And another high up B from Diddy. Thankfully, the PS2 platform is there to bail him out.
Yeah, and, you know, the lead again is just slipping once again. Just Forest Park, these dash back punches from this Pyra, and, you know, another great character to do that with her big hitboxes and living the Gorda right there. And, you know, a pretty rough spot for Woodside, all things considered, right? Like, sure, like, the number 2 player is forced out, but we can't have any more, like, mistakes be brought up anymore, right? Like, this could be brought to a game 5 where it's just, I'm expecting it's going to be the Ganondorf versus the Ryu once again. And, you know, who's to say how that's going to end out?
Yeah, they have the Ganondorf in the pocket. They have the King K. Rool in the pocket, and both are very scary. But, I mean, this Aegis is just looking too locked right now on Forest Park. I mean, the Woodside DD, when these up Bs aren't landing, it seems like they're just spending the entire game on the ledge. And, you know, although it is kind of a strength of DDD's, like when you're getting pressured from that range, from something like Pyra, and she has the lead, it's just not going to spell success a lot of the time. And it's tricky, right? Like, you want to get out of this corner with something like a hammer swing, something like a Gordo. And although that one lands, like, oftentimes this Aegis is doing a great job at avoiding that. The DD does take center here. This is a big opportunity to reverse some momentum. Barely misses the inhale on that blazing end, and it's going to end up in the same spot. And this is definitely a tricky spot to come back from.
Yeah, oh my god, yeah,
Yeah,
amazing conversion. I love how the Aegis was, like, just willing to, like, not overcommit there in the corner, right? Just, like, not being, like right on top of the DD where he's, like, hanging on to the ledge, just sitting right underneath the platform. Oh, like, maybe like, right next to it as well, but, like, basically what he's doing was staying out of DD's, like, effective range. Like, sure, like, DD and Pyra have, like, effectively the same, like, range as far as, like, their hitboxes go, but, like, you have to realize that Pyra's frame data is better than DDD's for the most part. So, you know, that's kind of how that functions. And Pyra is just very strong, like, ledge trapping. You know, you saw those, like, that down tilt hitting the ledge hang there into the back air. Just, and also F tilt, incredible ledge trapping tool, and, you know, up tilt as well. This character just has, that's where her strengths lie. Taking out the stocks and ledge trapping as a whole.
Absolutely, Kyle. And if I may say, I mean, this Forest Park team, if they can make adaptations like that from, you know, Series 1 to Series 2 with any given player, if they can consistently make those kind of big adjustments where we went from being totally lost versus this DD playstyle to being, like, dominant versus this DD playstyle, if that's a consistent thing, then that is why they have earned this number 5 seed, and I would expect them to continue to do very well in this bracket. Now, the question is, you know, is that just something that this Aegis player is very good at personally, like those adaptations, or can they apply that across the entire team? Because if they can apply that across the entire team, they should be having those discussions with the Ryu right now about how he's going to deal with either this Ganondorf or this King K. Rool, whoever comes in. And if those adaptations are made, Forest Park could just walk away with this.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a matter of, like, who sends in. I feel like it makes more sense to send the K. Rool, and I think that's what's happening right now. I believe
that is, yeah, K. Rool Ryu, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that is K. Rool versus Ryu. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like this pick, honestly. Just this K. Rool was just looking like a monster, and honestly, it would feel like a waste to not send him in a second time, right? So I kind of like this, like, willingness to try something different. Like, yeah, like Ganon versus Reese, that was pretty close, all things considered. But I mean,
Ultimately, they didn't take it, and that's sometimes all that matters, right?
yeah,
I mean, the results say that these two players have not seen each other yet, and the only showing that this K-Rool player has had has been an absolutely dominant performance versus the Rob. And you can say that that's a one-time thing or not, but based on what Kyle and I have been seeing and just how this K-Rool is moving with the character and how they're able to, put their opponent in difficult spots to get out of, I think that this Ryu will struggle.
and like just because like the K-Rool is the number 2 like player on their team, that doesn't mean they can't be the number 1 player on a different team.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not the case that they're necessarily the second best player on the team. There's a lot of
Yeah.
nuance to it.
yeah, absolutely. Like there's like we can't like that doesn't like their placement as a player on the roster doesn't tell the whole story.
Absolutely.
Like first time around we saw an upset in like Woodside's number 3 player, the Diddy taken out number 2 player from Forest Park. Like we saw like these upsets can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these players are not often going to be super far apart as far as skill level. If you get to this point in the bracket, hopefully all 3 of your players are capable of at least taking a set. Technically, you only need 2 players to be able to win, but if your third's always losing, like, you're always going to lose that 1 point. It's a bit tricky. But, yeah, you want to have at least 2 that are super duper strong, and these 2 teams definitely have that and certainly have the counter picks to work with. We're seeing one right now. Previously, the Ganondorf was going up against the Ryu. Forest Park, or Woodside, not a fan of how that went. So they're going to try something a little different here, and we're going to get right into the action here. Back to Smashville. This stage might be a bit of a playground for K-Rool. That down smash covers a lot of space on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, a nice stage for both these characters for like different reasons, right? Like Ryu kind of heavy, so like both these characters are heavy. But point is like both these characters can afford to live a little bit on a stage where like normally these characters might not be able to live as long. But K-Rool also a big rage abuser. Well, I guess both of these characters are as well. Point is,
Certainly.
like they're either going to live for a while, kind of like this K-Rool is doing, or they're going to lose their stocks like relatively early.
Yeah, and you can see the jab setups by Forest Park's Ryu on this K-Rool shield. He's just hoping that maybe he'll drop it,
There
but
we
does
go,
not do
yeah.
so. And yeah, there's the exploitable recovery of Ryu. That belly just gets in the way, and that Ryu stock is in trouble.
Yeah, as I was talking about before, Avery, like I think K-Rool just makes so much more sense here compared to like Ganondorf, right? Like K-Rool has just much easier time. Why is it sent that way? That toss is in a completely other direction. But yeah, I mean, K-Rool has a lot easier time edge guarding characters like these Shotos, right? Where it can just intercept those recoveries with the belly armor, not really putting a lot of effort to really, kind of like space around it. But, staying on the stage once again, missing the grab once again, but, the impressive Nair will do it again and trying to catch the focus armor with the up air. Not going to hit, but I believe he would have armor through anyway. I think how focus armor works is that it will armor through at least 1 hit, I think almost no matter what.
And we're going to see it again.
Yeah,
Kyle sends Ryu underneath Smashville. Ryu could not have teched that. He simply was not sent at a strong enough angle, and that's just going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, this is perfect, textbook for K-Rool here to get these, edge guards out with the Nairs. And I kind of like the idea of not sending Ryu off stage, immediately, because at that point, he wouldn't really need a Shoryuken to edge guard, but using a 4-throw instead to rack up more percent so he can put him off stage. Okay, no Nair need. It's just catching and being lazy and just letting the back air fly.
Yeah, I mean, do I have to wait to shore you to try to wait out this K-Rool nairing me? Oh, and I'm already spiked. Well, if you thought that this K-Rool only went for back air versus Rob, you would be sorely mistaken, as this K-Rool is looking for the spike at all times. You have to be oh so careful when you're off stage. Not only can you not trade with that nair with Shoryu, but you also cannot be too slow, or that back air or that down air may just come into play.
I mean, if I'm the Ryu here, I have to go for a bigger stage here, because a bigger stage means more space, right? And that means you might not get put off stage for as long, right? For a stage like Smashville, as small as the Blast Zones may be, the stage itself is also small.
It's very small, yeah.
So that means you're going to be put off stage pretty often. So that's just kind of working out perfectly for this K. Rool here. That's pretty much his win condition to take out these Ryu stocks.
And what do you think about taking away the platforms, period, Kyle? Was that something that potentially was helping K. Rool? I'm not really sure about that.
And oh my
That
gosh.
works on any stage, though, Kyle. I don't know how long we can talk about it when you get back here already.
I mean, I can't really say if the platform's doing any of these players any favors, right? Like, they were both just playing super grounded as a whole, not really sticking to any of the platforms, and not really using the platform to really use any, like, extensions to their combos at all. But, I mean, just this K. Rool is just ambitious is the way I wanted to describe it. Just armoring through all of these. Okay, it's not going to work a third time, right? Come on, let's...
How ambitious is that, Kyle?
a little too ambitious, I would say. But, I mean, still having the lead and catching these spot dodges, still armoring with the down air. It's just, this Forest Park Ryu is just constantly on the back foot, cannot find any meaningful leads. Even though the SD was there, he cannot really, you know, get much extra credit from it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to blame the Woodside K. Rool with the amount of pressure that they're putting onto this Ryu, but you got to give Forest Park's Ryu a lot of credit here, because despite the fast opening, this lead has shrunk quite a bit.
Yeah, and that should be the stock right here, just a free up tilt. Yep, there you go. You know, Forest Park one stock away from being upset from the tournament by the 13 seed Woodside.
Yeah, Forest Park's Ryu has to lock in here. This is the gamble that they took by sending in the Aegis before the Ryu. They believe that the Ryu could indeed beat this King K. Rool if it came down to the wire. And to the wire, it has come down to Woodside up by a stock. This Ryu cannot lose the stock, or they will be out of VHSL.
Right, and messing up the Shoryu inputs twice in a row. You cannot be dropping those in a game as pivotal as this one, Avery. And the lead is slipping. Oh, I thought that was good to toss right there, but it's reflecting the Hadoken with the reflector. That went flying. And oh my gosh, these forward smashes are flying. That should be it. Woodside upsetting the number 5 seed as the 13 seed moving on.
Wow, that was a doozy, Kyle. The King K. Rool just could not be stopped. I mean, I don't think there was a player that took more than 1 stock per game off this King K. Rool. If I'm moving on in this bracket, that's the player that I'm looking out for so far. Because not only is this player very confident with their offstage scenarios and in their, securing those early stocks, but they're also, just have a solid on-stage game and finding their damage quite well. Like, even simple things like when the Ryu is at 150, 160%, going for down throw instant up tilt instead of something we saw before where we get like down throw and we try to get a greedy up smash, just not going to be as consistent. So, having that kind of awareness, very, very important. And none other than the team with Ganon, K. Rool, Diddy going to advance to the semifinal.
Who could have possibly seen this one coming, Avery? I can't say I was. In all honesty, not to say that I didn't think a team like this could do it, but I'm just looking at objectively, these characters are not great. And for a roster a roster like Forest Park having some great characters, and I think it's telling that the worst character on that list are the Shodos. I think that's just kind of nuts, Avery, considering at this level of competition, tiers don't tell the entire story. Characters don't tell everything.
No, they don't, Kyle. And you would expect that characters like Rob, for example, could deal with these heavies, but I mean, if you're just struggling to get back to the stage in general, you can't really utilize Rob's oppressive on-stage gameplay or his off-stage gameplay. You kind of just have to hold it, and that's very, very tricky. These players are pulling out all the stops, and I'm not surprised at all that they are going to be in the semifinal. I don't know who they will go up against. We'll have to wait and find out. But quarterfinals are not over just yet. Coming up next is going to be Frank W. Cox versus Osborne. Right after that, we got C.D. Hilton versus Liberty. So don't go anywhere. I've been Avery. This has been Kyle. We'll be back later, but we'll see you guys very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys and gals of all ages, we are back again for the Play versus VHSL Fall Finals for Super Smash Bros. Here at Shenandoah University. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined today by Isaiah Robot Ninja Scott. Isaiah, how we feeling?
I'm doing good today, Chase. I'm feeling hype. I've been watching a lot of these matches, and they are high-level talent from everybody across the board. It's beyond my entertainment. I'm not going to lie.
Very, very excited going into today. The thing that really surprised me going into today is we're setting up sort of things behind the scenes are the seeds. and the
Yes.
upsets going into playoffs. We have some pretty spectacular seeding. You just saw actually Woodside play against Forest Park. That was a 13th versus a 5th seed. And we're prepping right now for Frank W. Cox versus Osborne. You can see the bracket right in front of us here. So it's been a tough day thus far. We are moving along quarterfinals matches. We've completed the top half of the bracket. So as we complete later into the day, we'll see Massaponics versus Woodside in the afternoon. But first, we got Frank W. Cox for the 2nd seed versus Osborne as the 7th seed.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, these upsets, they're going. Like, I remember watching Massaponics versus the 8th seed Brookpoint, and it got very close. It was neck and neck down to the last game, last stock. So I'm a little excited to see what we're going to see going into our game here of Frank W. Cox versus Osborne.
Yeah, that first set, going to game 5, the very first set of an event, I'll take that. That's pretty sick. It was a really, really close match. But yeah, the little bit more equitable on the seeding going into this game with the 2nd seed versus the 7th seed. I am interested at the characters that we have sort of on the roster here. Let's start with Osborne. I'll cover some of the Osborne characters. We might see a Steve. We might see a Kazuya. We might see a Mario. There's a lot of different character variety that Osborne can bring to the table. I won't say what, but there is someone who has a 100% win rate on a stage for Osborne. So if we see that stage selected, that could spell some trouble for Frank W. Cox.
It's true. But now, I mean, I'm a little interested looking at the Frank W. Cox team because there's a chance we're seeing a Pyramithra, so an Aegis, a Banjo, and one that I wasn't expecting to ever see compete was a Dr. Mario. I'm going to be so honest, when my level, when I'm playing, I don't expect to see Dr. Mario, so there's a lot of surprises we might see out of a Dr. Mario pick.
Yeah, Dr. Mario, one of those characters that has kind of a Frankenstein character, has a lot of different moves from a lot of different characters. And with Ultimate, it's highly debated how high of a tier that character is. Some people put him mid-tier. A lot of people put him low-tier. So I am interested. I think it's one of those characters sort of like a Falcon, right? If you can schmoove, you can schmoove, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I am interested to see what we have coming up on the docket for the games. We are going to be starting on time today, so we're not even at noon, so the players are still getting set up, ready, good to go. But as you mentioned, the stage variety today has also been something I want to highlight because we have seen quite a few different stages as we've gone through the sets. We've seen Pokemon Stadium 2, Hollow Bastion, Small Battlefield, Final Destination. It's kind of been across the board stage selection, which is rare in Smash because a lot of people just go PS2, PS2, and then they start PS2.
Yeah, and I mean, like you're saying, like, I know, and every character and every player has their preferred stages. I know my personal favorite is Hollow Bastion. Now, that's not only because of Smash Brothers. I'm a huge Kingdom Hearts fan. So, I mean,
Who's your main?
My main, I love playing Sora, the main character of Kingdom Hearts. So, I mean, right here, I actually have, it's stuck, but I have his necklace on.
Oh.
So, yeah, it's just what I do. Yeah, Square Enix, they've caught me. We'll say that, Square Enix and Disney.
Well, I'm sure a lot of people in this space would empathize with you. Actually, too, you'll probably see on the crowd cam, we have some people dressed up in cosplays. I'm seeing a Ness cosplay in the crowd. I saw a couple of other cosplays earlier as well. So it's really cool that people are coming out to the event dressed up. You see that often in the Smash community, too, when you're going out to events like Supernova or like an EVO. RIP, Smash and Evo, Genesis, all these larger events, you'll go out and you'll see people dressed up either as their character or use it as a means to maybe throw off someone. Like, I'm dressed as Ganondorf, but I play Pikachu.
True. So, I don't know if I've ever seen it, but I know that one time when I competed, it was Halloween night, and I came in. I was dressed as Sora. I walked in with a Keyblade and everything.
That's so sick.
But I played Cloud that night. I didn't play Sora then.
Cheeky.
Yeah.
Good thinking. But yeah, going into this game, I'm most interested to see the Banjo, ideally. Like I said, a lot of different characters can be played from Frank W. Cox, but that's not what we're going to see first. First, we are going to see Frank W. Cox is going to go in this Pyramithra, and Osborne is going to go this Steve. Now, this first stage could be a big game changer, Isaiah, as the Steve definitely has a stage preference. As we know, Steves generally have a stage preference, but certainly we'll see it today.
So I'm looking forward to it, too. I mean, the resources. Oh, and here we go. We are at PS2. So we've got some simple platforms, not one in the middle. Oh, look at that combo. All those blocks straight up into the up smash.
Yeah, the typical Steve stuff we'll probably see. Now, there's a lot of controversy around this character if you're new to Smash Ultimate. Folks have tried to ban this character throughout the US, but Nintendo will not have it. They want all of their characters to be able to be selected. And so Steve does have a lot of tech that, while it's technical, can give him an edge. As we're seeing in this game, playing this neutral exceptionally well, using this pickaxe, knocking them off the platform, trying to maintain this neutral stage control, but this Pyramithra being oppressive and trying to clap back, trying to find this frame data where they can get in, but that's going to be a back air from Steve, sending Pyro down to the blast zone.
Yeah, and you see this Steve is placing those blocks and keeping that spacing on Pyramithra, making sure that Mithra just can't get in, just keeping that defense up until Steve is ready to strike on his own terms. Using that minecart to recover, just great options from Steve here.
Yeah, and if you're new and you don't know what he's doing on the stage when he's looking down at the ground and sort of attacking it, he's mining. So he's trying to get better resources so that his attacks are stronger when he hits it. So you'll see right now he has actually a diamond sword. If he dies and respawns, he will not respawn with that. He'll have to work up and mine again to get that equipment.
Yeah, and as we see from our Aegis player here, they've swapped into Pyra, who she's not as fast as Mithra, but she's definitely stronger. So a lot of Aegis players, they're looking for that kill with the heavy attacks coming in from Pyra. As we see right here with the up B, Prominence Revolt, getting that Steve on his first stock.
Yeah, 57% too, certainly doable to bring this back and swing in their favor. Gonna get a trade in this stage with Anvil and up smash. Mithra's just going to shake it off, try to get back, destroy these blocks as fast as possible. Now that minecart with Steve, that's something you're going to have to pay attention to because that has a lot of different mechanics and how it can be played. You'll notice that you left the minecart open. If Mithra were to fall into that, you're kind of stun locked in that minecart for a second.
Yeah, and I know that stun in the minecart, it can take you off the stage. It can put you in a space that Steve really wants you to be. Or like, as we see, we've got a TNT that gets the stock. And I mean, you can attack that TNT, it sets you up for a kill. If you activate the pressure plate that gets set right behind it, it could activate the TNT. So it's a lot of thinking on the Steve's part and planning for that stock.
Yeah, certainly the Pyramithra, a lot of thinking on their end too. How am I going to get beyond this TNT? That's going to be a forward smash that will kill it 70% mid, or yeah, 70% mid stage. Wow, what a showing from the Steve at Frank W. Cox. We definitely know that. The Steve with Osborne. Frank W. Cox's Pyramithra unable to take that last two stocks in that set.
Yeah, and I mean, it's difficult. Even though Pyramithra are sword characters and they switch between speed and power, it's hard if somebody is constantly changing the terrain on you, and you've got to figure out, am I going to break the blocks or am I going to try and just move around them? But even just moving around them, you're kind of setting yourself up for Steve to be ready for you.
Yep, and Steve will be ready. Steve's whole thing as a character is, I'm going to run away, I'm going to set up. I'm going to run away, I'm going to set up. You got to kind of chase me down. With a lot of other characters that use a stalling tactic similar to that, there is a trade-off, like a Jigglypuff, right? You only have a certain amount of jumps that you can use in the air. But Steve just has that, DLC kind of advantage as a character where they can run away, have the time, throw up the blocks. And Nintendo historically, like this is not specific with Smash Ultimate. This has been a thing for years as Nintendo's developed the meta with all of their games going all the way back to Brawl, right? Meta Knight, people were complaining about Meta Knight Brawl for years. And then you hit Smash 4, people were complaining about Bayonetta for years. And Cloud even as well. Then we hit Ultimate and we kind of got through the first DLC patches and we were like, okay, everything's fine. We don't have a character that's too oppressive. And then the final character being Steve, everyone in the community is sort of it's been very polarizing in the community. But nonetheless, phenomenal showing in this first game. Taking 2 stocks, wonderful showing. And so now going into this next game, crew battles in high school, if you've tuned in today, work very different than crew battles in collegiate, right? Crew battles in collegiate, you have a little bit more of a back and forth with the characters. Crew battles in high school, it's a lot more of an individual set. So we'll continue to see this set play out with the Steve versus the Pyramithra as we go into this game 2.
Yeah, now if I'm correct on the stage choice here, I believe we are looking, this is Smashville, and you can tell only because there's the single center platform, whereas Town and City has the 3 that kind of leave and come back as the stage moves back and forth. But as we're seeing here, that Pyramithra is watching Steve, trying to get rid of those blocks as fast as possible, but Steve is doing what he does best. He's setting up, so he's trying to mine when he can. But what are you seeing, Chase?
What I'm seeing is that this Pyramithra is doing a good job of trying to maintain the stage control. For anyone that doesn't know, there are 2 individual sort of characters being played between Pyra and Mithra. You press down B, you're able to swap between one or the other. Mithra, a little bit faster, attacks are a little bit lighter. Pyra, a little bit slower, but the attacks hit a lot harder. So you'll see they'll probably use this Mithra to set up a lot of percent, as we're seeing now the Steve at 75, then swap over to the Pyra to try to take those stocks with those heavy attacks.
Yeah, and as we see, well, whenever Pyra or Mithra, oh, hold up, we've got a stop from that forward smash from Pyra. But Steve hung on to the diamond, and so now he's starting with the diamond weapons to get that stock off of the Mithra. So we're going. Steve is starting to mine again, using that minecart. Ooh, nice combo from Steve there.
I've been very impressed with how close the set has been so far, Robot Ninja. The back and forth, you know, you'll see the Steve take a stock, and then you'll see the Pyra Mithra take another stock. It's very back and forth. But this neutral play now, Steve kind of at advantage, setting up the TNT, pressure plate on the ground, gonna spot dodge, missing the explosion. Pyra Mithra finding their way in. Now pushing the Steve off the side of the stage, switching back over to Pyra, getting a little bit more percent. That's gonna be a solid 20 coming out from the Pyra Mithra, hoping to solidify the second stock. Really putting the pressure on the Steve in the corner, trying to keep them to the ledge where it's best able to handle their response.
Yeah, and that was a great recovery option there from Steve, using the minecart to get back in. But it's not enough to stop a Pyra forward tilt for taking the next stock. But here we go. Steve's got his diamonds, and he's ready to trade. Let's see. Nope, not enough yet. But we've got that Mithra is at 114. So Steve is really looking for an option right now.
Yeah, and he has the tools at their dispensal, right? That you have diamond, like you said. So all you got to do is just wait, find your moment, and then go in. Throwing down the crafting table as well, hiding behind the anvil. That was a little bit of a cheeky play from the Steve to try to protect that crafting table for the moment. There's the forward smash, or the minecart going to go to the edge of the blast zone, but not quite enough. That'll be it now at 170, but Steve has 48%. This Pyra Mithra does have an opportunity, but look at that. One after another, up tilt, going off of the block, now at 51%. I wasn't even able to finish that sentence, Robot Ninja, and they already crapped up percent.
That's what I'm saying, and just like you're saying, this match, it's back and forth. Pyra Mithra just got back, and Steve's already got them almost neck and neck in percentage. Like, we're going. Now, something that we didn't really discuss going into this is Steve also has to be careful because his weapons can break, just like they can in Minecraft. So if he uses one for too long, like the diamond and gold, they last longer, but if he uses it too much, then it'll break, and now he's out of an option.
Exactly, and if you're out of that option, that's so much more, less rock, paper, scissors. The Pyra Mithra is playing in their head of what you can do in that moment. A lot to maintain sort of in this matchup too, trying to determine whether or not you're at kill percent for Pyra Mithra, you know, how much crafting utilities you have. Trying to get back up on stage, that will be the down air that will take that in favor of Pyra Mithra. So they're going to take a game now in this set, making it 1-1 in this best of 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, Chase. I am really thrilled how close all of these matches are. Like, it's just so interesting to me. Like, seeing the back and forth, the Steve was able to get that kill and immediately get the percents to match, but it just wasn't enough. Pyra's back air, like we were saying, that kill power is right there.
Yeah, I love this format so much more than the collegiate format. The collegiate format plays a lot more like a Pokemon battle, and so you could have one person on your team that just is way better than everyone else and can wipe the whole other team. In collegiate, we see this because professional players go into college to play in college, like Zamba at Fisher, and they'll play just as the first position and take everyone out on the other team, so the rest of your team doesn't need to play. This format is so much better because it actually sets up those 1v1 options so that when you have the second seed, Frank W. Cox, playing against the 7th seed, Osborne, on paper you're going, man, that won't be close. But when you play out these sets and these matches, it's all about the individual, who you're playing up against who. So I'm thrilled as much as you to see that this set has been super fast. I'm also thrilled to see the color variety here in terms of the costumes and skins that we're choosing. That's not very frequent. Usually everyone plays sort of the same skin, but we've seen this Pyra Mithra change skins every time, and that's really cool as well.
Yeah, and I mean, one of my fun facts that I love about Pyra Mithra, as we're seeing, like, they've been changing skins, but there's the one cheeky one that swaps the color palettes of both. So now Pyra looks like Mithra, and Mithra looks like Pyra. So you gotta be watching out for that, because the real difference is the sword they hold. So
you can kind of tell as soon as they start moving around who's who, but until they start moving around, it's like a twin situation.
Yeah.
What am I looking at here?
So, but here we go. It's still pretty neck and neck. I mean, Steve at 95, but just setting it up so that Pyra is now at 91. Like, we're looking, even using the blocks to set up. Oh, Pyra with a nice hit.
We're seeing a lot of setup from the Steve and not a lot of ledge trapping. There's some ledge guarding, but we're not seeing a lot of the blocks used around the ledge to try to trap. Oh my gosh, that minecart sent CJ off right stage. I didn't even see that for a second. They traded there in that middle interaction. There's going to be a nair, forward smash trying to catch it, not quite. Switching over to Pyro, looking for a back air, forward tilt. That up B will take it though, and at 139%, just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and I thought that was a smart play. I saw Steve set up those blocks, almost hoping to use it as like a wall to stop him from blasting off. But there he goes, gets back with a minecart into a TNT to send Pyra Mithra into the blast zone. That was just incredible setup right there from Steve.
Sheesh. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. That was ridiculous, the back and forth. Yeah, that minecart push into the TNT was pretty crazy. But now we're seeing more up tilts into an up smash off the block. That's another 58%. It's crazy that there's a conversion for Steve who can do that, like take you from 0 to 58 that fast and then put you in an awkward spot mid-air, mid-stage.
Yeah, and I mean, to the Steve's credit, the amount of planning you have to do, because as many of you may not know, that Steve's double jump, he doesn't get very high.
Nope.
Like, he barely leaves the stage. Ooh, a nice back air coming from the Steve to send Pyra to the blast zone and immediately getting into that diamond weapon. That Steve said, I've got to do something, and you're gone, so I'm going to set up really quickly before you get back.
Yeah, log on to Steve. Doing a great job of holding this mid-stage control, especially now up a stock. We'll want to hold on to the stock as long as possible. They can get a good conversion here. This might spell trouble for the Pyra Mithra.
Yeah, the Pyra Mithra using side B, which is very dangerous if it gets past. Oh, down air. Oh, nice try with the up B. But like I was saying with that side B, oh, and we got a neutral B just for that kill right there. So, but back to quick thought, it's Pyra, she uses that side B. She doesn't have her sword. So now she's out of an option, almost like Steve if a weapon broke. Oh.
But Steve has so many options outside of that. Like the anvil almost fell into that forward smash, but gonna get the air dodge in there, going into a nair, trying to play this mid stage. Steve's baited out a couple options now using that up B on stage, moving in, because the frame data at the end of that is so little. He's able to act and react very quickly out of it. Unlike the Pyra side B, which they're leaning on quite a bit at this point, that could spell some danger if it misses.
Yeah. I mean, but they're keeping that pressure. The Pyra Mithra here keeping the pressure on Steve. Steve is looking for the opportunity, but it's almost like CJ on this Pyra. Oh, we got forward air. But
yeah.
CJ on Pyra uses side B. It's missed though. Ooh. Here, ooh. Oh, it's close.
Wow.
Oh, we're going back and forth. Let's see. Oh,
Isaiah, this is so close. 131 to 105%. This is the stock that's going to determine this first set in this match. And we are going neck and neck. The Steve trying to get back to stage. Pyra Mithra trying to hold the stage control, looking for anything that they can. An up tilt, throwing the forward air. That's going to be a forward smash from Steve to take the first set of this match.
Wow. Credit to both of these players. That was close, neck and neck. Literally any move from either side could have been the game ender.
Yeah.
It's just credit to both players. That was amazing to watch.
That was phenomenal, yeah. And shout out to the Steve player over at, what was that, Osborne. That looks like that was Logan. Congrats to Logan. That was a phenomenal play from Logan on that stage. Holy man, we're gonna have a set ahead of us. This is gonna be a great set. So they're gonna go ahead and get the second players sat down. The stage variety. I was interested to see that too. We went PS2, and then we immediately went from that to
Smashville.
Smashville. Almost said Small Battlefield. To Smashville. And the Smashville seemed to work out really well for the Steve. Pyra Mithra probably trying to get some cheeky play off of that middle platform.
Yeah.
You can do a lot of really good prominence revolts where that'll catch below and above on the platform, so probably looking for some fishing there, but man, it went down to the wire on that last set.
Yeah, and I mean, even just you have to watch out for Pyra. If she gets that down air into her up air or her up smash at a high enough %, and that spells doom for your stock, she's just confirmed that she's going to take it.
Yep.
But now what I'm a little interested in who each team is going to send in next, because I'm not going to lie, I'm really hoping for a Dr. Mario personally.
What's crazy is we have a Dr. Mario on one team. We have a Mario on the other.
It's true.
So we could see the Mario Bros face off because, yes, Dr. Mario is the third Mario brother. There are 3 Mario brothers, if you didn't know.
Yeah, this brother, he decided to go and get his PhD.
And kind of just let them be the plumbers. You guys can do your own thing. I'm going to go over here and save lives, I guess.
Yeah, well, and
I guess what's interesting to think about is even though that Mario, Dr. Mario, you would think, I mean, it's Mario the PhD versus Plumber Mario, you think their movesets are pretty much the exact same, but we've got some variants as we're going in. We're looking, and here it is. We see Dr. Mario is up against Osborne's Kazuya.
Yeah, Dr. Mario, looks like we got Ismark on this Dr. Mario, and then on the Kazuya, we got Aaron on Kazuya. So excited to see that. Man, I could go on and on and on about my, soapbox on the Mario Brothers. Because if they're called the Mario Brothers, that means it's their last name. So is Luigi's full name Luigi Mario? And is Mario's full name Mario Mario? I don't know, but we're going to go straight into the game. I've left you with a little brain teaser to consider. This Dr. Mario, going to play this neutral, try to get some in on probably shooting these pills and getting a nice conversion from those. But unfortunately, Kazuya does have a reflect, and already showing that they know how to use it in this set.
Yeah, and I mean, it's pretty dangerous because Dr. Mario, outside of those pills, he kind of has to engage. He can't stay away, but that's what Kazuya is looking for. Kazuya's game Tekken, you don't really get to just run away from your opponent in Tekken. You have to face them head on. So Kazuya, oh, and a nice up smash coming from the Dr. Mario to catch the ledge get up. But yeah, Kazuya's looking to fight you one-to-one right in your face.
So, like, the difference between these two characters comes in their recovery. And we see that Dr. Mario is able to get back to stage here, but took a lot of resources to do it. Kazuya has a phenomenal recovery. Both of them hit like a truck. Both characters have very early kill moves. The thing is, Dr. Mario, out of the three Mario Brothers, probably has the worst recovery options. So it's going to be all about how they're ledge trapping and ledge stalling, ledge trumping, all of that. The play around the ledge will be incredibly important in this set. But Dr. Mario up 3 stocks just momentarily. Now they're going to be up a full stock in this first game.
Yeah, it's like you said, like, oh, there we see an electric, which is Kazuya's signature setup. Like, if Kazuya does that, it could spell doom for your entire stock. We see the recovery to use, almost trying to stage spike the Dr. Mario there.
Dr. Mario playing around the stage. Okay, jump into a back air. Playing around this, the back air is going to connect. On his last stock, the Dr. Mario is going to go out deep and going to regret it, unfortunately falling. But at 101%, Kazuya does have this rage tactic, and this could spell doom for Dr. Mario because Kazuya does have 100% combos that they can pull out. There's one. The trip's going to miss, and the forward tilt's coming out. Dr. Mario now waiting for their option. There's going to be the crush. Kazuya is going to take this first game, and you hear the crowd here is absolutely electric in the space. Everyone has their eyes peeled on this set, Isaiah.
Yeah, it's just the kill power between these two characters is phenomenal. Like, as we saw, Kazuya with that rage drive, if he grabs you and you're at a high enough percent, it could just be the end of your stock right there. It's so powerful. And like Kazuya, all of his inputs, if they put you in a stun, there's nothing you can really do about it. You're stuck there. He's like, I'm going to try something. So
in esports, we talk about often different styles of play. You know, there's offensive, there's defensive, there's stylistic. I certainly am a very stylistic player. If you put me in the shoes of that Dr. Mario who just went off stage to try to get the down B, whirlwind push off to the side, I'm doing that same thing. But we're in playoffs. We're in finals. There's no room for error. And as we saw, the Kazuya saw that and immediately punished. Was said, okay, I still have 100%. I still have my rage drive. I am not out of this yet. And flipped it back in their favor. And that is, they had a 3-stock lead going into that game. So certainly going into this next game, we definitely know they both know how to play this neutral well. And I would say the edge on the ledge play is going to the Dr. Mario. It's all about what they're doing off the ledge individually as characters that will determine and I think inform how they're playing this set. Both of them bringing their best attire, wearing black for the occasion. And we're going to see how it goes. Look at this. Already Kazuya at 81%.
yeah, that down B, that just multi-hit attack from Dr. Mario is so dangerous. And as we see, like, Dr. Mario is here guarding that ledge the best he can against Kazuya using up B. But like we're talking about, the recovery-wise, Kazuya has so many options he can use to get back and hold himself away. But as we see, that up B will take rage drive from Kazuya and into a forward air from Dr. Mario for the stock.
Yeah, Dr. Mario now trying to hold on to this stock. And honestly, at 46%, big chillin' for the moment. Grab, up throw into an up air conversion. Not going to quite find it. Going to try to get something out with a dash attack. Kazuya trying to fish in here and get their first hit of a conversion. Not going to find it, but instead going to get something off of their laser and going to hold this ledge. trying with a get-up attack to hit behind them. That's not going to quite connect. So this Mario now playing around this ledge play and going back to neutral.
Yeah, this Mario, I mean, they're playing carefully. They're at 99%. This Kazuya is looking for something he can get up just to take this stock, to set it a little more equal. But Dr. Mario said, no, I don't really want you to take my stock right now, so I'm going to hold on to it for a bit longer. Even at 111, oh, the down tilt into up B.
The spot dodge before, the spot dodge for the jab?
Oh.
That was nuts.
Like, and here we go. Kazuya's down 2 stocks right now. Dr. Mario holding 3. Kazuya with an up smash to take that first stock. But Kazuya's still at a disadvantage, looking for that opening.
But Kazuya was in this position before, Isaiah, just in the last game, down to a whole stock and was able to bring it back. So they do have a chance still to carry this back into their favor.
So here we go, down throw from Kazuya into electric. Ooh, going for that grab. Nice attempt. That down B from Dr. Mario. Lays from Kazuya. Using these pills to, there we go.
Down throw into the down
is.
B will take that second game, Isaiah. And that will now be 1-1. Kazuya and Dr. Mario tied. This being our second tied game of the set.
That's true. Here we are. Just like we were saying, these teams keeping it neck and neck the whole playoffs. Like, I'm excited. That setup, I've never seen Dr. Mario. I didn't know Dr. Mario could do that.
Yep.
I'm going to be honest. I don't play very many, but even seeing that threw me off.
Well, and that's something to say because you played on the academy team here at Shenandoah. That just goes to show how much matchup variety there is in a character that has checks notes 84 characters. That's a lot. That's a lot of matchup knowledge. So it would make sense if there's like a move or two that you're like, wait, I've never seen that confirmed. Because I'm playing this game 6-7 years later, and I'm still like, wait, you can do that at certain times when I'm watching. I learned yesterday that, Rob's side B, if you mash it, it lasts longer and it has a higher chance of killing. Young Kipling taught me that. I've been playing this game for 8 years. I had no idea. I knew Bowser up B, you had to spam B to get back faster and get a higher elevation. But Rob didn't know that.
Yeah, well, and like another character, for example, is the Wii Fit Trainer. I didn't know that either. But here we go. As we're going into the match, we see Kazuya and Dr. Mario on FD. Now, I know from my collegiate competitions, this is a stage that Kazuya's just love because you don't have platforms you can hide from him on.
Yeah, Kazuya's love, and honestly, kind of big brain out of the Kazuya to be put in this position now, game 3, and able to pick this stage. It really does go to show that cheeky move we saw from Dr. Mario in the first game, trying to go off stage and get an early stock. It's carrying forward now into the last game. Those decisions made 20-30 minutes ago are now informing how this game's going. And already, like you said, Kazuya loves this stage. 1 stock up with Rage Drive.
Yeah, but
As I say that, Caster's Curse.
Boom, right there. As you said it, Dr. Mario out of shield up B and takes that stock. Now we're back on that even playing field. Like we were just talking about, Kazuya was down, took that stock, and here they are, neck and neck, the neutral. Just both going back and forth. Kazuya trying to get a hit, but that Dr. Mario is ready. Oh, and there we go. As I say it, there's the grab.
Ooh, and trying to get more off of it. But this Dr. Mario doing a good job of trying to set up with these nairs. Very quick tool that is very similar across a bunch of other characters. It's a specific type of kick. We're seeing this Dr. Mario going with the forward air and now up a stock again, able to swing this game back in their favor. And FD swings are just like that, Isaiah. They can be that quick. And really, the beauty of this stage is you're always playing neutral. All you got to play is neutral. There's no platforms.
Yeah, we see that Dr. Mario was going for that down air, was looking for that early kill to see if they could take it from Kazuya.
Ooh, the rush down into the turnaround jab. Trying to set up for a back throw, I think, but not going to quite find it. 125%. Let's see if this Mario is able to take it now for Frank W. Cox, or if Osborne is going to swing it back in their favor. Trying to go with that up B kill confirm. Unfortunately, unable to find it. Back throw now on stage, going for the ledge grab, trying to find a back air, but that's going to be Kazuya being careful and meticulous on how they're responding to stage. Getting up, jumping down air. The play from both sides here is very cautious. As I say that, the land with the Mario will kill. What a play from Frank W. Cox. They are going to take this first set of the match.
Yeah, and like you were saying, that was an incredible play from both sides. Like it was a difficult match. Even if some would say, well, Kazuya just wins that. I mean, Dr. Mario made his case saying, hey, I think I can hang with Kazuya. So Dr. Mario said, you got to watch out for me too. So
I keep saying first set. That was the second set of the match. We had the whole Pyra/Mythra set beforehand versus Steve. Dude, these games are so close, it has me on some wibbly-wobbly, timey-wimey stuff.
yeah, it's just, I'm not even going to lie, it was so back and forth and so close. I was so invested that I even forgot about the first set. As soon as you said, I said, that's right, we did watch Pyra/Mythra.
That happened.
So-
That happened. Yeah, so, we have the score report here, too. We're able to take a look at this, and I think as of right now, Frank W. Cox, looks like that is not updated. We'll get that updated in just a minute with the actual score. But very close back and forth so far. We are going to go into our third set. This could inform a lot. And I imagine we'll get probably the characters that are listed here, but for the sake of counter picking, I won't say anything until it says something on screen. Because we are now at that point.
It's true, and I won't say anything either. I am excited to see if they go with what we have here on our list.
Yeah. Shout out real quick as well to the production. They've done so much for this event, absolutely crushing it. Almost as good of a job as we're doing on the casting side and how the previous casters did, but, not quite there. And, I think that they would agree with that. They don't have a voice right now, but they would probably agree on that end.
I say they'd agree 100%. I mean, they brought us in because I think they needed help.
I'm just jawsing. They're giving us some eyes over there, but they're genuinely doing a phenomenal job. Going into this last set, really excited because I think we're going to have a character that I know all too well, and the other character is my wife's main. And yes, you heard that correctly. I am a Smash Brothers player with a wife. And that is something that you can all achieve eventually, if that's something you want. We've beat the allegations, everyone. Yeah, you can be in a relationship and be in the Smash community. Yeah, there it is. Boom. So we got Banjo and Kazooie up against Mario, regular Mario. Well, actually, Construction Mario, if you want to get technical.
I would say, I believe that's from Mario Maker.
Yeah, technically Mario Maker Mario, but wearing the construction hat. And I love this Banjo pick, Banjo being my main, Mario being my wife's main. So I'm very understanding of this matchup and super stoked to see what stage we're going at first.
Yeah, I mean, this should be interesting, especially because Mario being #1 on the roster versus Banjo, one of the DLC. So as we start, we're at Battlefield. So this is a great one for Mario because Mario's got that top platform that he can use to extend most of his combos. But what he's going to need to watch out for is probably that Wonder Wing coming from Banjo-Kazooie, a move that if it starts, Banjo and Kazooie are invincible in, and you can't do much about that.
Yeah, I mean, you can wait and try to grab at the end of it because he is susceptible to grabs. But yeah, you're going to play a lot around grenade here. Banjo-Kazooie's probably best move. This character often described, the wait until the Breagle into the up air. Banjo does have some tech that he's able to use in terms of conversions and true combos, but they're very difficult to achieve. They're super technical. So you can separate a really good Banjo player from someone who's trying. Like I'd be in that latter category. I'm not great with all of my combos as it comes to this character, but I understand them enough to go, wow, that is incredibly difficult to pull off.
Yeah, and I could actually say the same for when I like to casually play this Mario. Like, we're seeing they're neck and neck, but Mario, to set up those combos, the amount of time and effort you've got to put into, like, practice those, because I know, me personally, I can't do what I'm seeing Mario do here.
Also, shout out to the Dan reference. We got Okaroon on the Mario. Celis on the Banjo. But trying to get this first stock, both sides remaining very resilient and holding on to the stock. The pressure is on, as this is both of these teams' third characters. So anything moving forward, we'll see sort of repeats. It's imperative that they do all they can because this is a 1-1 set, as you can see in the upper left-hand corner. Both teams taking an individual set. That'll be Mario taking the first stock with a back air into the stage. No tech zone.
Yeah, and even as close as it was, Mario took that stock, but the recovery options from both sides, both players, is incredible. Seeing Banjo make sure not to burn all resources, immediately recovering. Same for Mario, because as we've been talking about, these two are characters that have limited resources to get back. They can use them and mix and match them, but Like Banjo-Kazooie almost killing Mario there. Mario at 156 holding on the stock. It's just incredible play on both sides.
Yeah, to add to their options for recovery too, Isaiah, both of them have wall jumps. And while that's very difficult to pull off on a battlefield, you can still wall jump on battlefield. So that adds a lot of variety. Banjo and Kazooie taking their first stock, sitting at 80%. They're going to have to recover a little bit of lost time here. But if you're hitting those combos with Regal Blast like we've been seeing, as long as they can finalize those combos with like a forward air or even a down air, bringing them back down into a forward smash, if they can find something heavy at the end of that combo, they're going to find that these stocks are going to get pretty even pretty fast.
Yeah. And on Mario's end, you got to be careful because if you get to that top platform, I know personally I have a friend that made Mario, and he's taught me that if you go to that top platform like we were about to see there, Mario's looking, he can do that up air into up B, and that could spell doom right then and there.
Yeah, you get those up air conversions on Mario on this top platform. It's like coming down off the top rope, elbows ready. Ooh, the spot dodge into the Banjo-Kazooie Wonder Wing. Now, another thing that Mario has that's a really good tool in this matchup is actually Flood. Flood does so much for Mario in this matchup, but won't do anything when you're buried. Banjo-Kazooie hitting that down throw into the up tilt, which will kill. Now Banjo-Kazooie coming back, side being back to stage, will hit the Mario with that side B. Sitting at 152, this Mario will want to get rid of the stock as quick as possible, and Banjo will be looking to rack up as much percent as they can as quick as possible.
Yeah, and we're seeing this Mario with the forward smash to take the next stock on Banjo, but we're seeing this Mario is trying to use that cape as a tool, because that cape can send the projectiles back, but it can also turn a character around that it makes contact with. So Mario trying it on Wonder Wing, for example, to see if he can take Banjo, but we got a barrier from Banjo, trying to get that nair set up.
And Banjo trying to play around this grenade as they get back and they know the setup, but Mario forward air going to slam him back down into that second platform. Now, conversions more in the favor of Mario. Banjo having to back up, use a little bit of their zoning utility to try to get back into this. Mario back air going to start a conversion, but Banjo has the tech option, rolling back in, pulling out that Bregal, seeing if they can find anything. Mario spading out some options, went back and forth, and Banjo said, you know what, bait out all the options, I'm going to Wonder Wing, and that'll be that game in the set. So now it is 2-1 in favor of, that would have been Frank W. Cox, I believe.
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah, 2-1 in favor of Frank W. Cox. So now we go into game 4. And if you were watching earlier, you kind of know what happens. If you don't, we'll reiterate. In game 4 and 5, you can play any of your players from the first 3 games, but you cannot repeat them more than once. So if I pick, say, the Banjo to go into this next game as a repeat character for set 4, I would not be able to pick that Banjo again for set 5. So now you have to choose between your 3 characters who's going in.
Yeah, but are you ready for this, Chase? Because I've got
Ready.
some news. It looks like we're only going into the game 2. We haven't even finished the set. That was the first game.
Oh my gosh.
So we are just now looking at the next game starting. So Banjo would need to take another one before we even move into set 4.
Dude, I am sitting here mind blown. I am thinking that we're so much further than what we are. These games are so close. They're just so close, man. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, we obviously have to finish out this set first, and it looks like we're going to go with a little bit more of a traditional color scheme as Mario switches over to the red. And I know I mentioned it last set, but I will say again, I'm very, very happy to see the amount of skin variety we're seeing in-game. These different costumes, you often don't see that many when you're playing in tournaments. Someone picks their tried and true color, that's what they pick. So really excited to see the different color options we're seeing from these teams.
Yeah, it's just, well, everybody knows this iconic red M hat. Like, you see Mario, most of the world, they can just go, oh, that's Mario. But Banjo, it's not bad because they've got Kazooie's a different color. I know that's not as, but it's just almost had that up air conversion into the up B.
Oh, I thought that the jump pad was going to hit Mario, and that would have caused the tech option. Mario is going to grab the grenade after trying to use the nair. That's the issue with trying to just throw aerials around. If you're not careful, you're going to grab one of the Banjo-Kazooie grenades, and just like the snake grenade, it will blow up in your face. You got to be very careful. That will take percentage very fast. Speaking of percentage very fast, we are less than 1 minute into this game. Both players sitting at high percentage stocks, 103 to 82.
Yeah, it's just close back and forth, each looking, attacking shields, and both players just shielding each option. just getting around, finding the opening where percent was. Oh, we got a buried into up tilt from Banjo for the first stock on Mario.
What a schmoove. What a bait. Ran back, said, I'm just going to choose something. Yoink, grab you, throw you down. Love to see those options come through. Yeah, this level of Smash competition I love to see because you're seeing a lot less of the I'm going to run at you and throw out what works. When you get into this playoff bracket, there's a lot more of this back and forth as we're seeing a trip into a down smash. Banjo-Kazooie having to come back, going to need to use both side Bs to get back there, but that's what Wonder Wing is there for. If you lose your stock and you haven't used all your Wonder Wings, what are you doing? Trying to go for that forward air, going for the mix-up, expecting a different mash, but not quite finding it. Okaroon holding onto this grenade, and that could have been an option from Celis. Not quite finding it. 2-2, this Mario's at 100%.
Yeah, it's going to be close. Mario said, I want to hold this stock, but Banjo said, I'm going to make that very difficult. I've already set you up damage-wise. Now I'm looking for what I want to do to you in my combos to take you out.
Up throw, down air. Playing around this ledge well. Banjo trying to go for another grab conversion. We'll say this Banjo has done an exceptional job of being able to get something out of these grabs because Banjo grab has a lot of in lag, and if you are not careful, well, something like that will happen if you're not careful.
Yeah. So, but what I want to give credit to all the players I've seen today is the amount of variety. Like, we're seeing they're going for different things, as we saw, but some of the same tried and true. We've got the bury into up tilt from Banjo there, but they're not going. They want those mix-ups. They don't want and Wonder Wing just to take that kill, but they're not going for the same one. Collegiate, a lot of times we're just seeing players go for what they know is going to work.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like sometimes you have to, but at this level, like this. The level of where they're at, you have that variety of being able to choose in a good option from, maybe not the best, but a second best option that will bait out something that they've had a behavior on.
Yeah.
Now at 104, Banjo trying to mix up how they're getting back. Wonder Wing back to stage, playing around that neutral, Nair around this middle platform. Mario scrambling, trying to find a aerial option to set up. Looking for nairs, looking for back airs, not quite finding them. Banjo resetting up on the center stage, both realizing that the set is at hand here. 112%, 113. Banjo going down. That's going to be a nair. Mario stuck without an option, and that'll be a Wonder Wing off the side to take it in favor of Frank W. Cox.
I'm going to be so honest. I was not ready to see Wonder Wing there. I'm going to be honest. I knew Mario was looking for
You're
that
never
recovery.
expecting Wonder Wing.
But like that's the danger of Wonder Wing is because if you're not keeping track of the Wonder Wing and how much Banjo's used it, then Banjo could surprise you, be like, oh, I haven't used it at all, or I don't have it anymore.
Yep.
So that's the danger of Banjo-Kazooie right there.
Tough. That's just crazy. But now we are 2-1 in the set, and it is a best of 5. So we got another game coming up soon, which will be a repeat matchup like I was talking about previously.
Yeah, but if I'm correct, if a team chose so, they can send in somebody who just played, right? Because now that now that the first 3 have gone, it's do we want to send someone who's warmed up back in, or do we want to send someone who has had some time to kind of watch and assess the other players that they didn't go against earlier?
And you probably get that as a strategy playing on the team and being there firsthand and going, do I send myself in because I'm warm, or do we send someone else in because this is a better matchup for them? And did they play well earlier enough to be able to beat this matchup? Like, there's so much variety that goes into it. It truly is like you're mixing a lot of different rule sets between like tennis and martial arts and wrestling and like sort of how those rule sets play out. That's why I love Smash at the collegiate level and high school level, because you're seeing a very, very similar like lines you can draw in between those different rule sets and how it plays out in esports.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at these sheets, and I'm seeing, like, there's the 3 competitors, but, like, for collegiate, when I competed, there's the 4, and so my role was what we called the closer. So I would typically be what player 3 is, or number 3 is here on the team. I'm the guy that you bring in at collegiate level because it's like that Pokemon battle. It's almost like you're the partner Pokemon.
Your closer or your anchor?
Yeah, the anchor.
Yeah,
the one that you're looking and be like, hey, we need you. You've got 3 stocks. The enemy team has 5. So we need you to hold on to your 3 and take their 5.
Yep.
So,
and it, like, that format works for collegiate.
Yes.
I will say, I wish collegiate had this format. I like this format much better. I think it's a lot more equitable across the players. It's smaller team sizes. We've seen collegiate struggle some with the large team sizes being 4 or 5. I think a sweet spot for most esports teams, and it does vary game to game, but is that 3, that 3 mark. I think it's 3 to 4, generally pretty good cutoff. But teams are getting their next players in, and we are waiting to hear from them what that will look like as we're prepared to move on and see who's going to take the cake between Frank W. Cox and Osborne.
Yeah, I mean, all the players, it's been neck and neck. And like you were saying, that seeding, because we're getting closer and see for the number 2 seed versus the number 7, like they're number 7 saying, hey, we're not here just to lose. We're gonna put up a fight. And if I believe, remind me who is currently up again, Chase?
Yep.
It was Osborne, who is the number 7, correct? So
yeah, Osborne is the number 7 seed.
Osborne is looking for that upset. They said, we're here. We're going to finals. That's the dream. I know it. If I were on the team, that's the dream for me. I'm aiming for finals all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, it's enough to spend your whole season competing online, but to qualify and make it for a LAN is such a special feeling. You know, coming in, just giving it your all. That's why we have a bunch of, you can see behind us, a bunch of side stations for people to play throughout the day so that when they're not playing in their main set, they can go over, relax, hang out, get warm, stay warm. And then we have some side activities going on later this afternoon in the space, some cornhole, a home run contest, a 3-point contest, and Wii Sports Resort. So there's a lot of variety for players to stick around. And when you play on LAN, the beauty of playing on LAN is that you have no lag. So if you want to play against other competitors in the space without lag and just play to get better, you have that option on LAN to do that. And it looks like going into the next game, we got our setup ready. We're going to see the Pyra Mithra return for Frank W. Cox and the Mario return for Osborne.
This is going to be intriguing because I know Mario, he's got those combos he's looking for, but then Pyra Mithra, again, they're a sword fighter. So they've I've got the tool to keep you out. Like, if I don't want you to approach me, I can say, back off just for a little bit. I'm not ready just yet. I'm going to approach when I want to. So we'll see Okarun here on the Mario, already 32. Mithra just keeping up that trouble because of just how fast she truly is.
Yeah, Mithra, and this will be an interesting matchup because both of them like to get in, like to get these combos, but it really comes to how they're finishing these combos. Pyra Mithra considered a sortie, Mario definitely a brawler, and sorties generally just have the edge over brawlers because they can keep them at that mid-distance if they're good at micro-spacing. So we'll see how it comes down to this 5-foot range spacing between the two players, because that'll determine a lot in the set, as we've already seen this Mithra take a stock from the Mario and is now racking him back up 23, 30, 40. That's a lot to take in a 3-second span for a character that is not heavy enough to afford that percent.
Yeah, and just like that, we see Mario rip the force smash, and Chase, we just hit a minute into the match and 2 stocks have been taken, one from each side. Like, the level, it's just the competitiveness.
We're scrapping.
I'm loving, yeah. It's Super Smash Brothers. It's a fighting game. We're here to fight. We're not here to stand around and just watch. Oh,
The jab reset. Okay, we saw some. Coming back to that platform, trying to get the cape, throw him off the platform. That was almost a very cheeky play from Okarun, who's now playing in this mid-stage, going for an up air, trying to play around this. The platform is gone for the moment, turning this into an FD sort of situation. Going for those forward tilts, that micro-spacing shining through for this Mario, waiting out the option, going for the grab, but it's going to go a little too far, and instead find the other end of Pyra's sword. Pyra, the CJ Nova, wanting to take the stock as soon as possible, Isaiah, or they're going to be in a sticky situation.
yeah, like you said, it's sticky. Pyra has they're the kill option. But here's Mario charging up Flood, looking to use it. But the battle for neutral, the advantage-disadvantage we're seeing. Ooh, almost caught there with the force smash by Mario. With the roll read, that down smash was a great read coming from Mario there to catch Mithra.
In Smash Bros, we'll talk about covering options a lot. And options basically mean when you're put in a situation, the things that you can do in that situation. Can you jump? Can you attack? Can you grab? Can you dodge? Mario covered 3 different scenarios and options there with that down smash. An incredible play from Okarun, who's trying to get Osborne in a 2-2 situation. Okarun needs to win this set for Osborne to continue in the bracket. If they lose this, Frank W. Cox is on match point. So adversely, CJ Nova really trying to solidify this out, but sitting at 105%. They don't have much room for error. They'll need to take out this Mario as fast as possible.
Yeah, and here we go. Mario takes some time, saying, "Hey, I'm up a stock. I don't need to approach you."
Yeet.
Oh, here we go.
Yeet.
We're looking for that back throw. And we get the kill off the back throw from Mario. Just like you said, that's a yeet,
Yeet.
for the stock.
Yeet. Didn't need to yell it. Knew it was going on. I saw the grab and went, yes. I've been here before.
Yes.
But
Oh.
truly, now that Mario up 1 in the set, and Osborne looking pretty right now, like we could go into a Game 5 situation.
Yeah, and this is just one of the Game 5s we've been in. It's been close like this all day from every team that's competed so far. And I want to chalk it up. It's like you were saying, it's a championship. This is the best of the best from for the league. Like they competed online all season, and they said, "We're here. We made a name for ourselves, and now we're going to prove that name here."
What really surprises me, Isaiah, is sometimes when you get into playoffs, in the quarterfinals, in that first round, the games aren't as close as what you'd hope going into playoffs. Because normally of how you seed, right? You're putting the first seed against the 8th seed, so no one's really expecting those games to be very, very close. I got to give props to all teams in Virginia. This is an incredible quarterfinals, probably the best quarterfinals round I've seen in VHSL history. These sets are so neck and neck. It could go either way. And as we start, we're now on PS2, a stage that favors both of these characters in some way, shape, and form. The platforms Mario can get a lot of value out of, and Pyramithra, honestly, can play around these ledge options really well. As well as coming back to stage, could get gimped on the bottom of the stage. It's just a matter of how you play the matchup, and that works honestly either way for both characters. The sword option that you were talking about earlier, the side B from Pyra, so we're going to probably see that a lot more this stage as these platforms are a little bit lower and easy to catch.
Yeah, and we got that forward tilt guarding Mario here. But Mario saving that up B for the last moment he needed it. But we're looking at, and right there with an up tilt from Pyra to get the early first stock there. But it wasn't easy by any means. I mean, that's probably the longest taken. Right there, a forward smash from Okaroon to match it. They're going neck and neck. They said, we're competing. We're going to stay in this.
I loved the composure from the Mario when they returned with that stock. Okaroon fell, baited out an option, ran up, and as soon as they saw the Pyra jump, did that up air, back air conversion, which led to them taking the stock. Now 2-2, going to play around this neutral. Mithra trying to get Mario off this platform up in the air right above them in that sweet spot. But instead, it's going to be Mario now trying to reset back to neutral. And what I love about PS2 is resetting to neutral is always looking so pretty because you're standing right in that Pokeball in the middle of the stage.
That's
so
right.
a little bit easier to tell when you are resetting. It's going to be a neutral B, giving Mario an air of opportunity to get back on stage. Flood fully charged, making it a little bit harder to see. There's going to be a down throw into up air conversions, but jump always being usually being a great defensive option. We'll see Pyra take that option there into a prominence revolt.
Yeah.
Will take Mario's stock.
Now let's see, because Pyramithra are currently up right now, but Mario's got them at 83. So Mario could put them in a scenario that makes it very challenging to hold on to this stock, as we see trying to catch with that forward smash. But Mithra said, "I'm a little faster, so I'm gonna try and stay outside your zone until I want to keep you in my range." As we're seeing here from the forward smash. Now we've got to swap over to Pyra. Pyra using the options. We got Prominence Revolt with the up B. Garden with that up air. Mario with an air. And Pyra makes it back.
Yep, going to make it back, but now at the last stock, Mario trying to hold on to that. Not going to find it. Instead, Pyramithra taking that game. So now it is 1-1.
Yeah.
The next game could be the entire set. It's all a matter of what stage they play on. Now, they were previously just on Pokemon Stadium 2, which, me being a millennial, I try to not say PlayStation 2. PS2 just gets me every time, but was on that Pokemon Stadium 2, and that was a stage that generally the team, Frank W. Cox, prefers overall. So now going down into Osborne, I think it is their pick going into this stage, and truly it could be a mix of a few things. I'm anticipating we'll see a stage that they've already played on, as it is Mario's preference going into this, and they have a pretty high win rate on that stage. But, you know, Osborne, I don't think had anticipated this, right? They didn't send in their Steve into the set, and they didn't do that probably because they're like, hey, we need that for our 5th game. If we win 4, we got to take Steve into 5. But that strategy might not work out for them as if this Mario's unable to take this game in front of us.
Right. But as we see, so the pick has been Smashville, so we're back on that that one platform. I believe it's a little higher than the platforms on PS2.
Yes.
But so not bad because I mean that keeps Pyra from doing anything with Prominence Revolt while you're under the platforms. But
Or the
Pyra's-
side B.
Or the side B, right. So here we go. We've got Mario's at 92. Pyra using side B as an edge guard. Here we go. Into that forward air to catch that stock.
That was almost a really good cape from Mario, just a tad too late. And honestly, I think they were in lag, so unable to throw it out earlier before they threw it out there. But incredible play from both sides. Mario almost getting that cape out and deflecting it back. 27%, 33%. Spyro Mithra, CJ Nova really racking up the stock percentage here for Okaru.
Yeah, it's just, we see Pyra is trying to catch that ledge grab with the down air, which is very strong. If you get that spike or that slam from it, it's just doomed. You have to accept that it happened. Neutral B to catch Mario. Mario using Fireball to recover, but Pyra catching each option.
Trying to go for that down air into up air conversion. Prominence Revolt, Mario able to get a dash attack off. Go for a cheeky play on the flood, but it's a little bit too late. And the Pyramith are going to get back to stage now, playing around this mid-stage control. Sitting at 130. Mario's looking for an out-of-shield option and picking the wrong one. Unfortunately, back air going to find the other side of a full-fledged sword.
Yeah, but I like the use of Flood here to try and keep that Pyra Mithra out, because if, say, Mithra had thrown an option out while Flood was hitting, then you're automatically pushed back by Flood, and it's doomed.
Yeah, it could have been really good if it was the Pyra that was pushed out, or if it was a little bit earlier. Completely agree. The up smash will take the first stock of this game, and this will may be Mario's turnaround in this game to get things back in order. Sitting at 47% on their last stock, they certainly don't want to be in this position.
Yeah, but as we talk about Mithra having that ability of foresight, being able to dodge last second and be like, oh, I saw that though, and still taking some damage, but it gets her out of a lot of combos, really. And so Mithra still keeping that advantage, but Mario doing a great job returning it, saying, hey, I want to turn an advantage. Let me have my turn now.
Yeah, you hold up, wait a second, it's my turn. We're gonna see a cheeky neutral B play on side of, or on the ledge, not gonna quite find anything. But the conversion, that might take it, unfortunately, for Woodside, listen to me. Unfortunately for Frank W. Cox, that will be the set. Or fortunately for them, Frank W. Cox taking it 3-1.
So,
Yeah.
But credit to Osborne that they kept it close. Like we said, they even in set 4, like Mario didn't give up. That's a tricky one. I know a lot of people collegiate-wise, when they see an Aegis is on the team, if they see Pyramithras coming in, they're like, well, here we go. We're gonna try our best, but they're a difficult character to be matched up against.
They are a very difficult character to play against, and honestly, great job on both sides. We're seeing that back and forth play. Frank W. Cox good, and moving on. So now we'll see here very soon. Now that set is finished, we'll see CD Hilton versus Liberty. They're going to be playing at 1:15.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just, I'm going to be honest, Chase. I have been watching just the friendlies, and it's been enough for me to be like, maybe when I'm not busy and I'm not at work, maybe
games.
Maybe I could play against them. So
It's always a good time. That's the best part of a Smash tournament. The free play setups may have the competitors on it, but it also may have staff. It may have parents, family, friends.
Yeah.
I had, back in Minnesota, we were involved with Big Brothers, Big Sisters, and they used the time in between rounds to play with their littles. And literally the big brothers would come in and just get some free play games in. People would be like, hey, you're pretty good. You mind if I play against you? And they're like, yeah, I'm the best out of my friend group. And then they'd play, and sometimes they win, sometimes they wouldn't. But we'll know when we're playing next, for certain. We are playing at 1:15. It'll be right here, CD Hilton versus Liberty, the 3rd seed against the 22nd seed. A match you will not want to miss. So go grab some popcorn, take a bathroom break, and we will see you very shortly. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once more to the Play versus Super Smash Bros. Bracket Fall 2025 Championship. If you are new to broadcast, you probably didn't tune in for the last set, which was incredibly close. But my name is Chase Newcomb. I'm a lecturer here at Shenandoah University, and I will be leading you through the next quarterfinal set that we have alongside my co-caster, Isaiah Scott, Robot Ninja.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, it's just, as you said, Chase, it's been an incredible day. Just every game, close, neck and neck. We're seeing incredible play. Every team, every seed. Just, as I say, the best of the best. The skill is there, Chase.
Yeah, and so last set, Isaiah, let's recap the day, right? We started out the day with Massaponics versus Brook Point, the first seed versus the 8th seed. And while it was a close back and forth, we did see Massaponics take that first set. There we go, right here on the bracket. So they took it 3-2. Going into the next set, we had Woodside versus Forest Park. Once again, a 3-2 situation. Then we had Frank W. Cox versus Osborne, which we just commentated. That was a 3-1 situation. The first set of the day where there has not been a Game 5, which is crazy in quarterfinals. Now, you'll also notice some seed differences because there were some pretty incredible knockouts leading up to this event. And so I say that because we have C.D. Hilton, the 3rd seed, going up against Liberty, the 22nd seed. However, if you look up earlier in the bracket, Woodside, the 13th seed, was able to take out Forest Park, the 5th seed going into the day. So we've seen upsets across the board, both left and right. I mean, in any quarterfinals of any major event, how many games is the 8th seed taking against the 1st seed? It's usually none, but taking a whole 2 and putting it in a Game 5 situation, this competition is neck and neck, Isaiah.
Right, and even like going into the 1 seed versus the 8 seed, we saw it down to the last stock. It came down to who's going to land the finishing move first. And it's really been like that for each of these Game 5s. It's just been that close. Even with our 2nd seed, Frank W. Cox versus Osborne, the 7th seed, even though they only went into the 4th game, it still was pretty close. Like, it could have gone either way. We could have had a Game 5, or, as we saw, it ended in the Game 4.
Yeah, and I think this could be no exception to that so far today. Now, because we have some information on the back end, we have some knowledge of who is going in first. We don't necessarily have the stage, but we do know it will be a Zelda-Ridley matchup to start out this set. And both of these teams have a wide variety of characters. You know, generally at these events, Isaiah, you're going to see a lot of top 8. You're going to see a lot of top 8 that have, like, Steve, Rob, Joker, Cloud. It's a lot of kind of the same characters. But today, if we look at our data sourcing sheet, we've seen K. Rules, we've seen Steves, we've seen Marios, we've seen Ganondorfs, we've seen DDDs, we've seen Banjos, we've seen Dr. Mario. It's been across the board in character variety. So going into this last quarterfinal for today, I'm eager to see if we're going to see the same sorts of characters, because there's some characters on here that are duplicates, or if we're just going to see complete off-the-wall changes that we're not anticipating.
Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, like, as we've been referring to collegiate competition a lot, like you're saying, the variety, I don't think I would have ever seen, like, this matchup, for example, Zelda Ridley. I don't know if anyone collegiate that I've met would willingly be like, yeah, I'm going to send in my Ridley to take on Zelda. Because Zelda, she's going to look at Ridley and be like, well, as long
Have
as
fun.
Have fun. I'm going to keep you away from me. And if you stay away from me, well, then you're playing my game. You're at my speed.
I put Zelda up there. Like, everyone has, it's kind of a meme at this sense in the community to have a tier list for Smash, because it really is matchup knowledge more than anything. But I put Zelda and Hero kind of in those high-tier guarding situations where they can put some serious checks on you if you're not ready for the move sets that they have. Zelda has incredible moves, throwing the Knight out in front of her, which is also a reflect. The teleport, the up air kills very early, so there's a lot of tools in the arsenal, but Ridley also has a lot of variety and utility in how they can play as a character. They can get her across the stage super fast. If they get Zelda off stage, Zelda's going to have a really bad time with Fireball. So there is a lot of counterplay that can go into this. It's all about, I think, knowing whether or not, or what state you're in, advantage, disadvantage, neutral, and how you're getting into a preferred state. Something that a lot of mid-tier Smash players don't really consider. They're like, oh, do I have them in percent? I'm going to get my kill now. But we'll certainly see how it plays out as we get into the first game. We got CD Hilton on this Zelda. Susurrance against Underpaid.
Yeah, it's, as you're saying, it's going to be down to that state. I mean, we know Ridley, for those that may not know, Ridley, while he's charging up, has a chance to not to flinch but not get knocked back because it'll stop his charge. But at the same time, Zelda's got her aerials are a little dangerous, as we see with the early kill with side B on Ridley. That flare is just enough. It's almost unpredictable because that's at the mercy of the player to let go.
Yeah, and you're able to move that up and down, get a little bit of a Y-axis variety. Feel a little old, Isaiah. I just realized susurrance is a play on sus occurrence, I'm guessing.
Oh.
So just realizing that now. But Ridley's also realizing that Zelda forward air hurts, and that was a sweet spot forward air on platform that will kill super early. This Zelda currently sitting at 60% underpaid. Really looking for options here with those forward smashes. Going to throw out some fireballs. See if they can't get into this neutral. Then instead, they're going to find the other end of this knight. Something that we had anticipated pretty early was going to be a problem, Isaiah.
Yeah, and as we know, I mean, it's difficult because Zelda's crystal, if she can throw that up, and it protects her from the fireballs. As we see, Zelda going out there trying to catch with the knight for that edge guard. But forward smash looks like, yep, there it is. Forward smash is the finishing move. That's just a tough matchup. I mean, Ridley now has kind of picked up on what they need to watch out for going into this next round. But even still, Zelda is able to change up those options pretty frequently.
A three-stock's a three-stock. You
Yeah.
call it as it is, man. Like, that was tough game one. Going into this game two, I think resetting to neutral will be incredibly important and really punishing the Zelda on their missed sweet spot options. We saw a couple of those forward airs and back airs. If you don't hit that sweet spot on the forward air and back air, it's kind of a really bad move. But if you hit that sweet spot, it can do a lot of damage, a lot of knockback. So more punishing options, I think, moving forward is what we're going to want to see from this Ridley.
Yeah, and like we were talking about, this Ridley's going to have to really be careful about staying away from Zelda because, I mean, Zelda's looking for that space. If you give Zelda the space, Zelda's going to say, well, this is what I need. This is what I want to do.
Yeah, they're going to take it. If you give them the space, Lord knows they're going to take it. Yeah, I think that going into this next game, stage could probably play a big role as well. This Ridley will have some stage preference, and they're going to choose Kalos Pokemon League for their stage preference. Now, a lot that you can do here is really these top platforms. You can play around a lot. Your side B will benefit as well, as these blast zones are a lot more narrow than other maps. So we'll see how they can play this to their advantage. Trying to play around this neutral, but they're going to find the end of a Zelda move. Both attempts to get back. They find their place in neutral, and immediately the knight pushes them out. Using this platform to get back, finding the end of a forward air. Unfortunately, going to try a neutral get up, and the Zelda has answers for every option being thrown out.
Yep, just the option coverage here from Zelda is phenomenal, really. I mean, seeing, oh, you're still in the air, well, I'll send out side B. Are you gonna just gonna get up from ledge? Oh, I'm gonna forward air. Ridley is trying to put that pressure. Zelda's here at 80, but already got another sweet spot, putting Ridley up to 36%. Now we're at 56 with Knight. It's a difficult match.
Yeah, trying to get back to this platform, Ridley going to be able to land and now try to use some of this neutral utility. Going for a back air, going to find it. Fireball to try to catch some options off ledge. Going for a down smash in Zelda, expecting that forward smash and to time out of it. But that down smash has a little bit more lag, and the timing favors the Ridley there. So now at 135, unfortunately going to lose that stock. So Zelda now a whole stock ahead. This Ridley has a mountain to climb, but has shown that they can choose really, really solid options if they're just patient. So it's a matter of just waiting and knowing when to engage this Zelda, because the cadence of this character is very different from most other characters and how they set up and attack.
Yeah, and like as we saw there, Ridley using the upbeat to actually dive down and use the Knight to the advantage to move away to kind of throw Zelda's cadence off guard. I mean, Ridley had been just attacking. We see Zelda upbeat is enough to take that stock, which I know for me, when I'm fighting Zelda, I forget that move does have the potential to just take a stock, especially if a Zelda reads it and says from here straight up.
It's a two-hit kill confirm that carries you halfway to the top of the stage. It's pretty
Yeah.
crazy. But that will be our first game going in favor of the Zelda player from CD Hilton. That was Mikkel, and has played a total of 10 times, 70% win rate. That will go a little bit further now moving forward. What I love about the CD Hilton team and their this is the number 3 seed. You can kind of see, sort of looking at some of these seeds, really the top 3 seeds going into today. They have main character 1 filled out, they have secondary character filled out, and on our sheets they have a tertiary character filled out. So they have a plan for every single character, which gives them now a pool of 9 characters to play versus just 3 to 6, which can be a very, very big game changer at this point in the set. Now, we are going into this next set, Zelda taking that 2-0 against the Ridley. We don't quite have information yet as to who is going up, but we will momentarily. There's a lot of options that could be chosen here, but truly, I'm liking the coverage. I'm seeing across the different characters here. There's a lot of character options that they could throw in. It's just a matter of knowing who they're playing against.
Yeah, and I mean, like you're saying, with that coverage, having the multiple characters, it also kind of leads to multiple play styles. I might play more stylistic with my Zelda pick, but then if I have a swordy in my pocket, maybe I want to be a little more offensive, or maybe I'm a heavy, so I want to stay a little more defensive. So it allows for that change of pace and change of play style as we go about our opponents and find out what they're trying to do. And we're like, oh, okay, so this character won't work as well, so let me go to this character instead.
Yeah, I am eager to see what is decided here and chosen. On our end, we definitely have the options. We'll wait for it to display on screen. But we got Ismark coming up on the side of CD Hilton and Patrick coming up on the side of Liberty. Characters are locked in. If you're in the venue, it might be very easy to tell who Patrick is playing, because Patrick is cosplaying as this character. So if you're in venue, it might be a little moment.
True. I mean, it's not in. I'm going to say the character, I mean, if you were here, pretty iconic. So, I mean.
Hey.
Yeah, most of these characters, though, I mean, they're iconic. They're from games that we all know. We've got, as I said, Sora's from Kingdom Hearts. Cloud is known for Final Fantasy. We've got, I think,
Zelda and Snake. I mean, the Legend of Zelda, and Ridley from Metroid, right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows Ridley from Metroid, right? No, not everyone knows that. You know Samus, or you know the Metroid person, but yeah, Ridley from Metroid. But next up, we do have 2 characters that are both from separate Nintendo IP, so not Nintendo-owned IP in Ultimate.
Yeah. So, but I'm excited. I'm ready to see this character variety and see how this matchup's going to work. Just looking at our research sheet, knowing who's coming up, I'm very interested to see how the play styles are going to clash.
I agree. I completely agree in that regard. We'll see once they get set up. We should have the character information momentarily for you all at home, and the players are sitting down and getting ready to start their next set. So once again, this is a best of 5 in the overall match. It's a best of 3 in the individual sets. We just finished the first set, which was that Zelda versus Ridley. Now we're going into the second set. So going into the second set, CD Hilton has 1 belt, or 1 notch in their belt.
Yeah, and I mean that one, but even with that one, we've seen that that's not enough to say, yeah, my team's going to take this. I mean, we saw a team could start up, and then we're ending in game 5 down the last stock. So as it's been, it's going to be a close one. I'm expecting another close one. So it was a rough start there, Liberty having Ridley against Zelda, but I think they can pull it through.
And now it looks like the players are getting ready, so I'll just go ahead and reveal. We don't have the graphic up, but we have a Snake versus a Terry going into this next game. So this matchup should provide a lot of information for these characters. Snake, a character that definitely wants to keep things at zoning, at distance. Terry, a character that wants to get in, wants to do that percentage. Terry does have a go meter as well, so similar to the Kazuya we saw earlier. There are a couple characters in this game that are considered fighters that have come from traditional fighting games. Terry, one of those characters. So if Terry gets up to that 90%, does get the go online, or 100% gets the go online, it will be a completely different game that Snake will be looking to play.
Yeah, and as we're seeing here, Snake is using those grenades very effectively, placing around C4s, explosions everywhere. Terry is already at 112 with go available. Snake only at 28-38 now to a self-explosion. But there we go, a power geyser, but it hits a shield. And here we go. Nice recovery attempt from Terry, but it's not enough to avoid that side B right there from Snake.
One of the most oppressive characters in the game. Snake is able to use a lot of zoning utility to keep their enemies sort of at a distance. And they have these grenades they can throw that'll blow up. These mines, the C4 that they can drop on the ground and explode at any point in time. This is a very, very cheeky character. Very difficult to hit as well, has some crazy hitboxes. If you just hold down their crouch in the game, they lay completely flat. So a lot of projectiles go directly over them. So it's a very difficult character to play against because you're racking up a lot of percent without even realizing it. I mean, Terry already lost to stock now at 127% with this go meter. Them holding onto the stock will mean everything. So if they go down, that means the next time they have their go meter will be on game point. So the Snake also has a great grab utility, so this is a top character in the roster for sure. Sitting at 39%, able to hold on to this first stock way longer than its expiration.
Yeah, and like you said, it's like we've got up B from Snake, that recovery, still sitting at 140. But the planning from Snake, too, you place that C4 and eventually it stops blinking. So if you've forgotten where they've laid that C4 at, you don't know. And we see the forward air slamming Terry into the blast zone to take that first one. It's tough. Like, Snake, he's hard. Like you were saying, he keeps people out with those projectiles, and then when he wants to move in, he'll be like, real quick, and then here's some more zoning for you.
A lot of characters in the roster have maybe 2 or 3 very solid, very reliable kill options. Snake has like 5 or 6 very reliable kill options, and a lot of them being very sneaky. One of those we didn't even see in that set, the grab into the down throw, which is technically Snake lays them down, and they have to use their get up animation. If they get up, Snake can just up tilt, dead. So it's a true combo, down throw into up tilt. There's a lot that Snake can do here, but Terry also has a lot in their back pocket and utility, both when they do and don't have go. Jab Jab Power Dunk is like a meme around the community. Yeah. Everyone, you see it every tournament you go to. It's just a matter of getting in. And the Terry's having a hard time being able to get in to fight the Snake because he's just laying grenades down at the floor and saying, come on at me. I don't care.
Yeah. And even if, like, say he has the go, what Snake can capitalize is go. A lot of the go moves, it takes some time for Terry to come out of those, especially if he tries to use Buster Wolf and he dashes, he's stuck there for a second. So.
Oh, the sauce is being thrown out like it's a chili festival in July. We're seeing it back and forth at this point. 89%. Terry now hitting the 101. Dalmatians are galore, and let's see if they can hit the right spot here. Unfortunately, Guapo find themselves falling into the blast zone, not able to get back to stage. That will be their first stock. The Snake currently sitting at 20%, going with a down tilt into a forward smash. Very bold read.
Yeah, it was a nice parry from Terry.
Terry.
Thank you. But this Snake just keeping the options out. Now, another thing that we didn't mention about C4 is that although Snake can lay on the ground, if Snake is close enough, he can also just attach it to the player. And then there's a chance it falls, or there's a chance Snake just catches you and says, oh, you forgot about it.
Thank you for jumping and covering half the stage so that I can send you to the blast zone.
Yeah.
That's tough. I mean, 113%, the up tilt narrowly missing, almost taking it straight off the top. Guapo trying to get in with this go meter, going to find a couple of options, jabbing. It's an up smash on the stage. Now going to dash forward and find that. So that is now 2-2. And we want to see this Terry hold on to the stock as long as possible. There's a solid 58. Snake not even able to land without taking percent.
Yeah, that was just a great setup into Buster Wolf there. But as we're seeing, a play that I'm noticing is that this Snake is not afraid to catch himself in his own explosions as side B there. The rocket catches Terry trying to get to the platform. Snake's not afraid to say, well, I guess I'll go with you because it sets me up too.
Exactly. Yeah, because if he does take it, he is able to react a little bit quicker out of it. You'll often see Snakes that will take a lot of damage from their moves. Ooh, going from the Nikita rocket to the back air, trying to find the option. Unfortunately, not there. Ooh, jab to the up, hitting the Snake in an incomparable position here. 63%. Snake playing this zoning well. Trying to get some percents. It's going to be 91. Now, this is where Snake will need to be careful, right? You kind of want to take the stock before you hit that 100%, or you just full go for it. Snake is like, you know what, I need you above 100 to get my kill options out, so we're just going to keep throwing stuff at you and seeing what hits, what misses, and what options you throw out in response to what I'm throwing at you.
Yeah, it's just, we're seeing Terry is trying to get in, but all the projectiles, all the explosions coming from Snake, it's really difficult. Like, we're seeing Buster Wolf almost hit, but Snake said, I've got a shield for that. Guarding with that rocket, but makes it back with that B. Thankfully, Terry. We're going for that forward smash. Snake says, I've got you where I want you. Now I just need you to land where I want you. And there we go. Buster Wolf to take the stock off Snake. Terry at 163. You got to hold on. That Snake up tilt will take the last stock.
It's fast, man. Snake up tilt is so fast, and it is unforgiving. But shout out to the Terry coming back in that last game. Very, very close, making it in that last stock situation and playing that neutral a lot better. We saw the Nikita rocket trying to cover that ledge option a couple of times, and instead of just immediately up being to ledge, we saw the Terry stall, wait a second, wait out the rocket, then recover, which that green light was hitting go the whole time in that first game. It was just constant go, go, go. Oh, I ran into a grenade. Oh, I ran into a C4. Going into that second game, you saw a lot more of them waiting back and holding their posterity, going, hold on a second, just wait, now we're going. Knowing and understanding that cadence and then executing it, two very different things. And honestly, very difficult to do at this caliber. You're in playoffs, so remaining cognizant of that, all while you're playing in a live environment, it's a lot. It's a lot to manage.
Yeah, and I mean, just from playing myself, I know I'm at fault for this too, but that patience, like, I would find myself, like you were saying, you were a stylistic player earlier. I find myself to be more offensive when it comes to playing like Smash Brothers. Once I've started hitting you, expect me to keep trying. Whether you're hitting me or not, I'm going to just keep attempting to run you down. But with someone like Snake, you can't do that. Snake says, well, if you try that, I'm going to stay back for a bit. And it's just the wall you run into trying to play against the Snake.
It is, yeah, because it is. That's one of the best zoners in the character or in the roster as well. Definitely a top tier character. Some of the best Snakes in the country. I've been lucky enough to have at my own personal events. Snakes from South Carolina, like CJ Frozen, very close friend of mine in the space. The Midwest Snake, Apollo Kage, probably best Snake in the U.S. currently. Both of them been at our events, incredible players. What I will say about the Snake community, while the name can be misleading, they're very helpful, they're very kind individuals. So for the Snakes that are here, highly recommend you hit up CJ Frozen and Apollo Kage for coaching. They would be more than happy to coach you, and they are incredibly skilled. But after that showing, I don't know what kind of coaching Patrick's going to need, because it's working. I mean, we're in quarterfinals, just took a 2-0. Now we're going into game 3, and this is Liberty's final game to make a showing here. If they lose this, they're going to be out of the tournament. But if they win, we could see the janitor with a reverse sweep.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm hoping for. I'm not going to lie. I'm thinking it's going to happen. So
A reverse sweep?
But here we go. We're looking at the characters for CD. We've got Yoshi, and for Liberty, we have Ryu. Ryu being another one of those fighting game characters who we didn't mention, but like Terry, Kazuya, Ryu, they have auto turn, so they are always facing their opponent when in neutral. They don't have to worry about being backwards while fighting them.
You say worry about it, but like that messes me up as a player trying to get out like back airs, for instance. But like if you play the character, then obviously you're used to that. You're not. That's not something you're trying to fix in the moment. But absolutely, Yoshi into the Ryu. Man, we should have Igloo up on the desk right now. This is his bread and butter. This is his character. So we got K and dot coming through.
So right now we see Yoshi starting it early, getting that 44% on Ryu, using his feet. I mean, that's what Yoshi does best, right? He's sitting here. He's got Ryu up to 65. We get the egg, that tail into up smash, sending Ryu to 103%.
Yeah, and Yoshi could. I don't think that was intentional. I'm gonna go out on a limb to say that was intentional. But Yoshi has a lot of options with these with the tail, like you mentioned, right? Up tilt into up air does a lot for this character. You'll notice a theme too if you're looking on broadcast that today we've seen a lot of characters that have that up tilt into up air into up air into up air conversion because it's a popular conversion in the game. Doesn't work for every single character, but some of the characters like Yoshi works very well for it. This Yoshi doing a great job of maintaining this neutral as well, playing around these platforms. We just saw him up smash on that right side platform, trying to land and catch with an up smash. Them Tootsies hurt, like you were talking about a minute ago, Isaiah, and this Yoshi showing its prominence.
Yeah, and just like we just saw, that forward air into up air being enough to take the stock off Ryu. But Ryu they're fighting, but a big struggle is Yoshi said, hey, I know you kind of want to be on the ground, and I'm going to do what I can because I can stay in the air longer. I'm going to keep you in the air because I know you're going to struggle in that area.
Yeah, and Ryu, definitely a character that wants to play more that neutral, doesn't want to play in the air. There are some options where it's pretty good to get conversions starting in the air as Ryu, but a lot of the time you're wanting to start straight on the ground. The sure you can going up, that's not going to quite kill, but the forward smash that'll catch behind will, and that's now going to be the Yoshi taking the first game with 2 stocks.
Yeah, that ending there, if I remember what I just saw, I'm pretty sure that was down air into forward smash. I saw a few, and I don't know if I've ever seen down air hit somebody to a point where they were tripped and laying down like that. Because when you're laying down like that, if you're not already getting up or you haven't teched it or like recovered that option right there, you're unfortunately at the mercy of your opponent. And as we saw, Yoshi said, well, you're laying there, forward smash.
And Yoshi, a character that, like, when you're watching it play, very stretchy, right?
Yeah.
You're very, there's moves that you don't expect to hit that are very misleading that will hit you. Forward smash being one of them, grab being another, egg being another, back air being another. It's just a very misleading character when you're playing against it. Also, Yoshi loves to play in the air, and often with characters that play in the air, they want to bait you into aerial play. And Yoshi's second jump has invulnerability frames on the head. So go ahead, try to spike me, try to hit me. It will not work, and now you're putting yourself in disadvantage while I maintain ground and advantage. We're going to see the pick from the Ryu going into FD, Final Destination. Now, what does this mean, Isaiah? Why did the Ryu pick the stage?
Now, to me, this is similar to what Kazuya wants, right? Like, Ryu, as many know, is from Street Fighter, a classic 2D fighting game. He doesn't want to go all these platforms. He said, I'm going to fight you head on. There's nothing around us, so we're going to stay on a flat stage, and you have to come at me. So we're going to play that more neutral game because FD doesn't have Final Destination doesn't have any options for you to just run away on.
Yeah, Yoshi also gets a lot of benefit off those platforms with the down B going through the stage. So, yeah, it does quite literally level the ground and make it a little bit more even in favor of this Kazuya. But you gotta react in the air. Unfortunately, Yoshi gonna drop down low, get a nair out, and that will be Ryu's first stock. The fighter.
Yeah, but even then, before that, if you notice, Yoshi had already lost the stock by that point. So it's 2-2.
It is.
So Ryu starting off saying, hey, this is what I wanted. This is the stage. So I'm here. As we see Ryu holding that lead at 23%, got Yoshi at 97%. Ryu said, this is what I'm used to. This is what I like.
Ooh, solid down smash going to catch. Spacing a little bit off, going a little too aggressive, and this Ryu responding in kind at 125%. This Ryu's now looking for a kill option. Or you can, reaching out, playing around this mid stage, gonna get the other end of a forward smash, and now it's the Yoshi who's playing around this ledge trap. Oh, wow. What a parry from the Ryu to get back.
Right there. And look at that, like that side B into Shoryuken to recover, saving the resources because knowing Yoshi's looking for it. Fortunately, that Shoryuken gets caught by Yoshi's forward smash for the stock. But Yoshi's at 154, and there it is, right as I say it.
Ooh.
So we're neck and neck, 1 stock to 1 stock.
Yeah, this is the stock for Liberty. They need this stock to stay alive in this series. So Ryu playing this safe and careful. I like to see the patience you were talking about needed earlier. Unfortunately, going to throw out the wrong option and fall to their death, leaving that a 3-0 victory for CD Hilton, who will move on into the semifinals.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I know Ryu was probably thinking, I want Shoryuken, but there's a point in time that Ryu kind of gets caught and he's stuck spamming Hadoken, so he can't really move into Shoryuken right away.
Yeah.
So it's a little tricky, but
It is a little tricky. And, honestly, that's one of those moments where you're caught up in the moment. You're just trying to position and now press up B. But like you said, because you're still in that input animation, if you keep pressing it, it'll keep using it. And
Yeah.
that's exactly what we saw in front of us. So I believe that is all that we have for the moment. CD Hilton taking it 3-0 over Liberty. The next match that we have on the roster is actually our semifinals performance, which will start at promptly 2:30 p.m. So we got some time between now and then. We got about an hour break. We're going to go rest. You're going to see us a little bit later, but first you're going to have a couple of casters you might have recognized earlier today. Igloo and Kip will be back on the desk, and then we'll be back on for the final semifinals match, and then they'll take over for finals. But we'll rehash that out when we get to it. We appreciate you sticking around. Go ahead and grab some food and a break, and we'll be back shortly at 2:30.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Virginia High School League. My name is Kyle Nexter, and I'm once again joined by Isaiah Scott.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. We are moving into our semifinal round. How are you feeling, Kip?
I'm doing great, Isaiah. I mean, this has been a fire bracket, I can't lie. There's been a lot of twists and turns. When I finished my block theory, I had the pleasure of watching the other sets in the quarterfinals matches, and they might not have been as close as the other ones, but I gotta say, there's still some killers out there.
When Chase and I were commentating those other quarterfinals, it was insane just how close all of the games had been up to that point. Like, it's just neck and neck. We're getting down to like the final stock in some of these game fives.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's been kind of crazy though, right? I mean, like this one in particular, I am really excited for. Like Mesopanax versus Woodside. I mean, Woodside, number 13 seed, going up against the number 1 seed, making a big upset onto Forest Park, the number 5 seed, with a very unconventional team of Ganondorf, K. Rule, and King DDD. Very not great characters, if we're talking like objectively.
Yeah. But I mean, but we've got to talk about that number 1 seed, right? Like, we were looking at Cloud, Diddy Kong, Pyramithra. I know that Cloud, strong start. We
Absolutely.
saw Cloud was covering every option his opponent tried. We even had taunts mixed in to the gameplay. Like, we were just watching everything.
Absolutely, that Cloud was really feeling something that first set. I mean, that series was electric to say the least. Mesopanax barely clinching out a win with the DiddyCon, which I do believe they will be starting the DiddyCon against who's the number 2 player on Mesopanax. And as far as Woodside goes, they're missing their number 3 player, their King DDD.
Yep.
So, we're going to jump straight into this one in just a minute. But, just getting our final preparations set up. And, I'm really looking forward to this one because a team as unconventional as Woodside, making it this far in the bracket, making an upset along the way, like in the finals, like, that's just absurd.
Yeah, I mean, and here we go as the match is starting off. I mean, what are we looking for here, Kyle? Like, DDD's probably going to have an easier time, but also Diddy Kong, that's combo food right there. He wants to see DDD, right?
Absolutely, and DD said, "Oh my goodness!" And there you go, just the banana conversion into the down air is just incredible. Start from this Mesopanax Diddy Kong trying to go for the double down air. Even though the DD is like a very heavy character and he was maybe only at 50% in that first stock, like Diddy Kong down air, one of the strongest down airs in the game. I will take that stock pretty darn quickly. We do see it's just so much aggression from this Diddy Kong, like not playing so much like banana heavy until the DD is off stage. Often just go for the ledge shot, not trying to edge guard DD, knowing that he can be pretty hard to edge guard considering the amount of jumps he has. But yeah, I mean, I love this aggression.
Yeah, well, and as we're seeing, like, Diddy Kong is here. He's got DDD on the ropes. DDD is standing in the corner. He's trying to plan his next move.
Oh my gosh.
But even that right there, as we're getting up off the ledge, Diddy Kong with the forward smash to take that second stock, with the banana immediately tripping DDD. We just see this Diddy Kong is keeping that pressure on, saying, "Hey, stay with me now, because I'm moving fast. So you're gonna need to move fast to respond."
Yeah, I mean, I need to see like a count of like the APM on this Diddy Kong's controller because there's a lot of buttons being pressed and they are just all hitting. Oh my god, just so ambitious with these down airs. And yeah, a little too ambitious. A little too much dip on this chip, and because who's in his first stock for it with the first stock.
Yeah, but here we go. There we go. We got DDD using his inhale to send that banana right back. Trying the forward smash, but it gets blocked. And here we go. We got a trip and down air. DDD on the ropes again, but here we go.
This Diddy Kong is feeling something. Like, he must have still be on that high from beating that Mario from the first set versus what's the other team? I would believe it was Brook Point. Yeah, I mean, just like, this Diddy Kong's feeling something, Isaiah.
Yep. I mean, but keep in mind, he's out here at 169 and he's still holding on.
Absolutely.
But we do see the Diddy Kong up smash, the signature that puts the last stock down. So that was amazing pressure by Diddy Kong.
I mean, yeah, the name of the game is just aggression from Diddy Kong, right? Like, Diddy Kong can play like a mean like mid-range game as long as he has Banana in hand, but like sometimes like with a character like DDD who just has like a really like bad disadvantage state, like sometimes you just gotta just run in there and just smack him around a bit. Because Diddy Kong, he can do that. He has all those buttons to kind of just keep DDD in disadvantage constantly, and he can even keep him guessing like giving him mid-range as well. Like he could still have Banana in hand, but there's still the prospect of monkey flip, right? Just a 50-50, either having a command grab or just throwing out a hitbox. It's really an annoying move to deal with, and we're just gonna jump right into this other game right here. In this game 2 in this first set of the series, the Kalos.
Yeah. Well, and now, so what advantages here are we looking at with the pick for Kalos from Woodside?
So I think the obvious answer here is just trying to play just to live for longer, because obviously these very big blast zones will just favor the DD a lot more than will the Diddy Kong, because DD is already a really heavy character, and Diddy Kong kind of lacks some some like stock taking power. So with that in mind, and oh my gosh, well, the blast zones don't matter as much. You just get spiked down there anyway. And losing a stock at 48, that's just, yeah, he's just finding these down airs.
Yeah, but there we go. We see that down throw into up tilt from DDD. He still wants to put that pressure on as much as he can with that up air to send Diddy Kong to 95. He said, get off me, please. I need just a minute. But DDD is still holding in there. He's at 77, but he's still pushing the limits as Diddy Kong is still at that 95%.
Yeah, I mean, this DD's not, oh my gosh, he's trying to go for it again, yeah. This DD is just trying to have some sort of footing. This into Banana reflecting the Gordo. Just so unfortunate. Yeah, just, wow. Yeah, and that's what we're talking about, these blast zones, right? Even though Diddy Kong had a lot of rage and falling out of the up smash, this is another like inconsistency of Diddy Kong. Sometimes he can't just fall out of his up smash, but even when you're a big character like DDD, it sometimes just happens.
Yeah, but we saw that second attempt at the up smash did get the stock, but in response, DDD said, here's my hammer, and sent a back air to take that first stock. Diddy Kong using the wall jump to his advantage that he has because of Kalos' very long walls. Like,
Yeah.
he said, I might be dying, but I can jump all the way back up. So it's gonna be a challenge. DDD's gonna have to make sure to watch for those walls that Diddy Kong can't just hop back onto the stage.
Yeah, you make a good point. Like, Kalos is the only like legal stage in competitive Smash where you have like those kind of walls. So Diddy Kong not only having a wall climb, but he also has a wall cling, where he kind of just sticks to the wall for a few seconds, just adds to an extra layer, just like stalling for something. Like whether it's like, oh my goodness, yeah, whether like you're stalling like a Wii Fit deep breathing or like a hero buff, like Diddy Kong can do that if he really chooses, and just gonna let it rip once again, letting the down air fly. A very swift 2-0 for Mesoponex.
Yeah, but we got to talk about that DDD was at one stock 73% and still was able to manage to take that second stock off Diddy Kong to make sure that it wasn't a 2-stock game anymore. It became a 1-to-1 stock.
Absolutely.
And so even, like, say that down air hadn't hit, DDD was still in it just for a bit longer. But that was a great showing by both competitors, nonetheless.
Absolutely. Like in that matchup, you kind of just had to play to live as DDD, right? Kind of to avoid the fact that Diddy Kong kind of struggles to take out those stocks when you don't have like a way to give him this banana confirms into one of the smash attacks. Like when he doesn't have that, it's a lot harder for him. He ought to take your stock with like a straight aerial, which the closest thing to that is like a back air. But even then, like that's still like pretty difficult for a character like Diddy Kong. And like for you to swat out like a character in the air like Diddy who has multiple jumps and as heavy as he is, like it's not as easy as you may think.
Yeah, but so, and for those that are just joining us, if you weren't here earlier, so for Mesoponex, they took one, but we are playing a best of 3 in the games out of a best of 5 sets.
Yep.
So Mesoponex took the first set, but they still have 2 more, and they're going to send in 2 new characters, 1 on each team, and then they are going to play a set 2, a set 3, and then if the time comes that we have to play a set 4, a set 5, then we'll do that. But so we're looking at the set 2, and I'm kind of looking forward to seeing either. I'm looking forward to see if they send in Cloud from Mesoponex. What about you, Kyle?
Well, I don't know. Like I think Ganon might be a good spot here if you want to just try to just claw back, just kind of just get a point on the board here. But at the same time, like, yeah, if you do send in that Cloud, it could be, it could spell disaster after a strong showing he had versus when they played Brook Point. A very strong showing versus Brook Point Steve, and also their K rule as well, making it very close. But we still took it out to win the set.
Yeah, I mean, and playing Cloud, I saw some things. Like, I've personally played Cloud in Collegiate, as you know, and, like, I saw the use of limit, for example, how much Cloud was holding onto it, because not many know, but Cloud does get a boost to his stats while limit is charged, and he's holding on to it. So it makes him a little faster, a little stronger. There's things to watch out for. But also, we saw that K Rule did give Cloud some trouble in that first match. So could Woodside respond with their K Rule to kind of make it be like, hey, we're here? So
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, Woodside's K rule is something special, right? Like, it's kind of telling that, like, their K rule is the number 2 player, because, like, that K rule is good. Like, I said this when I was on with Avery earlier, but, like, the rank player you are according to your team is, like, doesn't really tell the whole story, right? Because we saw, like, how much of a tear Woodside's K rule went versus, Forest Park.
yes.
Had amazing run versus them and was able to pull out something magical with the upsets that he was able to get.
Yeah, but it looks like we are looking at Pyra Mithra for Macedonex fighting Woodside's Ganondorf in this next one. So I think this is going to be a little interesting because Ganondorf isn't known for being the best character in the game, and
Absolutely not.
against a character like Pyra Mithra, you're looking at a lot of coverage on Pyra Mithra's end that will stop Ganondorf from really doing what he wants to do in the game.
Absolutely, and I guess if we're talking about like statistics, the Ganondorf should win this as he is Woodside's number 1 player, but Mesopanax, this is their number 3 player, but it's just a matter of like what matters more right now, the skill level of the players or how good the players like actually are.
Sure. I mean, like we just saw that Ganon immediately putting Pyra up to 90, and Pyra's only managed to get Ganondorf to 33. Ganon is doing what he came to do. He said, here's my up smash to take the first stock, and he's just ready to keep it going. He said, we're playing at my pace, not at yours.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of strange for Mesopanax to opt to just go solo Pyra here, because I don't think I've seen a single instance of Mithra just yet. Just kind of letting it fly, just solo Pyra, and not really able to get a lot of like mileage out of this, because like you kind of think of Pyra as like Charizard with a sword. That's kind of how I like to think of Pyra. But even then, like Ganon kind of does like solidly into those other like slower characters. But like as you can see, this is not going so well for Mesopanax. Like Woodside's Ganondorf is just putting on the show right now.
I mean, yeah, we saw that forward air to take that second stock, and there's the up smash that'll take that third stock. So we just got a 3 stock from the Ganondorf. Now, I'm wondering if the idea is that if we're facing Ganondorf, we might have Pyra's speed that would outmatch Ganondorf, but what if we went power for power? Because Pyra is the stronger between the two.
Yeah.
What do you think? Because I believe sending in Mithra would put Macedonex at the upper edge because she's faster than Ganondorf.
Absolutely. Like versus a character like Ganon, you kind of just have to run him over, right? Like, and if you don't have edge guarding tools, like that doesn't mean like you can't beat Ganon, because obviously you can. He's like the worst character in the game. But like when you're playing a character like Mithra, who has combos for days, some of the best frame data in the game just by having a sword, possibly the best neutral in the entire game. Having just the idea of just foresighting through like a smash attack from Ganon, it's just like not in his favor. You could tell that Sakurai has his favorites, and Ganon is not one of them.
Yeah, it does. But now what else I'm thinking is, what about stage consideration? Because Ganon could probably take Pyra Mithra somewhere that he would rather play, where it's a lot less like platforms, for example. Like he might avoid Battlefield, right? As we've seen that throughout all of the games, when a character lost, they've chosen to move to a stage that the player has moved to a stage that favors their character a lot more, like we saw with like Ryu or Kazuya, who took their opponents to Final Destination, because now you've got to play the fighting game character game.
Yeah,
but we've got a platform here, and we are at Smashville.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a volatile stage, and I could tell like, the idea for going to Smashville at all is just you want to take these stocks like early. You want to take advantage of the small blast zones and just stage just being small as a whole, and Ganon just not, just stepping on the gas, not letting, this Pyra get any sort of mileage whatsoever, catching the ledge jump with the Nair. Great air dodge coming from Mesopanax. Getting some sort of stage control, but in a little bit of a missing play, going to eat that forward smash, pretty quickly into the game.
Yeah, and I mean, Ganon holding this advantage state very well. Starting that neutral, but here is only at 33, while already sending Pyra up to 79, 100 with the forward air. Like, Ganon is put that pressure on as he takes the second stock. Pyra's now down to 1 and has to take 3 from Ganondorf. So it's going to be an uphill battle, but Pyra's got it. We got a neutral B getting caught by down B from Ganondorf.
The triple, the fourth. No, not quite.
Look, but we do have a swap to Mithra. That might change things. Here we go. We've got that dash attack. I think Mithra's speed will definitely help give an edge on this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, looking pretty dire from Mesopanax, third player, but yeah, there you go. That will do it. Woodside, I'm pretty sure a 6 stock.
Yes.
Very strong showing from the Ganon play, but we had to consider this may not be as good of a position as you may think for Woodside, right? Because if we're looking at stats, this is their #1 player. The Ganondorf, well, the Aegis is Mesopanax's third player.
Yes.
So that leaves just the #1 and the 2 players left for each side. Like Mesopanax still has their Cloud in the back, so it's just the third set he has to come out, just like with the K rule from Woodside. And this is a pretty interesting idea, right? Because on paper, Cloud probably does pretty solid against a K rule, but we saw versus Brook Point where Mesopanax's Cloud had a little trouble going to he did take the set and ended up taking the set, but despite that, had a little bit of trouble going through with the. I do believe it was at least last stock, game 3. So,
yeah.
But I saw the things that this K rule was doing to people. What he did to Forest Park. But
Yeah.
Woodside's K rule. I mean,
Well,
there could be a chance.
yeah, and like you're saying, on paper, Cloud is, sword fighter, giant sword. I can keep K. Rool away, but K. Rool does have that belly armor that he can look at this giant sword and say, yeah, but I don't really care about that. I'm going to just approach you. If I have to, I'll use my belly to guard it, and then I'm going to do what I need to, because the difference here is Cloud's recovery one of the differences is Cloud's recovery compared to K. Rool's. K. Rool may be a heavy, but that brother attaches a helicopter backpack and flies. I don't know many heavies that just have that kind of technology in the game. Last I checked, it's only K. Rool.
Yeah, just K rule.
But the other thing K. Rool would have to watch for is limit, because that limit can get pretty dangerous even for heavy characters, if at the right percent.
Right. I mean, as far as recoveries go, K. Rool can almost easily edge guard Cloud, right? Because we saw this versus Forest Park's Ryu player, where he was able to just run off down there and was able to intercept whatever hitboxes the Ryu was able to throw out. Like the Shoryukens would just get intercepted by a Nair, just abusing the fact that during Nair, his belly armor just takes up 80% of his hurt box. So it's kind of hard to avoid it, but yeah, we'll be jumping into this relatively soon. But I mean, I really do think this could go either way, because just showing how many issues that this Cloud had versus Brook Point's K rule, I really think this could go either way.
Yeah, and as we're seeing, so like we were saying, Mesopanax is sending in Cloud, and Woodside has K. Rool, and the score is currently 1-1 in sets. So that means at a minimum we are going to have a set 4. So after this game, we will be seeing the return of a player. And here we go. We start off early. Cloud already said, I need to charge this limit to be ready. Put in 14% up on K. Rool with that up B, now 30.
Yeah, absolutely. After this third set, we will be all 3 players will be able to join in the fun once again. So, the Cloud, if you really wanted to, after this, he can, when win or lose, he can go into the set 4 playing, just feel quite fresh. And just the finishing touch, that will do it.
So, and that move, it's very risky when you land a finishing touch, because if that move misses, Cloud is stuck. He's stuck. He's holding that sword in the air, because that move is supposed to be used how it just got used by Mesopanax's Cloud. It's the finishing touch. It's the last thing. But K. Rool said, I've got to respond somehow. Immediately going for that move, edge guarding Cloud, but it's not enough, sending him to 109, but K-Rool's only at 66.
Ooh. Wow, what an amazing trade from Musapanex. Catching Woodside, being a little lazy with these edge guards. I'm not sure what the crown was for when trying to catch Cloud recovering, as he did have to recover low there, so not really doing much to help take out the stock there, but the damage is slowly racking up. The limit is online, and we're going to see if Musapanex is going to rip right away with the blade beam. Yes, that will do it.
Yeah, and there we go. We got that forward air. K-Rool using his belly to get through, and
There
he
you go.
takes it right there. He gets that stock. It is now 1-1. Cloud is now back at 0 with no limit, and K-Rool is at 81. So K-Rool's really he's got an uphill battle, but
Yeah, I mean-
they're going band for band. They are holding their own against each other right now.
Yeah, I mean, Carol is one of these characters can live for a long time, not just because of his his massive weight, but the belly armor as well. And the limit is online, so you'll have to deal with Cloud with limit in the corner. And yeah, there you go. That limit cross slash is just how you do it. Like cross slash, just a great move, right? So it just catches jumps. We saw there the K-Rool was trying to jump out of his way in the corner because he kind of thought like the Cloud was going to swing with something like a forward tilt or maybe like a back air, try to jump over that and probably like either try to fight back with like a nair or try to just retreat to center stage. But you saw he couldn't because cross slash, it just catches jumps.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard. And for those at home that don't know, when Cloud uses limit, it enhances his moves as well. So like his up B now reaches higher on the initial press, and then his dive bomb is just a little longer because he's higher in the sky. Cross slash goes from being 4 different presses or 3 different presses to just being a full, I'm going to sign my name. Right? Like that. I like to say that Cloud is just signing his name when he uses cross slash.
Yeah, I think that's like kanji. I don't really know what it actually means. I don't know what it actually like stands for. I never played Final Fantasy VII, but it's got to mean something. Probably something cool. I mean,
Look, we're headed straight back
Wait.
in. We are on Smashville. We see K-Rool going
oh
for
my
that
gosh,
early.
that's it. That's the
And
stock.
right there, and Cloud can't recover. So K-Rool takes that stock early. We're not even 30 seconds in yet.
Yeah, this is the volatility of Cloud, right? You have such a threatening presence on stage. Just a very safe character but when he's off stage, that's when Cloud is truly vulnerable, right? Especially with a character that is like really like good ways of edge guarding. Like K-Rool kind of just doesn't care about like Cloud's like big like uppy hitbox, and amazing punish with the forward smash, trying to be a little ambitious with that back air, but not gonna quite get anything of it. Just taking some more percent with the limit climb hazard.
Yeah, and we see this K-Rool is doing a great job holding onto his stock. I mean, first stock at 137. Cloud is trying to find that kill. He knows what he needs to do, but he's struggling just to get it, just because it's a heavy. You're trying to get a heavy off the stage, and he's saying, I don't want to. So it's going to be a battle, but it's pretty close. K-Rool building up that damage, putting Cloud to 78. Cloud has K-Rool at 165.
Yep, and great grab from Musapanex. Not gonna get any, not gonna take a stock off of it for sure, but it discourages Woodside from holding his shield for much longer, and that's how he was able to get that limit cross slash, even going through the belly armor, but catching the uppy with the cannonball and the nice clap with the forward tilt will take that second stop. Woodside, fighting back, up a stock in this game too.
Yeah, it's a great presence from both sides. This K-Rool is doing a great job keeping that Cloud out to make sure that he can't apply that advantage shape that we know this Cloud does really well at applying. But we're seeing that K-Rool is taking that advantage of the disadvantage when it's K-Rool's turn to play the game, right?
Yeah.
We're seeing K-Rool says, oh, it's my turn, got it. And so he executes what he needs to do. But here we go.
Great weight.
Baits out that limit cross slash, back air. K-Rool's at 149. This could be dangerous territory.
Yep, and not gonna take any, only taking a little bit of percent, but we don't really care that much of your K-Rool because you're pretty much at death percent anyway. But yeah, there you go. Eating the back air, even Musapanex, locking in for this last stock here. He just wants to win this series right off the bat. The Nair sending him towards the stage. Unfortunate for the side of Woodside, but. The limit is online, catching the match with the up smash. Not going to quite do it just yet. That forward air will. Immaculate spacing. Outspacing the back air.
that was a great performance. I mean, down to the last stock. But as we saw, that K. Rool said, "I'm got to keep this advantage. Once I've got it,
Absolutely.
I can't take it." And K. Rool didn't take any damage in that last stock. He held that presence. We saw K. Rool wanted Cloud. He said, "I need you off the stage, and if you're on it, then I'm going to bury you. I've got moves for your mashes." So K. Rool is ready, and now that makes it so that we are going to a game 3 in this set.
Absolutely, especially like the K. Rool like recognized that the Cloud was just running, did not have a jump, and especially when he doesn't have a jump, Cloud can feel pretty vulnerable when trying to land, right? And that's kind of what you have to do. You kind of keep Cloud in that disadvantage. You have to make him feel as uncomfortable as possible, because when Cloud is comfortable, that's when he can be as safe as possible. That's how you can throw out those safe aerials, like the space forward airs, especially the safe back airs, you know, the aerial that's safe on parry if spaced correctly. So I just think this adaptation of this K. Rool is just great, and we're going to jump right into this Game 3 back to PS2.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very close set. As we were talking about earlier, we are going to see high-level play as we have been all day. We've seen the adaptation of K. Rool. He said, "I'm not going to be as committed to my
Oh my
moves."
gosh,
Right?
you the double.
Oh,
The
we
double
almost
up
saw
air.
we almost saw the double up air for the kill. But like, look at this. Cloud's already got limit using cross slash, and that's exactly what K. Rool said. I was like, I'm waiting for that one.
Yeah, I mean, just amazing like show up from both these players, right? Just amazing, adaptation both these players. Probably play a little more safe. Must have next recognizing Woodside's in the corner. K. Rool naturally kind of struggles to get out of the corner a little bit. And Woodside kind of just like, I can afford to lose a couple interactions. I am K. Rool. I'm a pretty heavy character. I just cannot get hit by this limit cross slash. And just like that, does not get hit by it. No points to speak of. Great parry, but like I said, safe on parry. Just going to get a little more percent here as he tries to make his way back.
Yeah, and we're seeing they are neck and neck. Cloud at 101 and K. Rool the heavy at 148. They said we're both at the range that we want the other at. So we're going to do what we can and follow, sending each other flying. But it's not enough. Both returning to the ledge. We see a crown. Forward air, but it's not enough. Cloud says, "I can make it."
There you, no,
But
but no,
there
you
it
can't.
is.
Not when there's a big crocodile just showing his belly. Right? It's just doing a big, like, a starfish formation, like he's jumping into a pool.
Right? He said, "I'm going to dive, and you're going with me," right? And that's just like you were saying. If Cloud has burned his resources jumping back, he doesn't have much other options. K. Rool can kind of mix up what he's doing, but Cloud is stuck with jump and up B to get back. So, and there we go, the back air to take that second stock, keeping it very close as K. Rool returns with 0, and Cloud is only a 13 with the limit now.
Yep, and Uppy is coming out, getting a little extra bit of limit that he needed. Catching the jump with the cross slash once again, and amazing back air to put him off stage. And I like the tri-state twister attempt, but not going to get anything off it. Recognizing he's going to go for a double up air. Not going to quite fall for it this time. And like that narrative dash attack, just amazing pressure, but he just gives it up, trying to go for like ambitious edge guard.
Yeah, but we see that second hit of Crown bringing Cloud out of position. But we got to be careful because as we see, this Cloud has limit. So there is something waiting. There it is, the finishing touch, but it's blocked. And that's unfortunately the downside to it as we see K. Rool's back throw take that second stock off Cloud. So here we go. Cloud is in that stretch that he's got to take these next 2 stocks while
Oh my
holding
gosh.
on.
Yeah, I mean, this Cloud is on the verge of losing his first set from what we've seen on this stream. But, Woodside, I've been saying this K. Rool is something else. This K. Rool is kind of a demon. But, that's what next. Not out of it just yet. This is a very consistent character in Cloud. This character can make comebacks. He's falling out with a blade beam. I can't say I've seen that before, but the dash attack will do, even up the stock count. But the percents are just about, even up just a little bit as these damage kind of racks up from this Cloud.
Yeah, and here we go. Cloud is starting to even the match back out. He said, we're going to take this to where I want it. Here we are, 62 to 87. Cloud is in a good spot, but here we go. Let's see what K. Rool's doing.
Oh my gosh, I am so scared. Yeah, that shield poke, but still living. That's what matters if you're on the side of Woodside, right? Because you can't lose your stock to any more committal options from this Cloud. the damage is racking up. The more times you get hit, you will eventually find more opportunities to lose your stock. And that was honestly a free up smash from Mr. Connect, but not willing to rip it. Just wanting to get more damage, a little more safety. That is a grab. What will be? That's it. That will be it. The down throw to up smash. That will do it. Woodside, amazing upset on Mr. Panax's Cloud, putting them in the lead 2-1 in the series. That is their #1 player out of the ranks.
That berry, that caught me. It gave me chills seeing that. In all honesty, we see the berry into up smash, and I just go, huh? Like, what am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's just a match mix-up, right? Like, that was amazing, call out from the K-Rool, just catching the match perfectly from the Cloud. He recognized that the Cloud just felt scared, right? He just wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. And that's what he did. He did the option that would catch the fast mash as quickly as possible, while also taking the stock, and the up smash was doing it, and he lost his stock at 90.
Yeah, but now here is the moment, because Masaponex is down 1-2 right now, right?
Yeah.
So they have to win this next set to take it to game 5. But if, I already forgot, Woodside takes this one, that's it for Masaponex, and Woodside would be moving on. Like,
wow.
We are at that point that it could come down to that last stock, that last move, the last throw that could just be the end of Masaponex or take us to game 5.
Yeah, I mean, now this is a hard question, hard scenario to deal with your Masaponex. Like, what is the idea you're trying to get out here? Do you want to force out the Diddy Con, to try to claw your way back? Or if you're on the side of Woodside, do you want to just end it now and just go with the Ganondorf? If the Diddy is not particularly confident in taking out this Diddy Con, try to force him out just to give the Ganondorf free reign going into this game 5. But yeah,
I mean, and now that all 3 have played, all 3 are available to go back in. So
that's
we
right.
could
Yeah, we
see
could
the
see
return.
the K-Rool again,
The K-Rool
and the
could
Cloud
return.
again.
K-Rool and Cloud could run it back for this set 4. So we don't know, but
I'm seeing them sit down. It looks like they're running it back.
it looks like we're getting a run back. Okay.
Wow.
So, yep, it looks like it has been on our data sheet. It's showing that our next 2 characters coming in will be the run back of Cloud versus King K-Rool, as you see on your screen. Now, I will say this is my favorite design of Cloud. That child of Advent Cloud. It's a beautiful skin.
That's a movie, right?
Yeah, it's the movie for Final Fantasy VII.
That's so weird. They randomly a movie for the game. Like,
Well,
how is that any different from
you
the
see that.
game?
Well, and so my fun fact that I know about Smash, completely beside these characters, is that everyone is from a game except technically Lucario's first appearance was a Pokemon movie before he was in the game.
Before he was even in Diamond Pearl. I remember that because I grew up with Pokemon, and I remember watching that Lucario movie. And I was like, wait, Bash is in Homeland. He doesn't, Lucario wasn't a thing yet.
Yeah, but as we go right back, and we're starting right where it all ended at PS2. This K-Rool said, I've got to take this one home, putting that pressure on Cloud as he's already at 64, but Cloud close having limit now.
Oh my gosh!
And there we go. We see the down air
Holy
into
moly.
up smash to take Cloud's first stock of the match.
Holy cow, Isaiah! Just this pressure from this K-Rool, just amazing tech chase with the down air into up smash, and it's crazy. You look and you say this is Woodside's #2 player. How can you look in the eye and believe me when I say that?
I don't. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't believe you. But I mean, now think about seeding wise as well. This is #1 seed versus
Right.
the 13th seed.
Yeah.
So like we've been seeing all day, that it almost seeding doesn't matter. It comes down to the moment when you're in that match. K-Rool is at 169 on his first stock. Cloud has limit, so K-Rool has to be careful.
Right.
But Cloud loses limit from the crowd. So now
Yeah.
K-Rool can be a little more adventurous.
So what either happened there is that Cloud either lost, he lost it through waiting for too long. I think there's a 15-second timer on it. I love the stall from the cross slash there. Love that idea. Or he either tried using a limit move, but it got intercepted from the crown. I want to say he probably used on a limit blade beam, and he just got beat out by the crown.
Yeah, but as we're seeing, this K-Rool is approaching 200%, but he has Cloud, and as I'm saying
There you
that,
go.
Cloud gets that forward air to take it, but Cloud is still about to have limit, but at 104. K-Rool said, it's going to be pretty easy if I get one of my kill moves out.
That shield poked! Wow! What an amazing shield poke Well, I love that like recognition from Woodside, knowing that there was shield hook. I can't say I would have known myself, but I saw in the moment, the Cloud was shielding, but that the outside just went straight through.
Yeah, and even then, K. Rool is at 88, Cloud at 15 now. We're seeing this K. Rool is keeping that pressure on, and he's playing the neutral from both sides is pretty well. Like I can't lie to you, they're doing what they can in neutral, and they're trying to keep the advantage on their side. Neither side is willing to give an inch.
Yep. Yeah, you can't really punish that that limit cross slash there. It's gotta just get out of there by not taking any percent from, just trying to fight it flat out. But remember, we were talking about this before. This is the first seed. Massive they're currently at a threat of losing, being eliminated from the tournament before even making it to the finals. But I guess something we have to bring up here. I think this is Massive first VHSL, so like this is definitely a new environment for them, I have to say, because they're probably a lot more used to playing on Wi-Fi, which is, I have to say, with my experience in collegiate and just playing a lot of online Smash during the quarantine era back in 2020, is a very different environment than is offline.
Yeah, but we see this Cloud is holding his own at 116, didn't commit to the cross slash, which is a great way to get out.
Oh
But
my
we see an
gosh.
up air from K. Rool, and that will end the first set as Woodside goes up 1-0 in the set.
Wow.
K. Rool has to take one more. If K. Rool takes that one more, Massive is out. But
Yeah.
as we saw, that Cloud still got it down to that last stock, and they were holding it.
Yeah.
They said, I'm going to hold on to this as long as I can. They forced K. Rool to do something that he wasn't trying to do. So we have to give credit to Massive and
Absolutely.
putting their opponents in that pressure of you've got to find my weakness in order to take my stock.
This has been some fire Smash Bros. Isaiah. I mean, there's the story here. Whoever wins is going to be crazy. Massive they could barely clutch out another win, just like on the verge of being upset like they were versus Brook Point. But if you are Woodside, the number 13 seed, who weren't even like seeded or expected to make it into this like top 8 bracket, beating the number 1 seed, like how crazy is that?
It's just, I think today is showing, I was talking about this with Chase, but it's the best of the best in all senses. Not like coming to a LAN, being at a championship, right? And just having that mentality that you're here. You've got casters talk, you've got an audience watching. The pressure that's on you is so immense for these competitors as we go in to the next round, and they're on small battlefield. Cloud getting that early damage on K. Rool, putting him at 37 and charging some of his limit up.
Yeah, I mean, I like this stage pick before. I don't think we were used to this sort of stage selection from either of these players. I don't think I've ever seen these guys actually play on small battlefield. So I recognize that the Cloud is trying to do something different, and I love that he's trying something a little different, because at this point, when you're playing against a character or against a player as confident as Woodside's K. Rool here, it's kind of hard to. Oh my gosh, see the confidence just reading the air dodge and just catching them perfectly with that up here, taking the stock out like 70.
Golly, but here we go. We got an up smash from Cloud to return the favor, putting them both back at 0 as they even out the stocks in under a minute in this match.
Yeah, they are fighting, Isaiah. They want to just go at. They want to just go. They just want to just fight each other. And you see this K. Rool just trying to take out the stock right away, and Cloud having none of it, just using the limit up just to get back to center stage. And like, I do not want any part of this.
Right. And that with that limit up B, giving Cloud the opportunity to recover high, because usually you can't recover high with that one, or Cloud is going to get punished.
Yeah.
As we see this back throw sending Cloud off,
Yep.
but he air dodges that back air, making it back to stage. Has some more limit charge, and now it's ready. He said, here comes the move.
Wow!
But K. Rool says, nuh-uh, not on my watch, and takes that second stock.
Yeah, I mean, like it happened again, right? Using the belly armor to armor through the move and putting him into the perfect text chase scenario to catch the roll away with the up smash. This could be it right here. Not quite yet. There were 2 ambitions in the back air once again. I think it's been like the 3rd time now, but again, living the up smash is still very good from Woodside. Losing that trade there, but again, Massive is at 104 now. You had to burn that limit to make it back in. You're not going to quite be able to do an up smash just yet, but 120, will that be it? Or not yet?
Cloud is putting that fight up. He's at 121, holding that stock. But K. Rool says, I'm just going to keep that pressure on, so be ready. Here we go, looking for the up smash. Doesn't get it. K. Rool with the
That'll do
parry. It's a tilt.
Wow!
And that's enough to put it away. Woodside is going to take this game 3-1. That was an impressive showing from both teams as we see. And here we've got an explosive crowd as we see the 13th seed upset the number 1 seed with Woodside moving on to the grand finals.
You cannot make this up, Isaiah. This room is electric. The energy is off the charts. If you are a Woodside fan, you know, the parents and the coaches, you love to see it. Everyone is just getting so happy. Man, this is what I love to see in Smash competition. I mean, especially when we're doing these, whether it's collegiate or high school, just the energy. I just love the camaraderie and all of it. We don't really get to see it very often in Smash because we're used to, Smash is usually a solo game. You just go to tournaments on your own behalf, and just having this sort of camaraderie just feels like a nice change of pace.
Yeah, it's like Chase was saying, this format, I like this format because you're here with your team, and it's a matter of your team is going up against another team. It's not a Pokemon battle, as he put it. It's not I'm going to choose this player who can take down your entire team. It's the matter of we are a team. We are here to play, and everyone's here for that camaraderie, right?
Yeah.
So they are here to help. Now, I know our next semifinal is coming up, and that is we are
Frank
looking.
W. Cox versus C.D. Hilton.
Yeah. So what do you think we're expecting out of this one?
I mean, I can't say I haven't had the chance to cast either of these teams for but 2 and 3 seed. This is kind of what we were expecting as far as seeding goes. The bottom half of the tournament's been going about almost as expected, right? Both the 2 and 3 seed winning their matches pretty handily, but we're going to have to wait a little bit for that because we are going to send it back to broadcast for a little bit. We'll be right back for action, but just after this break, we're going to go right back into the action. Like we said, we're going to go to semifinals, Frank W. Cox versus C.D. Hilton, just right after this break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the VHSL Championships live from Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia. I'm back on the desk, Avery Giesman, and joining me from earlier is Chase Newcomb. And what an electric day it has been. From quarterfinals to semis, it's just been banger match after banger match, and I don't expect it's going to slow down anytime soon.
No, not at all, Avery. I mean, the day has been jam-packed. Most of the sets we've seen have gone to game 4 or 5. There's only been 1 or 2 that have not gone the distance. So as we transition and move to the end of semifinals, I expect the same rhetoric to remain true.
Without a doubt, and looking at the teams that we have upcoming, these are two teams that are very close together in terms of skill and very close together in terms of what wins have brought them here so far. Let's take a look at the brackets so far. What you guys just watched was Massaponics versus Woodside. Woodside taking yet another upset in this bracket, the 13 seed, clawing from being seeded to be out before the bracket even begins to second round. And then at the bottom here, this is what we're going to be seeing right now. We have Frank W. Cox versus C.D. Hilton, the number 2 and the number 3. The only match today that's actually seeded to be gotten to this point.
Yeah, certainly going into this point, Avery, we were expecting upset central with the C.D. Hilton and Liberty match, if anything was true with the Woodside Forest Park match. When Woodside moved on from the Forest Park match, I said, you know, if they beat the 5th seed, surely they're going to have a good time against the 1st seed. But it's the 1st seed. You know, it's kind of hard to determine whether or not if they're really going to make a showing. 3-1ing the 1st seed is an incredible performance in your literally like playoffs grand finals LAN of your season. So Frank W. Cox and C.D. Hilton, they have a woods to get through, if you will, getting on beyond this match. But for the match in front of them, the 2nd seed versus the 3rd seed, on paper, this is as close as it gets, Avery.
Certainly, and I was doing some watching as to what these teams are actually doing. You know, after completing the quarterfinals, it's easy to get comfortable, but both these teams were actually engaging in some VOD review from what I saw. Like, not just getting on the game, but actually watching the replays of their previous game and trying to figure out what worked, what didn't. And I think whatever they find out in those VOD reviews could easily be the difference between who wins and loses this match.
Great point. And I love that with our space in here. You can see behind us, there's some open space, couches behind us. These teams aren't even utilizing these spaces. They're going up into the classrooms. They're finding the little crafty corners of the building to jump into and say, all right, let's do a quick VOD review with no one in earshot so we can get the information needed to hopefully be prepared for these final sets at the end of the season. You spend all season preparing and getting ready on certain characters, and if you're looking at the sheet that Avery and I are looking at, there's a wide variety of matchups that can be played in this set.
Certainly, and I have to point out that this Frank W. Cox team is very interesting because they have identical twins on the team. I didn't realize that until I talked to the team in between the matches here, and that's something that, like, I feel like happens once per year. Is you get one of these teams that has like at least like siblings or something that'll play together all the time and they happen to be on the team together. Those are tough teams to beat because they just practice with each other all the time and they get that sort of, you know, sibling chemistry going. You can work with each other really well. Although there's no doubles in this format, for some reason those kind of teams do seem to thrive.
Maybe next year. Maybe next year. We got a lot of side events this year. We added a home run contest and a 3-point contest in Esports Resort. So maybe next year we just add a straight doubles bracket in addition to an amateur bracket here for the folks to get a part of. But certainly you're going to have good chemistry if that's your brother on your team. You shared the same womb. You shared the same household. You're going to know. And speaking of twins, it looks like we got a little bit of a mirror matchup on our hands going into this first round. Banjo and Kazooie versus Banjo and Kazooie. Now, Avery, most of the times we're on the microphone. I'm going to say that you're the subject matter expert.
Okay.
But here, this is my territory, all right? This is my main. I know this character front and back. Now, we saw this character a little bit earlier on broadcast as well, and I was mentioning that these combos are very hard to pull off. So what I'm going to be looking for in this matchup is how they are approaching and what defensive options they're using to convert into combo situations.
Yeah, and Frank W. Cox has been making great use of this banjo all day. I believe this is the first time C.D. Hilton going to be showing the banjo on the stream. Has been going a lot of Dr. Mario and or Snake. And a lot of people see that, you know, Banjo has some similar strengths to Snake, can certainly execute similar game plans. So that we're all not confused, the default color Banjo or the brown bear Banjo is going to be on the side of Frank W. Cox, and the yellow Banjo is going to be C.D. Hilton.
All right, so yeah, a little bit swapped around, but yeah, we'll call it Faith and Celis in that regard. And both of them just kind of playing around with Bregal and Grenade, trying to get an in, maybe a little percent early. Certainly we won't see the whole game to play out like this, but I think they're just kind of feeling out, and one, probably tech checking, seeing if they've got their movement down, and two, seeing how the other person's going to respond to sort of all of the zoner tactics they're able to throw.
Yeah, I was wondering if this was a button check, but I think they're starting to approach now, so I think we're just playing this kind of neutral. So.
It's just zoners. It's just zoners. This is just how they do. It's like watching two snakes, honestly, in the same matchup. You know, obviously throwing Grenade is a little bit easier than throwing Grenade, but it is still an option. And Faith only taken 4% thus far, done a great job with that dexterity moving around, so Celis can't find those hits. And adversely finding those hits on Celis. But as of right now, not really seeing anything that is too impressive, honestly, Avery. They're just kind of like throwing out stuff from the sides, playing that true zoner game. No conversions or combos have really been taken advantage of yet.
Yeah, no one's broken the space with the Wonder Wing just yet. And that can certainly be a tactic with these projectiles that don't have a lot of priority, or even ones that do, is that Wonder Wing, that dashing move that's completely invincible, can break the zone of either Banjo at any time.
Yeah, but you got to be careful, because if you know how to play around Wonder Wing, it's actually a pretty terrible move if you know what you're doing into it. Both of them being Banjo players, certainly hope, you know, if you can space that correctly, get a grab and do a down throw, that could be a kill option straight out of misput of a Wonder Wing.
It certainly could be, and it seems like that Hilton Faith here on the Banjo has gotten a lot more credit from this zoning game than Celis has on Frank W. Cox. And maybe he was more akin to that sort of combo game, and with breaking the space with these Wonder Wings, this kind of slow play around these platforms has not been working out for him. As he tries to get the height with these uppies over and over, hasn't really been netting him anything.
What surprised me, Avery, is I don't think we've seen a single Nair yet.
No, we haven't seen like any aerials except for like whiffed fairs.
Yeah, and maybe a couple of up airs just to reset. But I think that once we see more of those Nairs and them getting in on these conversions, we're going to start to see if that combo game show through. But as you said, there's a couple of different ways you can play these zoner characters, and certainly they're going both opting more on the side of let's wait, rack up some percent, find an opening for Wonder Wing.
Yeah, and we are getting to the point where there's not really going to be a point to throwing more eggs and grenades. We're going to have to land a move that will find the KO, and that's really what Faith is trying to do here, looking for one of these Banjo aerials, perhaps a Wonder Wing, but Celis is just staying in the air and continuing to hold his own space. If you don't land a KO move, then simply the damage will continue to rack up, and that lead that you worked so hard for will be, you know, in vain.
Yeah, oh, and that's Banjo trying to get back with the grenade. I am interested as well because of the grenades exploding. There's a lot of utility you can utilize to get back to stage and not make it as scripted. Make it a little bit, add that movement in there. So I'm interested to see if they're able to get those, that tech off as we're fighting around and underneath the stage on both sides. But Celis at 166 holding on to the stock by a thread.
Yeah, and as we're moving throughout the game, the more Wonder Wings you use without losing a stock, the less you're going to have access to. We got one left now on Hilton, and then Celis on Frank W. Cox has run out of Wonder Wings. So only one left on the board for either player on this stock. So we're going to have to find a KO here with a different move. And although these percents rise, you know, Banjo isn't exactly looking for a KO throw. The back air, finally, I think the first one that we've seen this set is going to take the stock.
Yeah, we've seen one that was whiffed before that, but that was truly, I think, the second back air the entire time we've watched them play. A lot of grenade, a lot of Bregal Blast, and honestly, those moves have got to be staler than month-old bread at this point, because you're just throwing them out, trying to get hits, and you're surely going to rack up a little bit of percent, but at some point, there's a trade-off, right? To just getting in there, doing a little bit of damage, maybe throwing a Nair or get some Nair strings, some up air strings, you know, getting that conversion. Faith certainly currently at 138, Celis could get a down throw into an up tilt. There's a lot of options here, but both opting to play it the safe route.
Yeah, and when one Banjo is playing above the other like this, it's not like Banjo has like a really quick burst option to get back, like to get really high, like maybe up B or something. I mean, Celis finally finds a stock, but as you can see, Hilton is willing to stay a little bit longer on the Angel platform, understanding there's only 2 minutes on the clock. Surely this game cannot go the distance.
Yeah, with both of them using the ledge trapping, with both of them using a lot of zoner techniques, I'm surprised that we're not seeing as much ledge traps come out and utilizing those options at ledge. Are you going to roll? Are you going to jump? Like, Banjo does very well in setting up options around the ledge to punish you if you choose the wrong option. So I'm going to be interested as we move through in this set, sort of if they start to identify what that looks like. Because in a best of 5, your first game is really feeling out the opponent. In a best of 3, you don't get that luxury, Avery.
No, you certainly don't. And we can see that now Hilton has fully committed to going platform to platform with this lead because there's only a minute and a half left on the clock. And if one player ends with lower percent but equal stocks, they will indeed take the game. And that could be easily what they're playing for at this point. That down tilt sends an atrocious angle, and Banjo cannot quite make it with the Wonder Wing. The lead extends.
Yeah, Celis had a grenade in their hand and got hit by Faith's grenade, upsetting sort of how when they hit the side of the stage, so they weren't able to get that tech option and sent them straight to the blast zone. Tried to get back with that Wonder Wing, but it wasn't quite enough. Wonder Wing into Wonder Wing, which will catch the neutral get up. Faith now slowly getting back, resetting that neutral. There's the Wonder Wing, and as you saw at the end, Banjo holding the shield, hoping for no punish options at the end of that Wonder Wing, which if you're grabbing, it's not going to matter. So I'm really hoping that we see some more counterplay as we move into the set. Certainly, there are a lot more comfortable approaching each other at this point, Avery.
Yeah, Celis has to make something happen. You're not allowed to play the slow game anymore. You have to find a Wonder Wing. You have to find your KOing aerials, your throw combos. You can see Celis looking for these forward airs. That even might do it on the edge on a stage like Town and City. But simply the lead is going to be too much at this point for a character like Banjo to make up.
Yeah, the thing about Banjo, too, is he has a lot of technical inputs that at this point in the game, if you misinput grenade, you might be Wonder Winging straight into the blast zone. So that's an important piece to think of as well. As we enter time, this might be the first game today we've gone full time.
It definitely is, Chase. And I've watched a lot of VHSLs. I'm pretty confident that's the first time out I've seen in VHSL.
Really?
I'm pretty confident that I would remember something like that. Nothing like a Banjo Ditto, against a character you don't main. And you time them out. Definitely a unique one. I'll say that.
Tough. Yeah, I mean, in 2018 prior, it was Jigglypuff, right? Now we just
Sure.
got Banjo. There's a lot of characters that you can use to time out at this point. Isn't that right, my resident Yoshi player?
Yeah, I don't time people out. Other people time me out, as we all know. But
We know it too well.
But yeah, the Banjo, I mean, Faith is, did a great job of just avoiding the projectiles of Celis, and ultimately was able to land more of their own, and that just, never really lost the lead. There wasn't a lot of strong moves flying, so when there's only a little bit of damage at a time, just whoever's going to land more of those is going to have the luxury of being able to go for a timeout like you guys just saw. So a very unique match there. Hilton, Faith on the Banjo did win that game despite both players being at one stock because Hilton had less percent than the other Banjo.
Yeah. And that's how it works. You don't do the sudden death sort of rules in most Smash competitive formats. And if your format does have that rule, it's pretty rare at this point in 2025.
It's a wonky one. Like
Yeah.
it's basically like a game of rock paper scissors because because the blast zones like close in during sudden death. The optimal thing to do is to run in attack or run in grab or run in shield. It's essentially just rock paper scissors at that point.
Yep, and you're at 300%, so the first thing that you do, as long as it's not a projectile or sometimes a tilt, it will kill.
Yeah, absolutely.
But going into game 2, interested in see if we see a switch in terms of the characters that'll be chosen. Once again, that was game. So once again, in terms of terminology, we have the match that we're playing right now, we have the individual sets, and then we have the individual games in those instances. So we just finished game 1 of the first set. So going into game 2, curious if we go Banjo again, or if we see some variety, swapping up.
Yeah, it did work for Hilton. If anyone would swap, you would think it would be Frankton Cox. But, I mean, Celis here has not played anyone but Banjo, so I would imagine that he's going to try to figure this out. I believe he's one of these players that doesn't even have a listed secondary. We do have the hero that he's played for exactly one game. So yeah. I do not expect that. Although, if you were to go hero here, I mean, bounce would help a lot with reflecting those projectiles. That's something you could consider. But I believe the characters look locked to me. We might get to see the Faith Corrin here from Hilton to give a little bit more range. I expect a much faster game because Corrin does not have these projectiles to time out a Banjo with. Going to be much more up close and personal.
Yeah, and honestly, with needing to get in and approach. I'm surprised that we're not seeing the Snake from this character right now, because I do think Snake gives a slight edge in the Banjo Snake matchup. But I think Corrin could have a lot of variety and assistance with this set, with what they have ahead of them as well. Obviously, you want to get in. Swordy Banjo, while he's a zoner, he is more of a, you could say, a brawler. He technically has a sword, being Kazooie, but he plays a lot more like a brawler. So Corrin going into this sort of hybrid, sort of swordy character. Interested to see if they're able to play at the range they need to get value out of this matchup.
Yeah, and this Corrin has played 6 times throughout the season with a 50-50 win rate, so definitely not something unfamiliar for this player to go in with. And character like Banjo, it makes a lot of sense. Marcellus was, you know, in the Banjo Ditto, putting himself in the air quite a lot. And Corrin, one of the best characters in the game at keeping people in the air. Trying to land, especially as a big character like Banjo, who doesn't have a lot of super fast options, no real attacks to contest the Corrin sword. That could be a tricky part of this match. Gonna want to stay on the ground, stay under these platforms, a small battlefield, and make that sword work for the hits.
As a zoner as well, you have to be careful just throwing out options against a character that has a really good counter, and Corrin has a decent counter that could be utilized in the set. But where are these conversions we needed last game? Where was
catch
that?
the Banjo,
Oh my
Chase.
lord! The Breegall into the up air, into the up tilt, into the up air. That was a great opening from Celis.
Yeah, a very big shock for Frank Cox to get the Banjo Ditto off the bat. But maybe, you know, a normal character like Corrin is a bit more comfortable to fight. We'll have to see if Celis can make a better use of this lead that he has gained and trying to get these tech chases online and early. No Wonder Wings have been used so far, and yet the Corrin is already at 70%. These are those Banjo combos we like to see. Charge forward smash there. Going to be a trick that Frank Ducox has to figure out. The back air from Corrin, oh so powerful.
Yeah, Banjo may have the Wonder Wing, but Corrin has that big ol' wing, and that big ol' wing is going to fly back and hit, does a lot of damage, a lot of knockback. I'm loving these Breegall conversions we're seeing here. Avery getting the first hit into a forward air until an up tilt. Those are the conversions that we needed in the first game. Wonder Wings coming out, putting Corrin at 118 in a ledge option, trying to use the bounce pad to maybe knock Corrin back. Not going to be enough, but the down throw into the up smash will be enough.
Yeah, excellent there. That's a confirm we haven't gotten to see in this set just yet, and that's a very powerful one for Banjo at that. If he down throws you, sticks you in the ground, he can go for a couple different variants to KO you, and you kind of just have to guess which one Banjo's going to go for in order to survive it. That one right there was banking on the fact that Faith from Hilton was not going to mash out of that down throw very fast.
Yeah, and they didn't, unfortunately. And that's kind of a tech check you can do in the moment as well. There's a couple of different options you can choose. Unfortunately, holding shield in front of a charged forward smash.
That is a tricky one,
That
Chase.
is a very tricky one.
So Corrin has like a chainsaw as well as her sword, and if she charges forward smash in your shield right in your face, it's definitely a knowledge check. You have to like shield SDI out of it. Like different characters deal with it in different ways. That's definitely a very weird one that a lot of players probably have never seen before. Like even very experienced players will get hit by that quite often. It's a very unique option that Corrin has in the kit that no other character does.
Yeah, I was talking with Isaiah earlier on the broadcast how much of a tech check it can be in some of these matchups because there are over 80 characters on the roster, so it's very difficult to know what any individual's move or situation will play out when there's so much variety. There's so many variables that you have to consider. And even, 7 years into this game's lifespan, we're still finding more every day. Just as this Corrin is finding more back airs by the moment, taking this second game.
Yeah, that back air has so much range. I mean, you see that Banjo certainly thought they were safe that far off stage, but those Dragon Wings just cover so much space for Corrin. And you can see how they were moving around the neutral as well with like these pins, for example. I mean, that's a very tricky move on a character that already has a multitude of ways to move around the stage. But once you pin into the ground, you can move forward, you can go backwards, you can move nowhere at all. And I think Marcellus the Banjo was just a little bit confused on, how can I really hit this Corrin? Although it was a great start, especially off stage, just couldn't make anything happen as far as getting those Banjo recoveries.
Yeah, I think when it comes to breaking down game state, advantage, disadvantage, neutral, the Banjo just had a hard time capitalizing when they had advantage and Corrin was off stage. There was oftentimes we'd saw Corrin would swap it immediately, get back to stage and put themselves in neutral. Banjo then trying to get back because they did an offstage option, puts them in disadvantage, and now Corrin's like, all right, cool, back air. I got you. I'm gonna catch you right here. So very interested to see what we see going into this third game, or the second game, now that they've taken the first set.
Yeah, so we've played one set so far, so Hilton now has 1 point towards the 3 they need in order to take this series. So we have a few different expected characters from Frank W. Cox here. We just saw the Banjo. What they have left here is Aegis and Dr. Mario as their main other two players. And then Hilton should field Yoshi or a Zelda would be the two that we expect, because the Snake player from earlier was who you just saw on Banjo and Corrin.
Yep. So Yoshi, Zelda. Like, what's interesting about the CD Hilton team is a lot of these characters have very particular moves that have a lot of weight behind them. If you don't know how to deal with it, you're going to struggle in the set overall. If you don't know how to deal with Zelda Knight or Zelda at range, because she plays at a very different cadence, you're going to have a very difficult time getting through that Zelda. Same with Yoshi. If you don't know how to play against Yoshi off stage or when Yoshi is in disadvantage. I say quotes because Yoshi's never in disadvantage. But if you don't know how to play against that, then you're going to struggle.
Yeah, I mean, especially this Yoshi was making a really big use of neutral B, which is something you don't always see. You want to shield these Yoshi aerials the whole game, but if you're using neutral B, which goes through shields and deals a lot of damage, that's going to be something that you always have to be hyper aware of, and you have to play this kind of guessing game, this reaction game. When this Yoshi comes towards you, do I have to shield or should I not shield? And like you said, Zelda, one of the, biggest checks in the game as, can you figure out this flowchart that I'm zoning you with? But also tools like Neutral B is not one you think of very often, which is not only a reflector, but a combo breaker, an edge guarding tool. It can be a lot of uses on that move that I hope we see. And this Zelda has been bringing out all the up B stops too.
That's what I was going to say. Like most characters in the game that have an up B out of shield that is very solid and kills early, you don't put Zelda in that category usually. You're like, oh, okay, you're like, oh, okay, it's Samus, right? It's Lucina, right? No, yes, it is 100% Zelda. She's in that category because it'll carry you to the top and then it'll kill you off the top.
And it's ambiguous where you have to DI too, because she can kind of change her drift after going up, and it's a very, very tricky move. Even very good players will often get caught DIing the wrong direction and exploding at 50% on certain stages. It's a very wonky move, and you think that pressuring Zelda's shield is something you can do all the time, but not only can she up B you, but her bear out of shield, very, very strong and can KO quite early.
Yeah, if you're hitting those sweet spots on them, they are an incredible move. If you're missing it, you can be put in a punish situation pretty easily. But as we saw earlier, they were hitting him pretty consistently. So looking at what we have on our sheet, I think we have knowledge of who's going in next.
Yes, it should be Pyramithra, which is what we expected on the side of Frank W. Cox, but we may be seeing a Bowser from CD Hilton. I'm starting to think that CD Hilton might be coming into this with quite a bit of confidence here, Chase, because I have not seen a main yet.
I haven't either, which is a little surprising. Maybe they had something in the back pocket. We mentioned that these teams were VOD reviewing earlier. And if you VOD reviewed for 30 minutes on the wrong character, that is just a waste of time. And now the other team can say, all right, we expect them to go this. We're going to play this character against X flowchart, X flowchart, X flowchart.
And this is a weird one, Chase, because Bowser has this mechanic called Tough Guy, and that is a mechanic that allows him to not be phased by multi-hits. He doesn't take knockback quite the same way. So if this Pyramithra goes for too many multi-jabs or, too many... I forget if there's another example. I don't think Mithra Nair you can tough guy through, but multi-jab is the main thing that comes to mind. Bowser could potentially get through that quite easily for a big punish.
Yeah, and this Bowser is, we know anything about Bowser's in crew battles, and maybe not in the same atmosphere because this is more of a 1v1, but your heavies mean a lot. And we've seen a lot of heavies today, Avery. We've seen Bowser, we've seen Ganondorf, we've seen Kazuya, we've seen DDD, sorry.
Yes.
We've seen a lot of heavies. So let's see if this Bowser, this was Susurrance from earlier up against CJ Nova on the side of Frank W. Cox. Eager to see how they play this out.
Yeah, and off stage is definitely going to be one of the harder times for Bowser. Bowser is not a character that has good options off of the ledge. His jump is super exploitable. His roll is extremely slow in general. So if this Aegis just kind of overwhelms this Bowser, this could, be a very fast match.
Yeah, that's the trade-off, right? He's very, very strong when he's hitting you, but he's very easily comboable. You're able to kind of take him where you want him.
Absolutely, and we can see that, just kind of jumping around, looking for these falling aerials as Bowser. Although they are very strong, you got to be very careful, especially when you're going up against a character like Pyra, who has such a big forward air to contest that space. But a much scarier position to be is when you're here off stage facing a Bowser F tilt, but gets around it very well. Very swap heavy, this Pyra Mythra, and you love to see it. Very willing to try both playstyles.
Yeah, and picking the skin, that does make it very difficult to understand what you're fighting against, whether it's Pyra or Mythra, because they have the same color palette on the skin.
Yeah, and we see Bowser getting the first stock there and building up some damage to boot. There come the aerials they're landing. That Bowser forward air covers so much space. That Bowser back air to catch your neutral get up. You got to be so careful as this ages, because Bowser does not need that many hits to get back online there. The down air into back air, just not going to KO there, but back at the ledge Bowser goes. That Pyre F tilt, so much range.
Yeah, Bowser narrowly living that great DI on the side of Susurrance. As I say, that commentator's curse coming through, going to die off the top. Avery, I love watching this Bowser forward tilt at ledge, trying to catch the grab coming back. It hasn't worked yet, but it's adding enough pressure that the Pyra Mythra has to be aware that it's going on.
Yeah, it makes sure that you never recover high, right? It makes sure that you have to hit that ledge every time. And if we think of a up B like Mythra, she does a little bit of a bounce when she reaches like the peak of her up B. It's a more unique spacing than other characters. So sometimes if you slightly mess up, you are going to get hit by that Bowser F tilt.
Yeah, Bowser also trying to get in and get these back airs off as the recovery options coming through. Unfortunately, getting hit by those multi-hits you were talking about earlier, and it is messing up him in the air. But that's going to be a stock now in favor of Bowser. This is final stock, and now at 96%, this could be game here, Avery.
Yeah, just look at the onslaught of attacks from this pirate. No, does not get the down air into up smash. Try again, up B will work too. Not quite going to do it. Will connect onto the Bowser. But, I mean, if that up smash is a lot more powerful than the up B, I hope that didn't shield poke. That would be quite sad.
It looks like it shield poke.
Okay,
That's what that looked like.
Well, yeah, very strong move in Pyra's kit, that up B. But as you can see, you can choose quite a few different moves out of Pyra down air, and Bowser's going to get hit by a slew of them.
Yeah, and while it was very back and forth in that game instance, that's only the first game of this set. So
Yeah.
they have a lot more time to counterplay here moving forward. I think that the Bowser did a phenomenal job trying to ledge trap the Pyra Mythra as they're coming back. But unfortunately, the Pyra Mythra was just spaced too well, getting those swaps off well, like you were mentioning, utilizing, hey, do you know if I'm going to be fast and loose coming in, or do you know if I'm going to just try to get a down air conversion?
Yeah, this Bowser is a very good idea if you can stay aggressive, cover the amount of space that Bowser covers. The problem is that, especially on a stage like Smashville, he was ending up at ledge a lot, and you can't like swing back from disadvantage at Pyra and expect things to go well. So he was just ending up getting locked at ledge, and that big body was a huge disadvantage rather than utilizing the speed and the power of Bowser throughout the set.
Yeah, Bowser has to get in to get that speed and power, and unfortunately was having a hard time doing that. Especially when you're fighting a character that has some really interesting jump animations around their down airs and up airs, so it's harder to grab. Bowser has multiple grabs in his kit, and all of them he works well off of. So very difficult to get in. We'll see moving into the next game whether or not they're able to capitalize. Now, from your perspective, Avery, what stage do you think Bowser goes here?
You can go with a couple different methods. Like if you don't think that Bowser is like able to get these side BKOs, you can go to a stage like Small Battlefield. He can like for Bowser, I would go to a stage like Small Battlefield. I think this is a great pick because it offers you a bit more space than Smashville, but also keeps things like relatively close. If you go to a stage like PS2, yeah, you'll live forever, and you spend less time at the ledge. But on a stage like Small Battlefield, you can KO with moves like Bowser back air at the corner, and that'll do just incredible amount of damage. Like moves like forward air send off stage incredibly early, and that's what this Bowser has been going for a lot with these F tilts, of course, also.
Yeah, we haven't really seen use of Bowser neutral be the flames come out in this set quite yet either, and we just saw it as a ledge option here from Susurrance, so maybe that's a way to rack up a little bit more percent so that these kill moves have a little bit more punch behind them. Going for an up B out of shield, not quite finding the value that they're looking for, now looking for a get up attack at ledge, unfortunately finding the end of a Pyra Mythra down air. Once again, it's seeming like all the options that are being chosen are not options that will kill for this Bowser.
Yeah, and ledge trapping very well. There is the Bowser, and maybe they can turn this around. The Aegis has never been in a deficit before in this match, and when you're behind against Bowser, it can make you feel like you got to throw out some smash attacks to try to find a KO, and if Bowser just decides to continue holding this stock, things get frustrating really fast.
Yeah, down air at ledge and a forward air conversion. Now fire at ledge, will that set up an option here? It
Yes,
will.
it will.
There's a forward air.
Yeah, that was a great job there. A tricky situation for Aegis indeed there. You don't really want to air dodge. You don't want to end up above the ledge, but going to end up in a sort of checkmate scenario there. Surrence doing a great job of putting pressure on this Aegis. A lot of players would have thought surely you swap off the Bowser onto maybe a Zelda after that last game, but the Bowser must have understood something that we do not.
Yeah, I think the Bowser's just reading a little bit better now. The options and approaching are a lot smarter. I think well thought out. The patience is there in the set. Because as a heavy, while Bowser is the fastest heavy in the game, it still is a wait and patience move because Pyra was still going to be faster.
Absolutely.
So,
You're not
waiting
going to
for this.
outspeed the Mithra. That's a bad strategy. But you do have some huge hitboxes, and you can counterpunch quite well. We can see this Aegis just trying to F-tilt the landing of this Bowser, but you come down with that turtle shell, and it can be difficult to deal with, and the Flame Breath is going to push the Aegis just far enough away. And you can see, I mean, this Aegis recovery can be tricky to come back from with Bowser. This is why Aegis much prefers when the Bowser is off the stage.
Yeah, for sure. And that was a strong showing from Bowser in that game. Definitely got the download. This is what I love about Smash, Avery. In every first game, it's always unique because it could really go either way. Both players are learning each other's behaviors, what they're going to do in any particular option. And then after that first game, you really see the download. Whether or not one player understood, okay, this is what I need to do moving forward, this is what worked, or if they go, I need to switch characters. I have no idea what I'm playing against, what's going on. And certainly the former was true in this last game with Bowser. Downloading, saying, all right, I know what options are working. I just need to focus on getting hit less, be more patient on when I'm approaching, and approach when the time is right.
And I've even found that myself, Chase, when we're going into these best of threes, if you like lose game one and you don't feel like you learned something super significant, it's not like game number two is likely to go a lot better. Like if you learn something significant, great. But if not, then you probably should go the route of just switch characters at that point, especially if you have them in your bag. I mean, if you don't, that's one thing. But like if you have another character, at least make sure that they know how to deal with that too. Because if you don't learn anything from game number one, it's hard to make game number two go differently. It's just difficult to do.
Yeah, well, certainly we're going to see how it goes for game 3 here. Once again, it says best of 5 at the top. That is a best of 5 for the overall match, not the set that we're currently in. So it is 1-1 in the set. This next game will be the determiner of who wins this individual set in the match.
Yeah, this is for the marbles here. This has been a big battle between Aegis and Bowser, one that I did not expect. Bowser has been coming out and slinging these forward airs and these side Bs, as you can see, trying to aim for these small battlefield platforms to make it more likely to KO off the top. Aegis has to be careful of this Flame Breath, gonna grab the ledge this time, and as you can see, as long as you grab that ledge, you're gonna be safe from the flames.
Yeah, desperately trying to reset to neutral is this Aegis, knowing that they're at 131 and they're a sneeze away from finding themselves in the blast zone. This Bowser trying to find one hit and really approaching, shielding, knowing that Aegis has not gone for really any grabs thus far this set and trying to play to that mental. Prominence Revolt going up, going to give 106% now for this Bowser, putting him in the danger territory. That's 121 off stage, trying to recover. Will they find the down air? They will not extend at ledge.
Yeah, I mean, things just like keep on coming. As soon as you find the roll to get off the ledge, the Pyra up tilt is there for you. And you can see it's just difficult. You try to shield, get past this Pyra, and does that time, ends up in the air. Oh, you don't want to air dodge there. The Bowser's there to snatch you up. And, you know, one concept we haven't even talked about, Chase, is that a lot of players would say that Bowser is a much easier execution character, especially at this kind of stage where, you know, there's a lot of, like, stress happening in this game number 3. You want your combos to be simple. You want your ledge traps to be simple. And Aegis, although the better character in this instance, is difficult to execute in these high-stakes scenarios.
Oh, Very much so, especially when you're fighting, like, it can be very misleading. You are fighting a heavy, but it is the fastest heavy in the game. He will rush you down. He will, like, I'm loving that we're watching Sasurus run up, shield, and waiting out an option because we're not seeing the grabs as prominently. So the reaction out of that is so fast. Getting these forward airs, getting these up B out of shields, it's definitely working for them. So CJ Nova certainly understanding the flowchart a little bit better as we're going through this game, trying to reset back to neutral faster so that they're able to turn around these conversions that Bowser has just made their own.
Yeah, this Mithra actually is playing quite a bit slower here in the second stock, and that's what I like to see, because this Bowser has been very button happy, but an early jump there is going to get up smashed by CD Hilton's Bowser, and that is going to be a huge early stock for the Koopa here. She has to try to get off the ledge, and won't. The up B is going to take it, Chase. That's a 110% stock off of Bowser. That is huge for Frank W. Cox.
Yeah, huge it is, and it's about as big as it gets, Avery. I mean, this is the last stock, last game of this set. 50% Bowser finding themselves off ledge, trying to get back, going to shield, hold that out. Will it poke? It won't. Bowser dangerously close to needing to parry right there, because that would have poked, certainly.
Yeah, that was an excellent shield. That could have even broken the shield of Bowser. And these upbees have been shield poking Bowser, so an excellent awareness there to know that the shield will be healthy enough there. This Pyro does not want to land aggressively on this up smash. Catches the Bowser a little bit slipping there, has to recover low. These down airs have not been working for Frank W. Cox here, but these forward airs have been pushing this Aegis off stage, but thankfully Frank W. Cox has been able to hit the ledge quite well. Gotta be careful, that shielding Bowser's just waiting for you to tickle that shield.
There's a difference between a shielding Bowser and a parrying Bowser too, and we're seeing a parrying Bowser, that's like the third or fourth parry we've seen so far this game, which is actually crazy. There's going to be the Prominence Revolt and the pop-off from the players. Very exciting stuff. They're going to take that individual game, and that will put Frank W. Cox on the scoreboard 1-1.
That's a well-deserved pop-off, Chase. I did not expect the Pyro to take that last stock there. As I said, it can be difficult for Pyro to find that stock. Bowser has a lot more tools in the toolkit that'll simply take the stock at that point, especially when moves like forward air start sending Aegis too far out to start recovering. And those up Bs have been working so well for this player. I mean, from shield poking Bowser to catching his jumps, this Bowser just been, both players have been having terrible times at ledge. And it takes a big guess like that to really secure this game number 3 that was as great of a last hit as it was.
It genuinely was. And there were so many times in that last stock, I was like, okay, Bowser's taking this.
Yeah.
Okay, no, Pyromithra's taking this. Okay, no, Bowser's taking this. It was just so back and forth. That might have been one of the closest sets we've seen all day. Really went down to the wire. Congratulations to both players playing their hearts out. And we might see them again, honestly, if we get into Game 4, Game 5 situation. But we are in a Game 3 situation, so this will be the last of the original players that we'll see moving into this Game 3.
Yeah, at minimum, we're going to get to see at least one player play twice on either of these squads. So it's up to this player number 3 to earn that advantage for your team so that your first player, your next player to go in doesn't have to win in order for you to be out in the semifinal. So the last one that we have lined up here should be Dr. Mario versus potentially Yoshi, because it was the Zelda player there that was going for the Bowser, potentially to avoid playing Aegis versus Zelda. I could see that as an argument for going Bowser. But Yoshi, I imagine, would be the pick versus a Dr. Mario.
Yeah, if you look at both of these rosters, what's interesting is there are characters on both rosters that are chosen by multiple people. So if you're going into a matchup with someone playing a character that you're used to practicing against, if you've ever played Smash, that's pretty easy comparable to playing a character.
Advantage.
Massive advantage. Playing a character that you've never played before, a character that you play very rarely. So this is the time and place where secondaries will likely pop out as we enter grand finals. I mean, all season, you've probably been honing a secondary for this exact reason.
Yeah, if you don't think that your secondary can bring something to the table that someone else's main cannot, then it's just not going to be the right idea.
Yeah, but let's get that bread. I'm excited. Next game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of bread to fight for, not monetarily, but just pride bread, if you will. The first officially sanctioned VHSL championship here at Shenandoah University. I mean, people travel from all over the place to be here. I remember some schools even travel like 3-4+ hours. You never realize how big Virginia is until you realize how far people travel for the Virginia High School Championships.
Yeah, that, and I mean, that's just the high schools that are here. We have college booths that are here that have driven across state lines to check out the event. I think it was a total of 6 booths we had of other colleges checking it out, seeing what's going on. And we love that we're fostering sort of that community. We're very honored here at Shenandoah to be able to host an event of this caliber and give back to the community in that regard. But yeah, they've worked all season for this. Well, it might not be any like monetary bread. This will go down in history, like you said, Avery, and you want to put your stamp on that. Just like you want to put your stamp on this game. What a goofy matchup, my man. Like to me, this is goofy.
I'm trying to figure out why we go me sword fighter in Game 3 of the VHSL semifinals. I personally don't understand it. That could not be me, but. You know, these players must know something I do not, because this is definitely not a bad matchup for Yoshi. I can say that pretty educatedly. So, you know, obviously that educatedly is not a word, but I promise I know what I'm talking about.
When do you graduate?
Don't worry about it.
We love to hear it. No, but I agree. It's kind of odd. I would say, like, out of all of the fighters, I mean, you could say brawler or sword fighter.
Sword fighter is definitely the worst one.
You think sword fighter is the worst?
That's a pretty common consensus, unless you believe the recent propaganda that this character is like a 0 to KO machine with the different shuriken setups. And at least this sword fighter is going shuriken, so maybe we'll see some cute setups where the sword fighter goes for some extremely early KOs.
Okay, well, I might just be an old man boomer over here, but I think Gunner and Brawler are arguably way worse than sword fighter. I also come from a scene where sword fighters were a mini and very, very irritating to deal with, as we're seeing this Dr. Mario also having to deal with sort of the same things I had to fight in the Midwest. 124%, we're only 30 seconds in.
Yeah, and you can see already the aggression from this Mii sword fighter. This is what I'm talking about, right? I mean, this sword fighter has some speed on him. He can kind of overwhelm the Dr. Mario. And, you know, although Dr. Mario has the power, getting reversaled with that hero spin kind of works like Link, except Mii Sword Fighters is much, much stronger. So if you think that Link kills you early off of a reversal up B, you should be really scared of Mii Sword Fighters.
And just as much as Dr. Mario, you got to be afraid of that noggin, because we've seen a couple of times so far today, Dr. Mario's gotten those reverse hits on his up smash to carry forward and kill off the top. Because people usually DI out thinking they're going to get sent the other way, but he reverses it so you're not. We've seen that quite frequently. I think that's the 3rd time we've seen it so far on broadcast today, as we've had a couple of Dr. Marios now come through.
Yeah, and this Doc has done a great job of bringing this game back into their favor. The Sword Fighter had a really excellent start, but Dr. Mario has made up the deficit quite well. In the disadvantage now, but these Dr. Mario aerials and smash attacks are so powerful that you don't need many of them to gain the lead back. And this Dr. Mario throughout the tournament today has done such a great job utilizing Pill. When you think about the best projectiles in Smash Bros, Pill rarely comes to mind. But the reason that people don't talk about Pill is because it's on Dr. Mario. If this Pill was on a different character, like, this is a very, very good projectile. And it really makes Dr. Mario playable, because it does combo into that move, up B, or into Cyclone, or into a world of things, really. And it's how Dr. Mario earns a lot of his damage.
And that's the thing, Dr. Mario does have some damage in the tank. There's a lot of moves that will hurt if they hit, but that's the thing, you gotta get him to hit. And this is kind of a stubby character when it comes out to play. A lot of the moves are shorter, the recovery options aren't as great as some of the other Mario or Mario Bros choices. So going into this final stock, both characters on their last stock, this Mii Sword Fighter now sitting at 94, needing to find an in and not that head.
You can see the up smash come into play, but that is a very powerful smash attack this Mii Sword Fighter has to avoid. And the Cyclone going through the down tilts as well. Mii Sword Fighter is at critical percent. Goes for a reversal up B, but Dr. Mario is nowhere home. Luckily gets away with it.
Yeah, and now we're trying to reset back to neutral. Mii Sword Fighter has neutral advantage, going for the down air. Mario going in. We're seeing a lot of rolling around and then an option. So something has to give soon, and I think that will be it. The Dr. Mario finding the down B, killing the or eliminating the lead Mii Sword Fighter off the side.
Yeah, and that's a tricky one, right? Because when Dr. Mario's landing with that Cyclone, it hits you multiple times. Whereas if you're used to shielding Dr. Mario aerials, you know, you don't have to shield for as long as you have to do versus Cyclone. Now, the other side of that coin is that Dr. Mario misses that Cyclone, that will be a huge punish.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that multiple times where it was a punish, but because we're rolling around, I think last stock, high percent. There's a lot going on, high
There's
pressure.
a lot of jitters.
Yeah, there's
There
a lot of high
definitely is.
pressure. So you saw that sort of go through a little bit in terms of the options that were being thrown out. Like I said, something had to give, and jumping into Cyclone is one of those things that you're going to find yourself in the blast zone for.
I mean, the Bowser find themselves in the same scenario last game, right? You want to jump to, maybe get to safety off the ledge, and the Pyre up B is there for you. So a lot of times in last hit, at higher levels of play, it's not about using an option before your opponent, but rather reacting to your opponent's defensive option, which is difficult to do.
Yeah. Yeah, they say that often at the high level. You're not watching what your character's doing. You're trying to watch what the other person's doing and anticipating that ahead of time. But in those very high critical moments, kind of everything goes out the window and you're like, I got to hit him, I got to hit him, I got to hit him.
Yeah, that
Right
happens
now.
very often. Like, you would think that doesn't happen often, but reasons why, especially a lot of people believe in Snake right now, is because Snake is a character that doesn't have to understand what your defense is, because in last hit, he can do the same thing he's been doing the whole game. He can put these grenade setups, he can put the C4 on the platform, and you have to figure out, how am I going to hit this guy? Because if I let him just do his thing, I'm going to naturally get hit by these explosives more than he's going to blow himself up. I mean, a lot of these characters that don't have to think at a high level in last hit, characters like Samus also is in there, they can be really devastating to find that last hit on.
Oh, absolutely. And eventually, those those small C4s or grenades that you got hit with throughout the game, you will find that they will kill at a certain percent. You will get KO'd.
Certainly.
So you got to be careful. But going into this, it looks like regular Battlefield will be the choice here from CD Hilton. As they lost this first, Frank Cox, because CD Hilton won that last round. Oh no, I have it backwards. Yeah, because CD Hilton won that.
Yeah, Frank Cox does have the lead in this series. This is the first game of the series, and they are up 1-0, and the Yoshi has not come out. And I would complain about that, but last set when we saw with the Bowser, that seemed to be the right decision with that game going to last stock, game number 3. So maybe this Sword Fighter will be able to make the same level adaptations as they look for these down tilt into up B or up airs. But as long as Frank W. Cox is DIing away, these Mii Sword Fighter KO confirms aren't quite as strong as some other characters.
Yeah, when it comes to this stage, I am interested to see how both of these characters will utilize this top platform.
Oh, this is the tech!
That is the tech. We saw that in the last game. Mario was able to get the second jump out and recover from that downer, but it looks like this time going to send them both to the blast zone.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. Yeah, the top platform is probably not going to be the most used thing by these characters in particular. If we're talking about what makes Sword Fighter strong, these side platforms are really going to be what he's looking for, because that's where you're going to get those tech chases that lead into the hero spin combos that we all like to watch on YouTube Shorts.
You're absolutely right. The looks like the uppy on ledge going to send Mario off the side. Mario going back into this neutral. Mii Sword Fighter zipping over to the other side of the stage, resetting neutral, but not for long, as this Mario's putting him back over. Now at 121%. Going to be looking for a kill option here as they're nearing the side of the stage. It's just been a complete reset back to neutral. You were not kidding earlier either, Igloo. My gosh, that up B, it's hit so far.
Yeah, and you can see he is going for this like sort of dashing move immediately off the ledge every time as well. That's another thing that Mii Sword Fighters have discovered recently. That's a bit of an odd option to deal with, because you can either be like totally safe with it, or you can pressure in a weird way that it actually can KO from the ledge. You can see just how quick it is. Very difficult to contest. Mii Sword Fighter has an odd amount of ways to get off the ledge and try to reversal you in a bad spot.
Yeah, and that could be very deceptive. But right now, we are going to see the Mii Sword Fighter take that stock, hold on to it as long as they can, which is not going to be too long. And Avery, we find ourselves here yet again. There's no Black Cats, but man, am I getting deja vu, because it is 1-1 on the last stock of this individual set.
Certainly, and it's a big one. Frank W. Cox wants to force Hilton to win 3 in a row if they want to take this series. And down throw, I knew that Cyclone was coming, Chase. It's the perfect percent that you might just take a stock at 57, but the Sword Fighter from Hilton very wisely got out of that combo, and it's going to pressure the Dr. Mario. Going to go for another down air, but very nice DI from Frank W. Cox's dock.
Yeah, threading the needle there. Frank W. Cox's dock on that end, almost finding themselves in the blast zone or getting gimped. This is a character that cannot afford to mess around under the stage. I guess neither is Mii Sword Fighter, as they're going to drop that, unfortunately, going under the stage, trying to recover on the other side. find themselves in the blast zone.
Yeah, that's just not going to be something you can do with me Sword Fighter. I think the player thought that they may have had a jump they didn't have. I assume that was supposed to be jump side B. But yeah, I mean, when the Me Sword Fighter came out, I had my hesitations, and unfortunately it's going to end with, trying to go for one of those ambitious off-the-ledge options, just trying to get a little bit too fancy with it, and that's going to put W Cox in the lead 2-0. And although they are seeded to win this match, I can't help but think that Hilton should have a better chance going forward here using some of their stronger characters.
Yeah, that was a 2-1 going into this fourth game. We are now going to start to see repeats of people that we've seen thus far. So I am eager, I almost prefer watching who they choose in the fourth game rather than the fifth. Because the fifth, usually they're setting up, there's one of two options in these crew battle styles. You're either putting in your best player in the fourth game if you feel like you're not going to get to that fifth game, or you're putting in your second best player as a reserve for the fourth game, hoping that you can get to game 5, putting in your best player.
Yep, I completely agree. That tends to be one of those two things is generally what these teams are going for. I believe that the Dr. Mario is staying on the stage here, so I anticipate that will be what Frank W. Cox goes for here in this next match.
Ooh, yeah. On our screen, what we see, which is players have already confirmed it, but we are going to see Markel again from Frank W. Cox on that Dr. Mario, and then Ismark on that Corrin. So Corrin will be making their way back onto stage. Starting out the set on Banjo, not finding a whole lot of value on the Banjo. Now swapped over to Corrin in that second game, and did a little bit better on that small battlefield, but going in now in game 4, this could be a really good matchup for Corrin.
Yeah, it's definitely very strong. The range of Corrin's going to be huge for Dr. Mario to try to get around. I mean, yeah, it's definitely not a good one, Chase. I don't want to sugarcoat it. And the sword can sometimes go through pill as well, so it can just kind of brute force your way through Dr. Mario's general game plan. Me Sword Fighter, Corrin, you could see them as having similar strengths, but in reality, Corrin is going to be a much more consistent character and much less precise. So when we look at Me Sword Fighter's back air, for example, it's quite thin, whereas Corrin has these huge dragon wings that we saw devastate Frank W. Cox's Banjo.
And something that Dr. Mario does not have that Corrin has everything to throw out is range. Dr. Mario is going to need to get in this set to do damage. And Corrin, that's what they specialize in. You're not going to get in on me. I'm going to keep you at range, and I'm going to pump out the damage.
Yeah, the win condition for this Dr. Mario is to be as close to this Corrin as possible, but it might not always be wise to get there as fast as possible. As long as you end up at the destination, doesn't really matter how long it took you, but you can see that Frank W. Cox's Dr. Mario is going quite fast.
Yeah, I mean, playing this Dr. Mario like you'd see a Game & Watch player play, just kind of throwing out options, making sure that you're staying on your toes because you don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah, and I simply must point out that the Corrin pick here is quite bold. This player has already played for Hilton and has twice now chosen not to go their Zelda, which has brought them to this point so far. And when you're starting down against this Dr. Mario, I just really wonder if it's a good idea.
Yeah, I agree with you, especially if it's your main, trying your tried and true first, seeing if there's any value you can get out of it is probably your best bet if that's the character you put your most time on. But Faith now reversing, trying to get this first stock away from the Dr. Mario as Pill is going to safely allow them to recover. There's that chainsaw you were talking about earlier, Avery, and it will eventually hurt, but the Mario rolls out.
Yeah, and that's not an easy roll to do, Chase. Does lose that stock immediately afterwards, but if that forward smash isn't going to break your shield and you can get hit enough times to be able to roll and not get hit by it, that is indeed the counterplay. So maybe Frank W. Cox's Dr. Mario is aware of that setup, and that's a lot of what CD Hilton's Corrin has been going for. So if they can't find that setup with Corrin, they may lose a bit of faith to be a bit cheeky with it.
I see what you did there. I like that. But, you got to make sure that you're doing all you can for your team here and getting all the information possible. I think that we could see a swap after this first game, but honestly, we're seeing a big swing back in their favor. Now 52% against 105. This Dr. Mario trying to make sure that they can close out the second stock before the Corrin, because if the Corrin does it first, now you found yourself in a sticky situation.
The range is starting to come out, Chase. We can see not only with these Corrin aerials, but also with Pin, how when Dr. Mario isn't really up close and personal with Corrin that he kind of has to earn his way there. And, you know, he can try these pills, he can try to read rolls with up smashes, but at the end of the day, Corrin doesn't have to commit quite as much.
Not nearly as much as Doc has to get in. Now at 126%, this Corrin has a couple of options to try to get in and get a little bit more percent on this. Dr. Mario currently sitting at 49. Gonna try some up air, and there's a back air option. Mario, not a whole lot of utility to get back, but that down tilt, not gonna catch at ledge. Corrin throwing out these back airs, waiting for an option for this Dr. Mario to approach, which, as we've covered, what he needs to do to win this set. But at 141%, will the Corrin make it back? Not quite. That up B gonna come just a little short of the ledge. Recovery option not quite getting them there.
Yeah, a little too low, and that's a huge break for Frank W. Cox, because one of the hardest parts about, you know, getting in on this Corrin is finding that KO tool. But now that you don't have to do so, you can worry more about just getting damage, and he is going to get some damage online here as the Corrin starts to panic just a bit here. I'm gonna put Dr. Mario in disadvantage here, so that's gonna be a great setup there. The insta pin is going to peek underneath the ledge there, and that's gonna be some great timing there. Hilton gonna take game number 1.
What a phenomenal option using that when they did. I don't think we've seen a whole lot of pins at edge that game. We saw a lot of, okay, I'm going to wait for you to jump at ledge, and I'm going to throw out a back air to kind of condition you and make you think that, you know, maybe there's another option you can use. And the moment that they get back to ledge, they're like, okay, I'm going to neutral get up, or I'm going to roll. Caught by that pin immediately. That was a phenomenal conditioning on the side of the Corrin.
That setup is a dubious one, because not only can you not hang on ledge too long because you're going to get pinned in that spot, but in that instance, he just got two-framed. Like, he was trying to up B like normal with Dr. Mario, and that pin hits underneath the ledge, and it KOs quite early. And even if Dr. Mario doesn't quite lose a stock off of it, he gets sent back off stage, and you can get hit by that back air that we've been talking about. You know, this Corrin pin move is so interesting because you can do crazy things like that at ledge with it, or you can really play around with it on stage like we went over earlier with the many different directions you can kind of dive into after using the pin.
A lot of Smash Ultimate, like we said, is reading the other player. So if you can't tell what the other player is doing in their movement options, it's very hard to read what their next move is going to be. So with characters like Corrin that have those movement options that they can just throw out in neutral, it throws off Dr. Mario. Adversely, we saw the Dr. Mario kind of throw out very fast, quick options in neutral, adversely trying to condition the Corrin to, maybe I shouldn't approach quite yet.
And might I say, Dr. Mario has to do that to succeed. Like, he's not going to out-neutral Corrin. He has to figure out these neutral tools and how he's going to intercept them before they happen. That Dr. Mario has to do that versus every character, but he certainly has to do it versus a far-range character like Corrin.
Yeah, and so far, Dr. Mario Corrin, we're scrapping again on Battlefield. We've come back to the stage, and it's one in the favor of the Corrin, but that was a really close game one we just witnessed. So we'll see if this Dr. Mario can swing it back in the favor of Frank W. Cox.
Yeah, he certainly could do so here. You can see the Pills just trying to create this initiative, but this Corrin is going for super safe moves like neutral air, like bear, like pin, where Dr. Mario just simply cannot contest these with his own aerials. He has to get closer and cannot re-grab the ledge ever, has trouble landing. A stage like Battlefield, you may guess that the platforms help Dr. Mario land, but at times they can make it so like it's enticing to land onto a certain platform, and Corrin can guess that and cover the entirety of the platform with one up air.
Yeah, there are very few characters in the game that can cover these platforms entirely. Corrin, using Dragon Wing on the platform, will cover it in its entirety. There's the chainsaw again at ledge, will kill Corrin, taking this first stock in this game too with 110% in the bank. Let's see how much percent they can rack up moving forward.
Yeah, this lead is huge for either player, but Hilton is going to earn it this time, and Frank W. Cox does not have a game buffer here. They must win this one if they want to seal this in a 3-1, and just trying to land on top of this Corrin, it's difficult for any character, but Dr. Mario just simply has no hope versus this Corrin up air. Has to go with this angle and just barely miss the timing on the down air, but very nice from Frank W. Cox's Dr. Mario.
Yeah, those magnet hands coming in clutch, grabbing the ledge so far away. I mean, we've seen that with Mario, regular Mario up B as well. There is an opportunity to get there a little faster. Dr. Mario now trying to get back to ledge. This Corrin playing around the ledge options well. At 108%, they can't afford to lose the stock. There's going to be an up smash that's going to catch both of them, but Dr. Mario coming back with their life.
Yeah, traded with the pin swing there, Chase. But Dr. Mario's attack going to be much more powerful than Corrin's there, so it's going to earn the stock. And this charge force match is a trick, Chase. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. I just lost a tournament set to this exact same thing, so I really feel for this Dr. Mario. That is not an easy setup to get out of.
I'm sorry.
I just figured I'd add that. But,
What's your start GG so people can go check it out? I'm kidding. I'm
crazy.
jesting. 41%. This Dr. Mario is just taking hits left and right. Unfortunately, the neutral is slipping through now, Avery. They're going to have to reset soon and find some options. There's a pill trying to get an up air conversion, but not going to quite find it.
yeah, and if one of these pills does land, Dr. Mario lands his confirm. That pill will combo into like an up B, for example, if Dr. Mario is close enough when the pill lands. But getting in on these pins is oh so difficult, and DIing in the wrong direction could spell disaster. These kind of percents. Trying to rip one of these Dr. Mario up smashes, they are oh so powerful, but just so much range on the Corrin, you just cannot get around her. CD Hilton gonna take down yet another member of Frank W. Cox. If it was the Banjo, if it's the Dr. Mario, just no problem for this Corrin.
And this is exactly what CD Hilton wanted going into this game, because now it's a 2-2 situation.
Yeah.
So this is going to be for all of the marbles going into Game 5. So once again, they can't play the characters that were just played. You can't repeat people more than once. So they will have to go back to the first two options in the bank. That does narrow things down, though.
It does, and so this is actually quite interesting because the only player that the Banjo has played against that we saw is the player that is just now out, who Banjo dittoed him and then went Corrin. So you could try Banjo into someone else, or you could go this Pyramithra instead. Try to match that, for example, into, what would we find here? Maybe... Like, it's really hard to tell what the CD Hilton team goes because they haven't been playing the normal characters.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like,
so
it's
kind
hard.
of difficult.
It's hard to tell because they're not throwing their mains out there. Maybe they're saving it for grand finals. Other players are in the venue watching, so there's an opportunity. Maybe if they think that we're going to throw in our secondaries and we go into grand finals, we'll have that sort of advantage. But when you're looking across the board here, we have probably 9 different characters, or not exactly 9, close to like 7 to 9 characters on each team that could be played. CD Hilton having a deeper sort of roster that could be chosen from. Frank W. Cox, I agree with you. I think that we will probably see this Banjo coming through. Maybe they're secondary, but CD Hilton, it's a toss-up.
Yeah. What I'm realizing is that they could play the Yoshi, I believe. And that was definitely one that I would be excited to see because that's a player that really overwhelmed their last opponent. Just felt like they were never getting touched on the Yoshi. So I would like to see someone contest that. Looks like I may be in the wrong here. I believe this is the Bowser from before. I don't remember who they actually play. I just know they went Bowser to... I think this has to be the Zelda because they went Bowser to avoid Mithra Zelda, I believe.
Yes, it looks like on our end it will be Aegis and Zelda coming up.
Yep, I called that. So this is the exact same matchup that we saw when we saw Aegis versus Bowser, but now the Bowser is going for the Zelda pick, which is what I suggested earlier.
They should have done, yeah.
This matchup is bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, but going a character like Bowser, it does make sense, but barely losing last hit, I can't help but think a little bit more experience on the main, despite it being a worse matchup, I think it could succeed.
Yeah, I mean, definitely there is tier lists in the space that will tell you this character is better than this character. I would say if you're not playing in regional level events, if you're playing lesser than that, and if you're not playing against PR players, it's really about your mechanics and how you approach. Like, those are like the 2 most fundamental pieces of your gameplay. So if you're going in your main, you're going to know your character and how to approach much better than a secondary.
You know the game plan, right? And a character like Zelda, although she doesn't approach often, what she does do is make it tricky for the opponent to approach. And, although characters like Mithra are extremely, extremely good at approaching, perhaps this Aegis player has never fought a Zelda of this level before, and that can certainly be a consideration, granted that this is the only Zelda we've seen today, maybe even in all of VHSL, we have no idea.
You bring up another very good point inadvertently, Avery, which is matchup knowledge, just knowing the tech check. They've played against the Bowser, so they know how to play against the Bowser, but do they know the Zelda? And maybe that's the critical piece they were holding on to this whole set, was to throw in this person on their main in the final game, if it got this far. So going into this game, really eager to see what comes of it. So 21% to 57. We are going to see the Pithra with the slight edge at the beginning, trying to get this ledge option out from the Zelda. Zelda just crucially trying to get back to neutral and seeing what options are going to work.
And I would imagine there's a bit of a chip on the shoulder from this Zelda. Not only did they barely lose the last set that these two have played, and you know, although I think the pop-off was deserved, at the end of the day, he did get popped off on. And you could see ledge traps like that, Chase, that's something that like Zelda players, you know, do that other characters simply can't replicate. So that's one of those checks that this player goes for on their main that Bowser can't do that.
Yeah, I think that we're gonna have a real set ahead of us, Avery. They are throwing everything in the kitchen sink at the table. We saw the down air spike at ledge as well as Zelda's trying to recover. This night we'll have crazy coverage on ledge. Both of these characters actually have a lot of really great ledge play, so I'm eager to see how they capitalize when they are an advantage.
They certainly do. Both these characters certainly do not want to find themselves in the corner versus the other. You can see a shield break setup going from CJ Nova, but a good patience here from Susurrance here, going to capitalize quickly on that attempt.
Yeah, and Susurrance sitting at 70, but that can be very misleading. That 70% can kill with Pyra/Mythra pretty early, but man, 57% racking up immediately. Pyra/Mythra now going to go for a forward tilt, trying to get the down air off, instead going to go for that neutral B. Zelda trying to get in. We're kind of playing leapfrog here, breaking each other's shields, going over until we get back to neutral. Now at 107 and off stage, the Zelda trying to get back the best they can. They are going to get caught by that side B, thrown into the blast zone. What is CJ Nova going to do here? Trying to go for the down air, but instead finds Zelda up air, which does a lot of percent itself.
It certainly does. That's a weird one. When you're ledge trapping Zelda, you don't want to accidentally get up aired through the stage. Might not be one they've seen before, but the Blazing Ends have been coming out in spades here from Frank W. Cox's Aegis, just as a way to break space into this Zelda, and I think it's a great idea, but at percents like this, you're going to have to find a nice aerial here to take the stock. Even moves like smash attacks are incredibly risky at this point, because that forward air, that back air from Zelda are just going to make you explode.
Yeah, and the Zelda having a hard time staying on the stage in that neutral, waiting out the option, going for the forward air, nearly killing CJ Nova. Now getting back, and Zelda at 191. Your options here are going to start to get a lot more pressured as they're trying to take these stocks. There it will be, but at 200%, Susurrance held on to that stock with everything they had.
Yeah, and this is a big moment here. Can CJ Nova make some damage happen? No, they cannot. The Phantom ledge trap there going to extend all the way out to where Mythra was, and that's just a great example. If you don't know how to get back to ledge as this Aegis, I think this Aegis has done a great job this set though so far at getting back to ledge, but simply one mistake and you lose your stock at 100.
Yep. And Susurrance on that Zelda did a phenomenal job throughout the set of trying to mix up those options. Am I hitting you at range? Am I getting in? I also liked how they covered their recovery with Phantom. They were like, all right, so you're jumping at ledge and trying to down air me. Well, what happens if I just throw Phantom here and then recover? What you gonna do then? So there was a lot of mind games being played in that first game. Now it's a matter of, do we stay the same characters and what stage are we going to?
Yeah, it's tricky. A stage like Smashville, I could argue, is advantageous for either character. A lot of Aegis players really love Smashville because Mythra dash attack covers almost the entire stage. Pyra can down air through the Smashville platform. A lot of Zelda players like the stage too because Phantom covers the entire distance of the stage. Generally, characters that run away from you, oddly enough, a lot of them like Smashville because it makes it so that you have less space to navigate through their kind of puzzle. A lot of Min players will go Smashville for that reason. And characters like Zelda don't have the problem Min has, which is, getting edgeguarded on a stage like Smashville, where you're going to be spending a lot of the game off stage. Instead, she's going to be using one of the best ledge traps in the game to exploit you being off stage more often.
And not just regularly being off stage. This is one of those unique stages that do move even with hazards being turned off. So when that stage starts to move off to the side, Oh, I am thinking of Town. Well, it doesn't
Smashville's
matter
Town.
because we're not going to either. We're going to PS2 in this game 2, and we're keeping the same character.
So yeah, they go to a stage like PS2, and I think that makes a lot of sense from Frank W. Cox. This is exactly the opposite of Smashville, right? This gives you plenty of space to navigate around, and if you're patient enough with Mithra on this stage, you can actually be, you know, just no fun at all, and you just kind of dash attack the whole game when Zelda commits and run away for the rest of it, because Zelda is simply too slow to catch you on such a big stage.
Yeah, and I mean, any options that she throws out, you're going to be at distance to run away from, as we're seeing here, CJ Nova understanding that, running away. And as Zelda goes to approach a neutral, going to get hit by a grab on the other side. Neither of these characters grabs really anything exceptional, not as much as certainly the Prominence Revolt we just saw on the side that kills Zelda at like 70.
Yeah, that's the one that won the set for Aegis versus CD Hilton's Bowser that this was the exact same player for. That up B to catch the ledge jump has been oh so tricky for them to figure out.
Yeah, and one of the many tricks in their arsenal, as it's starting to become a little bit more difficult to deal with the onslaught of what they're throwing. CJ Nova, 95% still holding on to that first stock and racking it up for the CD Hilton Susurrance. Gonna grab, throw, Phantom out, and it will catch Avery, making this a 2-2 game now.
Yeah, when you fully charge the Phantom, he does a bit of an upward swing. So although the Aegis player was able to navigate, you know, a different variant of the Phantom, sometimes you just don't know whether you have to jump away from him or whether he will attack straight, whether he will attack through the stage to guard Zelda as she comes back. A few different variants you have to be careful for.
Yeah, CJ Nova sitting around this side
He went for the
platform,
up B again.
Went for the up B again, gonna get caught, and the grab comes out. The conversions, though, not really finding them off of these grabs because there's not really much to find off of the grabs with Zelda. You gotta have a lot more setup. But, I mean, if the option is there and you're able to get percent, you're able to punish, it now adds a whole nother layer to your gameplay. At 151, though, Susurrance is going to need to find some value here, and we're seeing the approach, shield, approach, shield, approach.
Yeah, and I must say that CJ Nova from Frank W. Cox looks so much more comfortable on this stage. He can just much more easily play in the space that Aegis wants to in this matchup. And, you know, although Smashville has some great strengths from him, you just can play at a much more comfortable pace on this stage.
Yeah, I mean, this is most of the community's just favored stage. Everyone likes to default to this stage. And honestly, it's kind of bad for some players because they don't realize how much of a matchup knowledge it is and how much the enemy's character can have an advantage going into this stage. CJ Nova is going to find the aerial that will send Susurrance into the blast zone. Now, 110% finding themselves swinging the game back into their favor.
Certainly, but a lot of ground has been made up. CD Hilton, you know, was down quite a bit in this game, and now has Pyramithra at 110%. The wrong aerial here, and that stock could just fly off the board. That's why CJ Nova is playing especially careful here, especially on the Mithra. You can see those dash attacks just to check the Zelda. I mean, it's so difficult to react to there for Susurrance when this Mithra can cover half the stage in such a short time.
Yeah, and I mean, CD Hilton, another great point here is they're on game point here, Avery. If CD Hilton loses this, we're obviously going to go into another game. But, sorry, Frank W. Cox has 2 up. If they're able to take this, they will be on game point, and this could be the entire set for them.
Yeah, if the Zelda wins this game, that is the series. They are advancing to the finals. It is Frank W. Cox that is playing to survive here in a game number 3.
Yeah, and at 150%, it's looking pretty good. They've been sitting at that percent for a minute now, just playing extremely patiently. It seems like sometimes in this game it can be very misleading that you feel like you need to be in their face, but you just have to be patient and wait out the options. Susurrance doing exactly that, waiting for the jump in, gonna find the up smash.
Yeah, that's an excellent example because as Pyra here, obviously we want to land a Pyra down air to potentially lead into an up smash, potentially lead into an up B. But if the Zelda understands that's what you're going for, they can get underneath you, go for an up smash, and you're going to lose that second stock.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the Zelda play around Phantom and that blast a little bit more, trying to get these options off on the side of the stage, especially as we're seeing the options come through. Switching over to the Mithra now, trying to get those fast options through in mid-stage. There's going to be the Reflect. We're seeing some small skirmishes here, but nothing big coming out quite yet.
Yeah, and another Pyra ledge trap. We can see these forward tilts coming out. Difficult for Zelda to get around. She wants to swing back. Not another Pyra up B chase. It's going to take it in the corner like it always does.
Sheesh. Sheesh, man. Okay, well, we're going to a game 3 in set 5.
Can you expect anything else at this point? I mean, all day.
The full distance, the full possible distance. We're going there, and I'm here for it, Avery. I mean, this is the closest competition you're going to get. Like I said, this is a 2nd and 3rd seed. When you're going into semifinals of a playoffs, usually it's 1st versus 4th, 2nd versus 3rd. And I'm telling you, that 1st versus 4th set, sometimes a wash, right? Sometimes, not always. But that 2nd versus 3rd set, that's always the one I'm watching. That's the one I really want to see. And this one's not disappointing.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great. And I'm so glad that we get to see the Zelda in full effect here. And I'm glad to see that it didn't just work instantly. This shows me that the Bowser pick had some thought behind it. You did not want to play this matchup any more than you have to. And at this point, when we're going into this game number 3, you have to decide what you're playing for your life in this tournament. And he is not locked into Zelda.
Nope.
This player can decide that, you know, the Bowser went better than the Zelda just went. And it could be based on stage. If you believe that, you know, PS2 is the reason that this matchup isn't really working, they simply have too much space, then maybe, you know, on small stages you could try to make a Bowser work, and on big stages you could try to, or on small stages you try to make a Zelda work, and on big stages you could potentially go a Bowser and play to live to egregious percents, being a very heavy character in a very big stage.
And it was nearly working earlier. It was like a second away from clicking in. It was really the approach options, which tells me that it's kind of the same with the with the Zelda against the Pyramithra. It's the approach options. It's knowing when you can and cannot get in there. So going into game 3, I was going to say I'm eager to see who they choose and if it's the same characters, but going in, we know it to be the same characters. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the last semifinal for both of these teams. Let's hear it for Frank W. Cox and C.D. Hilton in the space.
Yeah, I don't want to count chickens before they hatch, Chase, but we are seeing Zelda on Smashville again.
Yeah.
This is what I would assume is a very strong pick for Hilton here. These Phantoms have been covering the space of the stage so well, and there's a buffered air dodge off of the Zelda neutral B ledge trap. That's just another trick that you have to know you have to know it. And if you play on Smashville, you know, you're going to get in those situations quickly, and you have to react.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Like 30 seconds into the game, losing a stock like that just affects your mental. You know, as a player, it's now you feel like you're playing behind the rest of the game, and that uphill battle at the peak of the event can be a very difficult thing to find. No jump, Avery. That's going to be their last stock.
Yeah, and you can already see CJ Nova going for the Pyra here as well. This is how you know, like, they want to take a stock now, and CD Hilton's going to give it to him, gets the sour spot of up smash. Things are just not going right in this game.
Not going right yet, but this Pyramithra does have an opportunity to sit in the middle of the stage, play this very patiently, find the conversions where needed, and find themselves back in the series. The Zelda is sitting at 113, so if you're able to take the stock without losing any more percent, could find yourself in an all right situation, but finding those sweet spot forward airs will not close it out.
Yeah, and this Zelda's going for a rage up B already, trying to end this game before it can even get on the ground. And another neutral B trade is going to win the series for CD Hilton. What an edge guard, and it's going to earn him not 1, but 2 stocks in the final series.
Wow, dude, that is crazy. Holding on to a tech or a condition like that until that moment, because we didn't really see that the whole set until the end. Those gimps catching the jumps, catching the air dodges in those pivotal moments, that's an edge.
Remember when I talked before the match about Zelda neutral B and its uses? That's when I wanted to see, Chase. You know, when you use it off stage, because it's such a quick multi-hit move, it can kind of trip people up when they're recovering. Not only in that first stock when we saw it actually like catch Pyramithra before they grab the ledge, but also in an off-stage scenario, you just snipe someone out of their jump. It almost works like a Fox Shine, and they just sink like a rock.
That is exactly what we saw. And so, wow, we have a grand finals ahead of us now. CD Hilton versus Woodside, the 3rd seed versus the 13th seed. What has been these upsets today? They may have been upset, but I'm a happy dude, man. This has been a great event.
I must say, Chase, I am quite happy that we are going to see the triple heavy team Woodside take on the CD Hilton team in the grand finals. Don't know if anyone saw it coming. I certainly was in for a shock when I saw that one of these teams was fielding Ganondorf, K. Rool, King Diddy, but they they found themselves as the 13 seed in the final, and they're going to have to earn it versus CD Hilton, a team that if they somehow got to the point where they decide we're going to be in Grands no matter what we do, we're hiding all our mains, well, they're going to earn themselves a spot in the Grands one way or another. And let me tell you, you guys at home are not going to want to miss it. You know, it's been great casting with you, Chase, but I believe we're going to get Kyle Dexter back on the desk. I will be back shortly. Please don't go anywhere unless it's to get a quick snack, because we're going to have VHSL finals very shortly. Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Virginia High School League Championships. My name is Avery. Back on the decks is Kyle Dexter. And if you guys have been with us since the beginning, thank you. This is what you've been waiting for. This is the finals of the Super Smash Bros. Portion of our event. We still have League of Legends going on in the arena. So if you still want to catch some League action, don't forget to go over there. But you're not going to want to miss any matches here. We have a great one for you. CD Hilton versus Woodside has been an absolute slaughterhouse today. The 13 seed has made it the entire way through the bracket to take on the number 3.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've expected this one, Avery. Woodside, not seeded to even make it to the top 8 of this tournament, right? But make it as far as they have into the grand finals, even beating the number 1 seed along the way. That's, all eyes, I would say, are on Woodside.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for, really. And if you're going to make some upsets, what better characters to make them with than the big boy characters, the ones that it's kind of tricky to take their stocks, the ones that land devastating hits on your opponent, the ones that go for big reads to take early stocks. Those are sometimes the characters that can surprise these more, fast, neutral-based characters that, pepper the opponent with small attacks over and over. Sometimes it just takes a DDD sledgehammer to put them in their place, and that's what we're going to see in this game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, the Yoshi D matchup. It's the resident Yoshi player in the venue. Do you mind going over a little bit how this matchup is played?
I don't want to reveal too much to the players. I want to, make sure that they, get all their strategies out there, that I don't influence them in any too major of a way. But yeah, I've been playing the Yoshi character for a long time, and I can say that he can certainly struggle with Diddy at times, but Diddy can certainly struggle with Yoshi. They have a lot of strengths that they can implement, and this is one of those matchups that, on paper, Yoshi does quite well, right? I mean, obviously, Egg is a great tool to deal with Gordo. Obviously, it can be tricky to ledge trap Yoshi, because he has the double jump where he can avoid the ledge pretty often, but also DDD can kind of act like a pseudo sword character, right? He has the big hammer to catch Yoshi's jump. If you think, Yoshi armor is a problem, try Yoshi armoring through a DDD back air. It's simply not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, as strong as Yoshi's double drop armor is, sometimes, it can't take a DDD back air. That's not very realistic, to say the least. But, yeah, I mean, the matchup, kind of tough, for I can see how it could be a little, weird for both ends, right? Like Inhale, I can see it being a little, weird of a move for Yoshi to kind of deal with, as he doesn't really have a sword himself, right? So, that's really kind of the way you kind of deal with Inhale, but if you don't have a disjoint, how do you deal with Inhale?
These two both have to be careful in shield because they both have a move that goes through shields. DDD with the Inhale where he, can spit you out as a star, and Yoshi with his neutral B, which he can use to put you into an egg and then attack you further. So, both these characters have to be a little bit careful when they shield, and, this kind of ledge play that this DDD has been really comfortable with throughout the tournament, I'm not sure I would necessarily recommend it versus specifically Yoshi. As you can already see, the CD Hilton Yoshi is going for Yoshi forward air on the ledge. If DDD is above, I'd say 60%, and Yoshi spaces that forward air correctly on a re-grab to the ledge, that DDD could simply lose the stock instantly.
Yeah, I see D just playing pretty comfortably by the legs, trying to just throw Gordos, kind of just want to force the Yoshi to kind of approach him, as maybe doesn't feel very confident, trying to approach Yoshi, who's a very slippery character at times with his big airspeed and pretty heavy weight considering how quick he is. Great buttons, but starting to play a little bit more center stage, winning some interactions, kind of just fight the space in, as D, not a fast character himself, but the run-up up smash will take the first stock.
Yeah, you can see that this Yoshi character, he can take stocks nice and quickly as he adds up the damage. If you throw too many Gordos, you can see these eggs are just devastating for DDD. It sort of takes that option off the table as long as Yoshi is willing to continue to throw these eggs. Sure, maybe you may be able to spit out the Gordo for a second time, but it's one of those situations where, just who's going to give up first. If you're playing this mid-range game, you're going to have to close the distance versus Yoshi, and you're simply a much slower character than he is, so he can simply dash back or get underneath you, and you can see that's exactly what Yoshi's doing here as he juggles the DDD, but gets a little bit caught in the air. That forward air certainly going to steal the stock.
Yeah, I mean, playing the death percent pretty well by C. Hilton. living to a pretty sizable lead, but still having a big percent lead as well, right? And but at the same time, how do you find the stock when you're playing a character like Yoshi, and especially versus a character like Diddy? Sometimes it feels really hard to actually take the stock versus with how like his turtling character. And before I even can finish my sentence, the reflected Gordo will take the second stock.
Yeah, you simply have to be more careful with these Gordos, Kyle. If your game plan is to throw Gordos the game versus Yoshi, you're going to be in for a miserable series because Yoshi just has one of the best tools at getting that Gordo back to DDD. Sure, Yoshi egg throw has a good bit of lag after it. It's not super useful in a lot of matchups to actually zone with, but in specifically the DDD matchup, if he's throwing too many Gordos, that's one that's going to be quite useful.
Yeah, and as laggy as Ekthrow can be, so is Gordo throw, right? And like usually whenever he throws Gordo, if he's on the ground, usually it'll just get sent straight back to him, so he'll likely get hit by the Gordo back. And I love the idea that Force Match can try contest with the inhale, but not gonna quite do it.
Yeah, I mean, these Gordos are not doing DD any favors.
Yeah, absolutely
and these
not.
high recoveries, I mean, Yoshi, with the best airspeed in the game, can simply just meet DD where he's at. And before he can crash land to the ground, hit him with something like an up air, something like a forward air. That's going to be a bad spot for DD.
Yeah, I mean, Yoshi is also one of those characters that can kind of contest DD when he's doing like those high recoveries with those up airs, when he's doing like those high uppies, especially with that, with a crazy hitbox like Yoshi up there, a pretty strong move for like not only comboing but also like anti-airing as well, like we just saw.
Yeah, it's very good, and King Diddy is a character that likes to be in the air. He likes to float above you and either come down with like a hammer attack or come down with an inhale. So he spends a lot of time jumping in the air. He has a lot of jumps. Well, Yoshi, a very great character contesting that kind of space. He can attack him before he's able to land. So because of that, the deity is trying to play a bit more grounded, but instead of playing grounded with like F-tilt, they're playing grounded with Gordo, and unfortunately, Gordo is just not going to be very helpful. Except like if you're ledge trapping Yoshi, you could try going for it. But like in neutral, if this Yoshi is willing to just egg it, you're not going to have a good time.
Absolutely. I think a great point. Like Gordo's not really doing DD any favors here. I think if anything, it's kind of be more detrimental to him. But if you ask me, like I do like the playing more grounded approach. I think he had like that idea sorted out. It just need to swap out like the Gordo in with just more button heavy stuff, because like you said, D can kind of act like a little bit of a sword character. It's like those F tilts or maybe like those jump forwarders kind of try to contest like Yoshi jump ins. The idea is like we're slowly getting there.
Yeah, you have to utilize the hammer at the end of the day in this matchup. That is, going to be very strong for Deity. But of course, Yoshi's going to be hard to catch. Those hammer swings, they're not the fastest aerials in the game. Like, you're going to have to figure out where Yoshi wants to go, and you're going to have to find where to put the hammer. So, I mean, that's definitely the difficulty that Woodside is running into in this matchup. And it's difficult. Like, I'm not going to sit here and act like this matchup's easy for either side, especially if this Yoshi player has more familiarity with it. But, yeah, you can Gordo, but, like, certainly you can't Gordo, like, when an egg is, close, when the Gordo is close to your body and the egg is coming in. Like maybe if the Gordo is like far enough away, you can inhale it again in time. But in general, yeah, the hammer is going to be your friend.
Yeah, we do see here changing stage to Pokemon Stadium 2, a very neutral stage. Like I guess like very widely considered to be a neutral stage. But the double hit the Gordo will rack up some more percent. I love the drag down back air, but only going to get like one hit of like an F tilt there. Not quite getting much off it, but trying to just play for more stage control this Yoshi, but giving Diddy a little bit more stage than you might have wanted just by getting hit by that Gordo there.
Yeah, an egg, you don't cover the entirety of PS2 with it, all the time. So it could be seen as a bit more of a commitment to throw egg on this stage potentially, but you do have more living space as DDD. You don't have to worry about losing your stock quite as early. But yeah, high recoveries versus Yoshi, he's just going to be able to catch you in time.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard for DD, right? Like I'm seeing here, like this dude's getting like pretty edge guarded by this Yoshi. And, attempting the jab lock, but not going to quite get all figured out. But throwing these eggs, just kind of contest these Gordos for free, basically, and not really gonna, just he does not really feel like nothing is changing with these like Gordo options here. But yeah, I mean, this is looking a little rough.
Yeah, gonna end up pretty low here. Has to avoid that Yoshi fair. Does so, but still in the disadvantage. And I mean, this Yoshi is just getting all of these jump-ins, and with a grounded Diddy, you're gonna have to commit to something like an up smash in order to, you know, hurt him for approaching you from above. Whereas if you meet him in the air, like with that forward air, that's gonna be very advantageous for Diddy.
Yeah, there we go. I love that, you know, the willingness to go off stage there from the DDD from Woodside. You know, like you're saying before, you gotta play him with a little bit of a sword kid, but unfortunately getting that jump caught by that forwarder right into the spike hitbox, and that will be Diddy's second stock taken out.
Yeah, as much as you want to play Diddy like a sword character, he doesn't have Lucina up B, right?
Right.
He can't snap to the ledge and avoid the Yoshi edge guard that easily. So he's going to have to linger off stage and figure out a different way to make it back to the ledge versus this dinosaur. Because spending all your time in the corner is not going to work for Diddy in this specific matchup. You certainly want to hold center stage so that hammer can keep the Yoshi in the corner, not yourself.
Right, and Diddy honestly looking a little lost on to get out of this corner versus Yoshi here. Trying to shark a little bit with these up airs, but Yoshi's not falling for it, but retreating to center stage will be the play here, and a great inhale, and not going to quite catch the jump in attempt from this Yoshi. Just trying to play a little more neutral. You know, eggs and Gordos are flying. Yeah, I mean,
yeah, if Diddy's not going to approach here and just keep Gordoing, this Yoshi has zero incentive to not just continue egging, because eventually the Gordo will KO. Like, it's becomes decently strong.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, way before, like, eggs can, absolutely. And yeah, that, you know, running under the inhale with the up smash, that will do it. City Hilton will be taking the first set of this series.
And that's as strong as a start as you can have, right? I mean, if you can get out there and get one of your on-paper best matchups that you can find, I mean, Yoshi's certainly going to have a lot of strengths versus Diddy. That's certainly a matchup that CD Hilton was very happy with, and perform in that way. You know, just utilize all the strengths that you want in a good matchup and, you know, show on paper why it's good. That's what you want in a start. And now you can kind of go into future players with that buffer, with that lead, knowing that you still have other really great players like this Zelda that we saw earlier, like this Dr. Mario, or maybe they'll go Snake or Corrin that we've been seeing recently. Those are players that Woodside's going to have to figure out with, you know, the likes of Ganondorf and King K. Rool.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've had much experience with CD Hilton or like Frank W. Cox. I did watch the stream for that one when I was back in the production room, but you know, I did at some point. I think I saw a Banjo Ditto. What was going on through there?
So that was CD Hilton's Dr. Mario player. They decided to Banjo Ditto the Banjo main of Frank W. Cox, and not only beat them but timed them out.
It was a timeout?
Yes, it was a timeout in game number 1. And then they went Corrin in game number 2 and two-stocked the Banjo after timing him out with his own main. So that was quite the set there from this Dr. Mario player from CD Hilton. Might not be a player you want to run into.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a strong player for sure, right? I mean, but, you know, as far as, you know, next characters go, I mean, we still have, you know, Corrin, and I do believe the Snake, right?
So the Corrin, Snake, Dr. Mario, all one player. And then, yeah, so, and Banjo if you want to count that.
Okay.
But in our next matchup here, we are going to get that player on the Corrin going up against who I would argue is the MVP of the night so far in this King K. Rool.
Oh, yeah, this K. Rool is nothing short of a monster. I mean, just been kind of, you know, remember that strong Cloud player from the number 1 seed, you know, taking them out twice in a row. Remember, like, game 3, set 3 was able to take the set 2-1, but as soon as all the players were able to go in again, they just wanted to run it back, and K. Rool was able to take him out a lot more convincingly that time.
Yeah, this K. Rool seems to know his way around the sword characters, so I find it interesting that this player is willing to go the Corrin, especially having access to the Snake as a potential option. I would think that would work decently well versus King K. Rool. I imagine the Nikita missile is not the easiest to get around for King K. Rool off stage. I imagine that's a tough one. But, maybe you don't want to go Dr. Mario versus King K. Rool. I imagine that's one of versus I imagine that's one of King K. Rool's better matchups. You know,
Absolutely.
not saying he has a lot of great ones on paper, but that could be one of them. So, you know, Corrin, a character that doesn't have Cloud's recovery, right? He does have a lot more distance on it, but can be traded with. Similarly to what we saw Woodside trading with Ryu Shoryu earlier.
Yep.
You can trade with kind of the head of Corrin as she's rising up as a dragon and try to take that stock off stage just the same.
Yeah, I mean, also like the idea of Corrin is like these frame traps and trying to get these like high damage like juggle situations, and sometimes as oppressive move Carol Neris, I'm curious to see how he'll like interact with a move like Corrin up air.
It could be weird depending on how it hits him, but I imagine that Corrin up air still does a good job at juggling, and there's just going to be no way to act out of that one. With the forward air into the pin. Some creative combos here coming onto the Crocodile.
Yeah, I like that. And, a back air from Corrin, another safe back air, like we were talking about when I was talking with Isaiah. Another safe back air. You can't really parry it and expect to get a major punish off of it, as it can, I believe it can be safe on parry, but yeah, I mean, this Carol is willing to fight back with these big aerials, but catching him with the pin that will take the first stock.
Yeah, and that's a big first stock there, because King K. Rool was reaching very high percentages where if they landed the correct move, Corrin may have ended up losing that stock first. So getting all of that rage off board that comes with being at such a high percent was critically important for CD Hilton's Corrin. As a big back throw comes through, can they live the ledge trap? No, they're not, Kyle. Woodside's K. Rool's going to take another one with the boxing glove.
It was a magnificent weight, Avery. I mean, we saw before versus the Cloud, he was just kind of just ripping those back airs, just letting them things fly, but this time around, opting to go for the reverse hit, the Nair, sending them further back off stage and burning the jump and just waiting for the air dodge. I mean, just love to see that sort of adaptation.
Yeah, it was great, but despite the play, the Corrin from CD Hilton managing to hold this lead quite well, playing at a range that is difficult for King K. Rool to contest, and utilizing some great moves like this back air, like pin, to keep this K. Rool not only away, but off stage specifically. These charge F smashes have been working so well for this Corrin, and gets another one right up close. Yeah, we've only seen that setup get out of one time today. This is not one of them.
I'm gonna be so honest with you, Avery. I still know how to get out of that move, and I've played this game for 7 years now.
It is indeed a tricky one, and a character like King K. Rool, I would imagine, shield pokes him quite easily, even compared to other parts of the cast.
Absolutely. When you're a big character like K. Rool, you're gonna have a big shield. That means an even bigger body to get shield poked from.
Yeah, and we see Corrin living that ledge scenario. That was huge for CD Hilton, forcing this King K. Rool to find a more honest way of taking this stock. If Woodside's K. Rool cannot handle this Corrin from CD Hilton, I imagine that spells disaster for this squad, because this King K. Rool is just putting up such an elite performance all day, and this Corrin, although we haven't seen it much, has not faltered either.
I mean, yeah, he's really been giving Woodside's K. Rool a lot of trouble with these pins, especially, right? He's getting caught with a lot of these pins to take the stock when he's trying to recover, and there you go. You can't really. It's hard to KO for KO to get out of that,
right?
Yeah, still live it, but yeah, the sweet spot not gonna come out from this pin, and another sign of life for Woodside here. Amazing up air attempt from there.
I saw that double up air coming through. That rage may have just done it on PS2.
It might have, yeah. And yeah, no Nair is going to come out just yet. We'll lose to the Corrin up air and will fall at first in that game in that set.
Yeah, so only one game being played for this series, but this is definitely putting Woodside on the back foot here. Got to solve this Corrin player, and it's just so tricky. Like, I'm beginning to wonder, Kyle, myself, with how many tricks we're seeing this Corrin go for. I have not seen many insta-pin misses. I have seen a lot of charge F smashes on shield, and although that's not that technical, I've seen other things that are decently technical. I would argue that this Corrin has a lot more experience under their belt than our stat sheet suggests from this season of competitive VHSL. I'm not sure if they compete in tournaments outside of VHSL, but this Corrin is shown to not have played that often. It's shown that the Dr. Mario comes out more often. What I'm wondering, if perhaps, I could be wrong, But if they're going Dr. Mario more often in these battles as like a for fun character that ends up getting listed as their main, and this Corrin is really what they have a lot of experience in, I could be wrong, but with the amount of instant pins and a lot of like technical core and stuff that I'm seeing, this feels like a very experienced character that's not just like, you know, third string.
Yeah, I mean, I guess those pockets kind of run deep, right? But it looks like we're going to jump right back into this game right here and going opting for the small battle for this time. Maybe the Kiro wide, a little less space to kind of just track down this Corrin.
That could very well be the case, and that could be what Woodside needs to bring themselves back into this game. This Corrin is up 1-0, and CD Hilton is up 1-0 in the series. Big game for Woodside here. Down throw, up tilt. Get the Corrin off the stage and try to take that stock as early as you can. The damage is building up for Woodside very, very well. The down throw, let's see the mash mix up. It's going to be a no mash. The boxing glove is going to come out yet again. Woodside's K rule, that might just be their favorite move.
Absolutely. Down throw has definitely been getting these stocks for pretty often for Woodside, right? And up smash as well. I think that might be this K roll's favorite move. It's either up smash or honestly up air, because I've seen a lot of up air attempts from this K roll going like for the double dip, and yeah, I mean, yeah, the instant pin, that will do. I'm not really sure what K roll is supposed to do there.
Yeah, if CD Hilton's Corrin times that correctly, this K rule stock will certainly explode at 90% quite often there. So that is going to be a tough ledge trap to get around, but thankfully, that's the first time that it's actually landed. That propeller recovery that K rule has, although it covers a lot of distance, oftentimes it has to, you know, take a set path and can be easily ledge trapped.
Yeah, and catching the aggressive landing with the F smash. I love this usage from this Corrin, and wow, the pin almost taking the stock. Woodside was not ready to DI that move and barely grabbing the ledge and avoiding the pin, and another great parry F smash. And man, Woodside's looking a little devastated right now. The answers are not so clear to them.
Yeah, the parries are coming out too from CD Hilton. If you can't even land an attack on this Corrin shield, you're certainly not making anything happen off stage. And you can see this Corrin already willing to go for some ultra deep back airs. And not only that, but playing elite defensive as well, avoiding that up air setup from the K rule and avoiding that down throw setup. I mean, you just cannot take the second stock off the Corrin. What are you going to do? You end up off stage into the wings, and that is a big, big win for CD Hilton.
Yeah, absolutely, you're right. Like, taking out the beast, right? And, you know, so they still have the #1 player. The Ganon is still in the back, and the Ganon will have to be forced out. And I do believe they're staying in, what, Zelda?
It's, let me check here. So it could be Zelda. Yeah, that's what we would naturally expect here. This Zelda has been showing a lot of promise. Like, we just watched this Zelda win Aegis Zelda, which is largely seen as one of Zelda's hardest matchups. And I think, you know, some different factors came into play there. We'll see if Woodside has a different game plan. I'm not super certain on the Ganondorf-Zelda matchup. It's definitely a weird one. Ganondorf definitely does not have the speed that Aegis has to get past sort of the wall that Zelda puts up. And Zelda certainly could go for similar edge guards that we saw with tools like Neutral B, with tools like Phantom, that really devastated the other player off stage.
Yeah, I mean, I know you were casting out with Chase, and I had the pleasure of watching that in the back, and wow, such creative uses of the Zelda Neutral B right now. The Aegis player was just not ready for such an option, and, you know, losing a few stocks like pretty early just from like falling out of the move.
It's a weird one, because especially if you use it like towards the stage, you could force them to tech, or you can use it away from the stage, and if they do tech, then they buffer air dodge. It's a bit of a 50-50 that you have to react to in the moment, and it's definitely not one that always, you know, you expect. It can happen quite quickly. And a character like Ganondorf, however, is going to be very used to getting edge guarded, right? So maybe that they have, you know, that reaction time on deck. Hopefully they have those techs on deck. And, you know, Ganondorf, maybe not a character that's going to traditionally hit your shield quite like other characters do. So maybe we'll see less from this Zelda of earning KOs off of, like, forward air or back air out of shield, or, I don't know, whatnot. But, like, we could see more, like, up air or, like, off-stage scenarios. Could present a unique challenge.
Yeah, I mean, we're playing a character like Ganondorf. There's like a contract to sign, right? And, like, you will be taking stocks early, but in the fine print, you have to look at it a little bit. It says you will get edge guarded, and sometimes you will die at, you will lose your stock at 0.
Yeah, certainly that could be the case. But those smash attacks have been coming out from this Ganondorf in spades. Might be tricky to land those kind of smash attacks on a character that always, creates so much distance from you. So can this Ganondorf reach this Zelda, or will this Zelda simply play in a space that Ganondorf cannot reach, or cover up too much space that is tricky to navigate? One thing's for sure, Woodside's Ganondorf needs to win this set if they want any chance of taking the title.
Yeah, I mean, this is our last chance for even having like a shot of winning, basically the championship, right? So, it's looking pretty dire for them, right? They're what was considered the MVP of their entire team for basically the entire event today. Falling to the core, and it's not a good look for them.
And it was a tough match, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, not definitely one that you wish you'd had back, sure, but maybe you'll get the chance at it in game number 4 if your team can manage to reach it. But we just got to take one step at a time. It's really all you can do in these matches. You really just got to trust in your teammates that they can, pull through when all's against the wall. And, a character like Ganondorf, you'd rather have the momentum to make your opponent scared of you, but what better way to take momentum by force than maybe a few stomps, maybe a few, wizard kicks, maybe a few back airs in the corner on a stage like Town and City where you'll lose a stock at 50.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm a little I can see both ends on why this stage was picked, right? So Zelda, you have a lot of space to kind of run around, just stay away from Ganon because he's a pretty scary man, but when you're Ganondorf, you can kind of take these stocks pretty early, and especially again when you can take these stocks pretty early, especially off the side, like a back there. You could take some stocks honestly 60. How hard that move hits.
Oh, CD Hilton getting the back hit of that forward air. Is that going to be a stock?
Yeah.
It is, Kyle. And CD Hilton not looking to lose any momentum as they take the lead in game number 3.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an unfortunate scenario. It's just the Phantom blocking the hit from the forward air and taking the hit for it, not having to jump off stage. That Ganondorf is as good as gone. And baiting out the neutral B with the forward air, that's another move that just hits really hard. I think taking the stock 86, that's another one of Ganondorf's moves that just could clean out those stocks extremely early.
Yeah, and this Ganondorf has been making great use of this slightly aerial version of Flame Choke all day to try to, catch the opponent slipping, almost like a dash attack of sorts that goes through shields. And that's been a great tool for this Ganondorf to rack up some damage, and could be a great tool here versus Zelda to close the gap. But if there's a big Phantom in the way, that simply will not be the case. I think that was an attempt at another one there, but just simply hit B a little too quickly.
Definitely a misinput for sure, but it could have been worse. You're Ganon, you can live for a little bit as long as you don't get edge guarded, but as long as you held on to that rage and oh no, don't tell me I'm gonna eat my words. Okay.
Didn't go
All
off
right.
stage.
Okay. Every time I say something about a character being heavy and can just abuse his rage, I always lose their stock right after. I need to stop talking about that.
Oh, but an excellent reversal there from CD Hilton's Zelda. We see Woodside's Ganondorf going for a big play on the down smash. Certainly would have taken the stock here at 70%, but going for a big option like that means if you miss, you're surely going to lose your own stock. And utilizing the jump to recover does not reversal the up B. So CD Hilton will take game number 1. And as you said, Kyle, sometimes off stage, you lose that jump as Ganondorf, and you are certainly going to see the blast zone. CD Hilton on match point.
Yeah, I mean, this is extremely tough, right? And if you are Woodside here, you want this more than anything, right? Because by all means, I don't think even Woodside would even expect to win this, right? It's a 13 seed, going into when they had to play Mesoponex, number 1 seed. I can't really, it's hard to say they were really expecting to win a series like that, but they did. But this run that they have is kind of considered a Cinderella sort of story, right? A story of dreams or whatever. But so point is they want this series, in their bag, but it's not looking very likely for them.
Yeah, if you can win the matches that Woodside has up to this point, certainly you have to believe that they can make this reverse happen. But with the way that CD Hilton is playing, it may just be too late. I mean, these 3 players have been running over the players of of Woodside, to be fair. I mean, as the 3 seed, you wouldn't expect this kind of speed to come out, but I mean, with how close the 3 and the 2 were, you would expect that this match, you know, could go similarly, that maybe these teams would go the distance, and certainly there's reason to still believe that, because we've seen this Ganondorf make some incredible adaptations and has the powerful attacks to reversal things, as we see all of the different kinds of rally caps coming into play here. I know Woodside pulling out all the stops.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, you know, like how this you know, no matter what happens, it's been a hard-fought battle from Woodside, all things considered. You know, making it as far as they have, not to say they're out of it just yet, but, you know, it's definitely not in their favor right now. CD Hilton's just playing on fire right now, and not to say that, you know, Woodside has been playing bad at all. It's just, you know, sometimes things happen. He's really starting to show, like, just how, like, exploitable these characters can be.
And I think that's kind of what it comes down to, right, Kyle? Because in order to recover back to the stage with these characters at this level, you have to be very creative. And you have to be very aware of exactly what the opponent is trying to hit you with at all times. And unfortunately, Woodside right now is just getting hit by too many, like, edge guarding tricks, right? Like, they're just losing their jump in spots where they don't have to. They're, you know, going high in places they shouldn't. And if you can't figure those out on, like, the turn of a dime, like, you're simply going to lose the series, because this CD Hilton squad is putting the pressure on you. They're not letting you come back to stage for free. And even if they are choosing the ledge trap, they're using tools like core and pin on K-Rool, which hits through the stage and can KO you at 90. So, you know, they're choosing the right spots. They're putting Woodside under pressure, and you have to do that versus a character like Ganondorf. It looks like the Ganondorf may have taken you know, awareness of recovery and transferred it to a different character, Kyle. We're going Captain Falcon, and I don't hate this. I really don't.
Yeah.
This gives him the speed to navigate a bit better, and from what I've heard, you know, playing Falcon can be equated to Ganondorf.
Yeah.
I've heard that one before.
I mean, you know, back in the day, like in Melee, right, like where Ganondorf was introduced, he was essentially like a Falcon Echo fighter, right? Just pretty much like the same moves as Falcon, but, you know, Flame Choke being a little different than like Falcon side B, but just a lot slower, but also having a lot more like KO power. But nowadays, Ganon's been, you know, a little more like different than Falcon. Now, you know, for example, in the transition from Smash 4 Ultimate, his smash attacks have changed. He has his sword now that people wanted for so long, but now like Falcon, he kind of has a lot of the same, like, I guess, like fundamentals, right? Like Falcon loves the nair. Ganon also has a good nair, but, you know, also has a strong spike as well, you know, with the down air.
Yeah, and I would argue it's, you know, although you could see Falcon and Ganon's recovery as generally the same angle, it's much easier as Falcon because he can drift so much with the up B. So you can kind of dodge around these pesky edge guards that Zelda has been hitting him with. And certainly, you're going to a stage like PS2. We saw this earlier versus Frank W. Cox's Aegis, that giving this Zelda a lot of space, it forces her to cover up less of the space with her Phantom, so you can kind of navigate a little bit better, end up off stage a little bit less often, and that's exactly what Woodside is looking to do here with their back against the wall.
Right, and, you know, at this point, things happen. You might have to get a little desperate, even. That's kind of, you know, not to say that this is desperate, but sometimes you gotta make some things happen. I love that. Just wait on the air dodge, get another grab reset in. I love how, like, you know, you can tell this Captain Falcon is, like, not rusty at all. You can tell, you know, there's pretty strong secondary from this Captain Falcon. I mean, this Ganondorf player.
Yeah, although this Ganondorf has not brought out the Falcon in official competition, certainly when you see setups like that down throw raw back air from the Falcon, you like what you see here. And if we get a fair one into knee, that's going to be some momentum for Woodside.
Yeah, I mean, this is you know, great for Woodside, right? I mean, for the first time in the series, being up in the game, and this Captain Falcon, you know, I believe might not have, you know, lasted very long, but you can tell this Captain Falcon is putting some work.
Absolutely, and you can see just the difference in pace that this Falcon gets to play. You're no longer Ganondorf where you have to kind of hope that the Zelda gets hit by some of your big moves. You can create a lot of initiative. You can punish Zelda for going for a lot of these tools to keep you away. That speed can be tricky to deal with.
Yeah, and I love this the way this Falcon is like maneuvering around like Zelda's, like zoning options. Like he's having a lot better time dealing with this Phantom, which was usually a pretty big thorn in the Ganondorf side, but now is not as big of a factor to him.
Yeah, and you can see just the patience in getting off of the ledge. This is what you want to see from Woodside, just navigating the space so well. The micro spacing from this Falcon makes you wonder, is this player slightly hindered by the movement of Ganondorf? Getting caught a little bit too long in the air, that is going to be one weakness that Falcon has instead of Ganondorf, is that he does get KO'd slightly earlier.
There you go, an amazing read with the down smash, even up right then and there, obviously, like you said, Avery was not ready for an up air such as that, but we'll lose the stock a little earlier. I do think Falcon might be a little bit of a midweight, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not around there. So he's not light by any means, just comparatively to Ganondorf,
Of course.
Absolutely. And you do see a lot of these pretty bold maneuvers from this Woodside Falcon here, trying to get these neutral air dodges with the forward smash. The grab will whiff, but now Zelda in the corner. The lightning kick will come out to bring him out of the corner. And is that a jump gone? No, not yet.
And this is a terrifying spot for this Falcon. Although they've played the space very well, they've now found themselves at 107%. And CD Hilton only needs to take this stock in order to get the series. Woodside clawing their way. They just need to find one more attack in order to get a game number 3 here.
Wow.
Another charge down smash. This is the third one of the set that Woodside is going for, and 2 out of 3 have connected. That's going to earn him a game number 3.
I gotta ask, where was this Falcon at any point in the tournament?
Start to wonder.
Because you can tell from this Falcon, this is not just some pocket Falcon. This is a pretty strong character from this player.
Yeah, as soon as I saw that Nair 1 knee first stock, Kyle, I mean, that's going to be not an easy thing to replicate every game. And that's a very, very powerful setup that can explode some stocks. And this Zelda fell victim to it. I mean, and how can you not, right? You're trying to summon this Phantom to keep the Captain Falcon at bay, and you're, trying to get your arrows out in time, but the Falcon, more than willing to land on you. This Falcon willing to go for some grab mix-ups as well, willing to, wait to attack in some slight spots, and really find what they need in order to make this Zelda keep guessing. And it is very exciting to see this, Kyle, because this Falcon is completely new to us, and this is a very strong pick from Woodside. It might just earn them a game number 4. And when you think about it a little bit more, you could play this Falcon again in the next game and end up in an even series. It's really something.
It's hard to say, right? Because obviously you would stay Falcon here, but if you are on the side of C Hilton, you know what you're expecting this time. Because maybe, I'm not to say it was a fluke, but maybe the Zelda was just not ready for the Captain Falcon.
Certainly.
Right? I mean, and how can you, right? This guy was playing Ganondorf the entire tournament. So and there's, from what we can tell, there's no data on him playing Captain Falcon either. So it's just a complete curveball from everyone involved. So now that the cat's out of the bag, I like to think that the Zelda might have a slightly better idea on how to play it this next game.
Yeah, and I gotta say, CD Hilton taking their time, in this downtime between game number 2 and 3. You are allowed to coach mid-set in VHSL, and the teammates have been together now for a good minute, just discussing how that game loss came to be. This is the first game loss that CD Hilton has seen this series. So the fact that they're taking this much time mulling over one loss, I can't help but think that this has scared them a bit.
I mean, I think that's just showing how much they want this series win, Avery. They just want to have this 3-0 and be done with it and go home with the trophy. But, they really do want it, Avery. And if I were them, I don't blame them for taking as long as they are, because, I would also want to, talk with my team and, go over every possible, opportunity to, be okay, how can we deal with, Falcon combos. How do we get out of those? How do I avoid getting out of the corner versus Falcon? Because I know that Zelda was having a little bit of trouble with that.
Yeah, I mean, and it's tricky, right? I mean, this Falcon has so much more speed to overwhelm Zelda. She cannot play her normal game plan because Falcon's just too quick. He can get around sort of the projectile wall that she creates. And, you know, we saw, and obviously this was a very last-hit game. This is a bit of embellishment. So, like, we've seen a lot of, you know, these scraps up close, how this Zelda was able to earn a lot of these fairs, a lot of these bears when Falcon was up close. We saw a lot of these edge guards just narrowly not work out. So, you know, we saw incredible up air to contest a Falcon being in the air. So, you know, although we can talk all day about how impressive this Falcon performance was, at the end of the day, it was a very last-hit scenario that the Falcon was able to squeak out with none other than a charged smash attack.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a great point, right? Like, there is a little bit of embellishment there. It was just, you know, I can't say, you know, anyone was expecting the pick as well. So, I mean, you know, it's hard to say when you bring out, like, a character like that, or like a secondary like that, and, like, in a time like this where you've never seen this player bring out another character. Some would see it as an act of, like, desperation. But, I mean, like, clearly it's legit from what we've seen. But, you know, even though it was, you know, pretty darn close, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out in this game 3 now that these adjustments have been, you know, learned.
Yeah, nothing's new anymore. Both of these players have seen each other and all they bring to the table. Now the only question remains is who will adapt the most? Who has learned the most from the puzzle that they have begun to solve? Because one of these players will solve it quicker and either extend the series or end VHSL championships.
Yeah, and I love these rapid adjustment kind of Falcon racking up a lot of percent, not trying to do anything too committal to kind of just take it slow a little bit. And you see this Zelda trying to just opt for a little more scrapping, maybe not too comfortable with the Phantom anymore, as the Phantom, you know, was much less of an issue for this Falcon.
Yeah, and although a great start from the Falcon, this Zelda once again just you know, equalizing this deficit very quickly. As soon as this Zelda gets one hit, they seem to get one or two more before the Falcon can return to the neutral. So although this Falcon is very fast, Zelda still, you know, has her hard-hitting aerials that can equalize very quickly. And Zelda going for that same up air that earned them a stock in the previous game, and, you know, finds it a little late there, but, you know, Falcon kick out of the corner here. Just gotta see who takes this first stock.
Yeah, and playing it slow from both ends, right? You know, Falcon recognizing it's going to be hard to kind of edge guard a character like Zelda who has a teleport recovery, so just opt in to go for these ledge traps instead and falling victim to the Phantom ledge trap. Yeah, I mean, I love the idea of just throwing out the Nair, kind of just cover out for a jump, and, you know, maybe Woodside thought like, oh, maybe the Zelda already swung, so it's safe for me to head back to the stage now, but, you know, forgetting about the Phantom. It's just one of those mental stack situations.
Yeah, Woodside definitely got a little bit tripped up there, thinking that they can find that get-up attack. And, you know, although Falcon is very fast, these grabs simply are not going to earn him a KO. So although there are some great damage to Falcon, need to find a move like that back air in order to get us to a stock number 2.
Yeah, and, you know, wow, what a force match right there. And, you know, catching these dash back punches with the forward smash, I do like this idea from the Zelda. And we do see this Falcon try to play a little more slow in response, but try to get caught in the blender that is Falcon combos and get a little mixed up here. And you can see this Zelda is a little, you know, a little scared of what's to come from this Falcon.
This is exactly what this Falcon wants. He wants to sense some level of fear in this Zelda, and what better way to do that than to run off and hit him with the knee of justice. That is the first time we've seen this Falcon get that aggressive off the stage, and it earned him a stock.
Yeah, absolutely right. Again, the mental stack situation, right? Like, he can't really say he was expecting to go off stage there, as before the Falcon was never willing to go off stage.
Yeah, I mean, the ledge trap has earned him a lot of damage, but sometimes it's plays like that that make the difference. And this Zelda, you can see the forward smash is coming out, just wants to equalize this game as quickly as possible, but doesn't want to accidentally lose a stock to a Falcon down air. All this pressure coming through, you gotta be careful. I thought it was Falcon that had to be careful off stage, but Zelda now under pressure.
Yeah, no jump there, and oh my goodness, very surgical way of making it back to the center stage there from the Falcon. And you see holding on to this lead here, and I thought, okay, yeah, still alive, but Yeah, yeah, that'll do it there. But yeah, back to last stock. This could still be it, but another knee. Are these knees, Avery?
Oh, we're seeing some confidence come through from the Woodside Falcon. They still want this series, and they're going to do anything in their power to get it. Go off stage, land these large Falcon moves. This Zelda, climbing in the percentages. A lot of hits still need to go on the board in order for this to be equalized. The Raptor Boost comes through. That goes through shield, so you can't shield either. You have to face me head on. But as we see these charge down smashes, it begins to open up. The opponent, CD Hilton, gets caught lacking. Woodside's on the board.
Wow, yeah, with an insane pick like the Captain Falcon, I can't say anyone was expecting this, Avery. Just a so out of left field pick, and that seemed to pay off in dividends because you kind of in a situation like that when you're as down as Woodside was, you had to do you had to try something, right? And they did just that, and it barely worked out. As they did clear out this the Zelda, but it was pretty close, all things considered.
This Falcon is objectively a weird gamble from Woodside, one that they have not tried yet this season to our knowledge, and yet it looked so well practiced and it made so much sense. Like, I imagine as like a Ganondorf player, like if you're gonna play that character, like you don't often have this good of a secondary that you go with, because you would just main the secondary at that point. Like so like the fact that you as a Ganondorf player determined a point in your career that like, this matchup feels so bad. I want to go Ganondorf, but with speed, sacrifice a little bit of that power, maybe make some other sacrifices, but like essentially you decide like, I think that as a player I can win this if I go a better character, and for it to actually work, like I'm just a little bit shocked that we didn't see this earlier. Like it doesn't make sense to me, because it looks so well polished.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just as shocked as you are, right? Because I'm trying to think of an example where the Ganon was not really having a good time. Like, I want to think when they played Mr. Panax, like, I think they had trouble with, it might have been the Cloud or the Diddy Kong?
Not certain, but like they've gone Ganondorf like all day today.
Yeah, there was somewhere where he had like a lot of trouble, and yeah, it might have been versus Forest Park.
Like I know they played the Ryu from Forest Park and they lost that. That's one that like I don't know, maybe Falcon would have worked. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, I can see that working a lot better than Ganon in like the Shotos, where sometimes they can kind of just get run over, and that's kind of what Falcon's like whole personality is, right? He just likes to just rush you down and just kind of just beat you up, kind of like similar to like the Shotos, but like, they do it in a lot more like intricate ways, while Falcon's a lot more straightforward.
Yeah, it's a very fundamentally sound, very run and gun play style. He is gonna run at you and gonna mix up whether it's going to be an aerial, whether it's gonna be a grab, and try to deal as much damage as possible when you're off stage. Certainly he has some tools to ledge trap you, certainly has some tools to get off stage and take your stock quickly. So you just have to react to what the Falcon wants at a given point. There's no easy answer. You have to understand Falcon on a player level, because this character has a lot of very fundamental tools. There's not a lot of tricks in the book. You simply know what they're gonna go for. But can you get the right reads? Can you be in the right position to punish it? We are going to see what we expected, which is this Ganon/Falcon player going in again. I can't help but say that I'd be surprised if we saw the Ganondorf. But, going up against CD Hilton's Yoshi player, I will say that some Yoshis find the Ganondorf matchup a bit weird. I imagine the ones that think that would also think that the Captain Falcon is weird. So, maybe there's an argument to going Ganondorf here, but I would imagine with that performance that this is a normal enough matchup where, it's not like an auto, like I have to go Ganondorf. Like, I feel like Falcon's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, I think at this point, Falcon feels like the most reasonable option, right? It's just been consistently just the most, most like out of left field pick here, but it's been the most consistent for this player from what we've seen, right? Like, obviously from what we've seen, has not dropped a game yet, because we only seen him for 2 games. But point is,
It's still true.
yeah, I mean, yeah, point is, it's working a lot better than the Ganon would in this situation. And it looks like we will be seeing the Captain Falcon, like we talked about before. And Yeah, I mean, we were talking about this before, how it could still be a little bit of an awkward matchup for Yoshi. But I think at this point, you kind of have to let the Falcon fly.
I mean, yeah, you're playing for glory at this point. Like you have to get out there with the character that gave you momentum and force someone to beat it. And the character that CD Hilton has chosen to beat it is this Yoshi, and I have to agree with that decision. I mean, although the Corrin has looked extremely strong, given that they lose this match, they can still match that Corrin into someone that is not the super hot Falcon. So, it makes sense regardless of how this shakes out, but certainly this Yoshi is going to be a test for Woodside's Falcon. Can you, take a match in a matchup that's more even rather than, super Falcon favored?
Yeah, and we're going to see a lot of more aggression from both these sides, right? Because Yoshi also has the tools to play very aggressively with both good ground and air speed, as well as great buttons and frame data to boot. But yeah, I mean, we're seeing right off the bat, this match was a lot more scrappy than Falcon Zelda.
Oh, it's very scrappy, Kyle. These two will both be going for aerials at each other. Yoshi goes for a lot of trades in this matchup, and Falcon just plays to get his aerials out first. And it's very aggressive offstage as well, especially on Yoshi's end. As we see, that Falcon recovery, although you can drift it, Yoshi's aerials do a very great job of tracking it down and taking those Falcon stocks early offstage.
Right, and the shield poke the shield break not gonna come out from Yoshi. A very inconsistent move in Yoshi's down B is he's usually supposed to be a shield breaker sort of move where the butt slam hitbox is supposed to do a lot of shield damage, and then the two stars that come out when Yoshi slams on the ground, it's also supposed to hit the shield, but sometimes it just doesn't hit. The stars would sometimes just shield poke instead.
Yeah, and that was the case there, and that's going to benefit Woodside quite a bit here, and it's been a very even bout here. Who's going to take the first stock? It's going to be CD Hilton on the Yoshi there. That up B is going to leave Falcon in a very vulnerable position that Yoshi is going to have no problem securing on.
Yeah, and if you're Yoshi, you have to see how far the stock can take you, right? And while you might be at, KO percent, you have to see how much percent you can do to hold on to your lead, and, not very far, but a nice solid 50%. That's a solid combo from Yoshi, and, a move like down air, very good for keeping Yoshi's opponent in the air. It's exactly where Yoshi wants them to be.
Without a doubt, and you can see that Woodside's Falcon is just not afraid to swing when they're in the air.
Absolutely.
And that is sometimes a difficult battle to play versus Yoshi, but one that he's playing quite well. And, both these characters are very strong in that way, but both of these characters swinging the F smashes as well. Like, I mean, the aerial game is great, but maybe a charge forward smash will change the pace enough to take a stock.
Yeah, I think the definition of this Captain Falcon is like, if we're going to go out, we're going to go out swinging. And swinging he is, right? Making a heck of a statement against the Zelda, and, going toe-to-toe with his Yoshi as well.
Yeah, an aggressive down B decision there from CD Hilton. You can see kind of the scariness that this Falcon brings. I mean, you can see how he just doesn't want to shield because of these up Bs have been coming out. So it's just a difficult game to play. Like, the neutral B is going to put Falcon in the egg, and with up air afterwards is going to take it. And CD Hilton has been taking these stocks first so far. So Woodside is going to be the one that has to turn this in the other direction in order to take this game.
Yeah, and absolutely right. The platforms are gone, so there will be a little less combo extensions from both sides of these schools, and no the back air will get a drag down, but not going to get anything off of it, but the Raptor boost will take the second stocker once again on a stock even scenario, and I love that, the landing nair to kind of just convert into a grab.
I don't know how even I expected this game to be, Kyle, but this could not be more even.
Absolutely.
These two are just losing the lead to each other consistently, but it has been CD Hilton who has been winning these last hit spots slightly more than Woodside. So Woodside has to find the key to put into the lock in this exact spot. He's been getting the damage. Can he convert the kill on the dinosaur in time?
Yeah, I mean, the platforms are gone once again. The stock percentage cannot be more even right now, but at this point, the platforms are back, and this is just swing at this point. These backers are just flying from this Captain Falcon, and the shields are looking a little low as Yoshi Downer tends to do that, and catching the high recovery with the backer. Not going to quite do it just yet.
Yeah, this Yoshi is not going off stage. So even though he's hitting Woodside's Falcon off stage consistently, Woodside is able to make it back, and that's going to be a scary scenario because you have to face this Falcon on the stage where these aerials are oh so present, but they can also go for these big devastating grabs that go through shields. And of course, that's on both sides here as the forward air connects and just inside the percentage range for fair up air. That's such a wide window for Captain Falcon specifically. And that's going to be CD Hilton taking that stock first all 3 times. And that's exactly what I was talking about, right? Like, the damage has been even, but CD Hilton has found those stocks first.
Yeah, I mean, it's been so close, Avery. I mean, and this has been a very entertaining set in particular because, like you've been saying, like, both players have just been swinging. Not a lot of, like, defensive play to be had. I mean,
No.
that game went on for, like, almost, like, 5 minutes at that point, but it's not like they were like running away from each other. They were doing quite the opposite. It's just that like they were just living.
I'll give you something to think about, Kyle. Think about the last time you saw this Yoshi throw an egg.
I think I saw like maybe a total like 3 eggs there. It was all for like
this
scrapping.
is not an egg matchup. Like, you're just scrapping the whole time.
Just pressing buttons.
Like, this Yoshi, like, he's being particularly safe with the Falcon recovery, but that can also be a very volatile thing because you go for this trade with Fair or you go for this trade with Dare or Nair. You can really choose your aerial of choice. But if Falcon, positions himself correctly, all of a sudden Yoshi has to tech the stage and you could end up in a reversal situation. There's all sorts of different ways it could shake out. But one thing's for sure, that if this Woodside Falcon cannot win the next 2 games, close doesn't matter at that point. You're still going home all the same.
Yeah, I mean, one way or another, both teams are going to be going home right after this, particular series, and we're nearing the end, right? Like whether Woodside will make it back or CD Hilton will be closing out the set and series. Potentially 3-1.
Yeah, we see the players meeting once again. I mean, it's just such a critical spot, right? I mean, even when you win a game, there's always things that you could have done better. And when you have such a last-hit game such as that one, those little micro adjustments are going to make the difference. So, maybe this Yoshi decides that the scrapping in the air didn't go the best, and it's time to throw more egg and time to play more defensive. That could be a potential strategy. This Falcon could decide to play slower in a way, but with how well the aggression has been going with this player, it might just be like, I need to mix and grab more often because the shields are coming out more than I expect, so I can't quite find my aerials. And in this Yoshi character in particular, it's very difficult to land these big Falcon confirms on, like Nair 1 forward air, or even like finding up smashes can be tricky. So, these straight hits are often Falcon's way of securing KOs. And, just pushing this Yoshi to the corner, figuring all these things out, very difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, that just comes with trying to fight Yoshi, right? Sometimes you can't really get the KO on him, honestly. Sometimes you have to go with one of those straight aerials, and for some characters that can be pretty difficult. And for Falcon, I would say he could be one of those characters as he would have to commit to like a back air, like even like a knee if he's really that bold.
Yeah, but it's certainly that kind of boldness that has brought Woodside to this point in the bracket, and I don't expect them to stop anytime soon. What a big match this is. CD Hilton playing on championship point, and Woodside playing to just stay alive. These Yoshi down airs can be difficult to get around, but this Falcon simply must figure it out because he's taking damage in a hurry.
Yeah, I mean, the lead is starting to slip. The damage is racking up, and the Yoshi is showing no signs of stopping, but catching the unsafe back air with the grab, not quite get much out of it, and catching the landing with the up smash, not going to quite take the KO though.
Yeah, I mean, the pressure is coming from this Yoshi, but we see the hope in this Falcon with things like shielding that entire Yoshi back air, and with the confidence to dash back F-tilt this Yoshi recovery. He's definitely not done yet, Kyle, and that down B just, not gonna go through the small battlefield platform in terms of breaking the shield. But yet these two are swinging to break that shield. Yoshi may be getting a bit anxious.
Yeah, I've seen, definitely anxious indeed. I think I've seen about maybe 4 down Bs being right out there. Trying to go for either like a shield poker. Oh my god, down tilt, one of those moves, a very tricky move to to get hit by, right? That's what took out the Zelda in the first place, right? And there you go. The back air will do it. Send them back to this blast zone in kind, and we're back to even once again.
Yeah, what happened here, Kyle? Perhaps the Falcon is taking the Yoshi's place in game number 1, because although we had a very even stock number 1 as far as damage, it's Woodside that finds the first stock. CD Hilton found themselves in a nice percentage lead, but Woodside with one long-standing ledge trap and a very nicely placed down tilt, gonna end them up in an even game. Watch out for the reversal, Kyle. This is what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yoshi's got to be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yoshi's definitely one of those characters that get reversal off stage, right? When he has to make it back, he has to burn his jump, and when he doesn't have his jump, aerial egg throw doesn't really go very far, so when he doesn't have his jump, Yoshi's nearly as good as gone. He does have a decently, distance-wise air dodge, but sometimes he needs a little bit more than that.
Yeah, and you can see that this Yoshi, as soon as we get to these high percents, they really want to land
Great
these
tech.
confirms and these big swings. But Falcon is just avoiding them very well. Will we see the same pattern that we saw from the Yoshi before? Will they get too desperate with these down Bs and end up losing their stock first?
Wow, I mean, yeah, just playing so safe. This Falcon trying to jump around this Yoshi, trying to wait for an open where Yoshi gets a little too anxious and just throws that stun really unsafe. Like, they bring an egg roll like this, but, that's another tricky move that Yoshi has that sometimes he will just get tripped up by, and getting the grab right then and there, trying to catch something. The tech chase, the run up there will not do it just yet, but the forward air will.
Great confidence there from CD Hilton, understanding that they can use another aerial there to secure that Falcon stock, and that's the kind of momentum they need if they want to close out this series without needing to go to a game number 5. Woodside, though, if they are continuing to play with this confidence, I'm very sure that they can make this happen. A huge back air, and those are those kind of stray hits that are going to earn you stocks versus Yoshi. If he jumps above that ledge, Falcon can stuff him out.
Right, I mean, if there's a time to make a move, it's definitely now. If you are Woodside, right, this is potentially it for Woodside. It's potentially it for VHSL for us this year.
Yeah, and the Yoshi in disadvantage already jumps through the down tilt at low enough percent. Yoshi can eat some of those hits. These short hop down airs have been earning this Yoshi so much damage, but in this corner is when Falcon has been earning some great hits. But this is the spot where this Falcon has been recently shining, where the Yoshi has been going for 2 ambitious of kill options, and the Falcon is going to get the Nair fair. That's what he needed.
And that was perfect spacing. That spacing could not have been better. And you can see, I saw the emotions for both those players. Like, the Falcon, the biggest sigh of relief of his life. Like, oh my gosh, we still have a shot at this. And the Yoshi being a little like, wow, you know what? I'll give it up. That was really good. You got that one.
That was incredible, Kyle, because in these last hit scenarios, this Yoshi has been very up smash and very down B happy. And if that Nair misses and one of those moves connect, Falcon could be in danger of losing that last stock. And it's really just shocking to me that this Falcon can find spots like that in this high pressure of a scenario and earn his team the right to play a Game 5 after a devastating opening to this series. The 13 seed on the complete back foot, having to crawl their way back through their Ganondorf player's secondary main. I might have to get an interview after this match and be like, hey, that main probably switching, is it not? I would have to assume maybe that would be the case.
I think for the first time in this tournament, Woodside, one of the lowest seeds in the tournament, just behind Liberty, one of the lowest seeds that make it to this top 8, and I think for the first time all tournament, they've really truly been on the back foot, like as seeding intended, right? And it's really strange to see that it's only starting to happen now.
Yeah, this is incredible. As great as this Falcon has been playing, it's just like, this is just really incredible. And it's not over yet, right? Like, there's still more Smash to be played. We are not done yet. It is a absolute just back and forth incredible game of Smash Bros. But whether you can believe it or not, these two are not done fighting yet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, I mean, one way or another, both of these players are going to be done for the rest of the series. As you know, even if Woodside were to take it in this particular set, both these players would be done for the rest of the series. We'd have to leave it to possibly, I would assume, the Corn and the K Rule.
I would only assume, but we have to get there. And one
Exactly.
thing's for sure is that these matches could go either way. And Woodside, certainly with the momentum now, but the way that CD Hilton's Yoshi has been playing, I know that they have a chip on their shoulder. They want to end this now, and it doesn't take any platforms to land combos like that. Yoshi down there, going to send pretty far out, but not going to do it. The forward smash will. A brutal opening. CD Hilton with a huge lead.
Such a rare instance of Yoshi down here being, sending the opponent to the side like that, and Woodside unfortunately not having a jump to speak of and to respond to that. Being open to a free forward smash is not the opening you want to see on the side of Woodside.
Yeah, and this really forces the Falcon to be bold, Kyle. And boldness is what this Falcon has been doing all throughout this bracket. Going for things like down throw fair. Sometimes you just got to do it and hope it lands. And, even though Yoshi's only at 60, there's a lot of moves in Falcon's kit that could potentially take this stock. And, if you're going to land them, now is the time.
Absolutely right. And this Falcon is trying so hard to find a footing in this set, but we just run into these eggs. The damage is racking up, and being anti-aired by another Yoshi forward air. No confirm from the forward air, but oh man, just such amazing smashes being played, and amazing adjustments being made by this Yoshi.
Yeah, and just barely missing the reversal is Woodside's Falcon. Needs spots like that again, but gets underneath. CD Hilton's Yoshi earns himself a 2-stock lead and just jumping all over the place, wasting the invincibility of Woodside's Falcon. This is a tough comeback to make.
Absolutely right. I mean, this is potentially the last stock of this tournament. As is looking a little grim on the side of Woodside here, but Woodside, Captain Falcon is struggling to find an opening to take out this stock. The Nair will come out, but will not take the stock just yet.
Yeah, I love that this Falcon is still having the confidence to contest Yoshi in the air, to contest these eggs that he's trying to recover with, because you need that if you want a chance of winning this game.
Yeah, I mean, aerials are flying, buttons are flying. No.
Reversal?
Yeah. I mean,
may have needed something cheeky there, Kyle.
I mean, at that point, you have to make it back to the stage when you're Falcon, right? Didn't want to have any part in that runoff forward air shenanigans. I have to get back to stage, and no shield break from the stars from that down B. Amazing forward smash. Is that going to be it? No, not yet.
Drifts away, catches the Yoshi out of the jump, but not enough percent. Gonna throw Yoshi back off the right. Can we contest this Yoshi in there? Down air does not connect the forward air. That could have been a stock for Woodside, but not out of the woods just yet. Both stocks at 80%. Both these characters have very potent confirms that could take it at any moment, but it's not gonna be needed as the Yoshi forward smashes the side B from the Falcon. It was just a little too high, Kyle. CD Hilton takes VHSL.
Yeah, I mean, what an electric series that was. If you are if you are Woodside, you cannot be disappointed in this particular result in the slightest, because 13th seed, getting second place, you cannot be disappointed at all.
I mean, this was such an incredible tournament for Woodside. Coming in with these 3 heavy characters and leaving with 3 heavy characters and an absolutely devious Captain Falcon that has, surprised all of us. And, not only with just this series, but also taking out the #1 seed and, even more matches than that. So, I mean, they've just put on such a great performance, and everyone here has. This has been such a high-level VHSL, and it's just been such a pleasure to watch all of the, high school Smash players come together in person and play some really high-quality Smash. These kind of things, they're a lot more difficult to land online. You can get into a lot more of these, projectile-based play styles where it's optimal to kind of go for the same thing over and over, make your opponent figure it out. But in these offline scenarios, sometimes we see matches like Yoshi versus Captain Falcon, where they're just micro-spacing around each other, just attacking at all times, and, just being devastating off stage, going for Nair 1 knee when you needed it most. And that's really just all you need in order to, give yourself a chance at winning VHSL. But I must say, CD Hilton really deserved this today.
Absolutely.
Because they had one of the most in-depth teams in VHSL, able to not only, have all three of their players take many sets today and throughout the season, but also pilot multiple characters. The core in from CD Hilton put in absolute work versus Woodside's King K. Rool, which gave them so much trouble. And, you look back at this bracket and you remember how great of a match they had versus Frank W. Cox as well. Like, their corn player willing to go the banjo ditto there and just willing to pull out all the stops, really. Like this Zelda going for these really big edge guards versus Aegis with the neutral B off stage, just trapping in the right spots. The CD Hilton team is a tough squad, and they deserve this VHSL win.
I mean, I can't help but, look over to my left and see, the team celebrating their hard-earned victory. I do believe there's like a loaf of bread that was split between both sides, and that's what I love to see, the camaraderie, and despite them being enemies in game, they're still being friendly towards each other, like in real life, right? So just friendly competition. This is what you love to see in Smash.
Yeah, it's really incredible. I mean, what a wonderful VHSL bracket this has been. I hope you all at home have enjoyed this as much as Kyle and I have. It's always great to watch the talent that Virginia brings to the stage, not only in Super Smash Bros., but in League of Legends as well. So make sure you check out the League of Legends stream. Make sure you're keeping up to date on what's happening in Virginia high schools, because, esports is now a sanctioned activity, and, these players can look forward to a lot of expanded opportunities to continue doing what they love, beyond, whether it be in university or college, whether it just be playing in local tournaments, because a lot of these players clearly have been doing a lot of those extracurricular things in order to achieve the point that they are right now, and they're only going to grow from here. So thank you all for watching. My name is Avery Geisman. This has been Kyle Dexter, and thank you for watching VHSL. We will see you next time.